Everyone, the show will begin in 5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah, Newtonets, Newtonets. Um, Newtonets.
Good morning.
Hello, hello everyone. Hello colleagues, friends, good people.
I was on the East Coast last week, and they were complaining at all of our West Coasters for getting up late and being late morning people. That's kind of how we are. That's how we roll. So there'll be people coming in, rolling in over the next couple hours. Thank you all for being here. And I know that for those of you who have been here since the beginning, since yesterday, your heads are full. And hopefully your hearts are full too, and you're really thinking about and embodying change. Give yourself space to synthesize, and we have some spaces to do that. The Solutions Lab, the ThoughtWorks Solutions Lab is a really good place to kind of get your ideas out and up and kind of examine them. We also have a special session at 3 p.m. really looking at computer science education there. So at 3 p.m. in the ThoughtWorks activation, in the ThoughtWorks Solutions Lab with Infosys Foundation.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun day. We have a lot of activities happening. We also have the career fair that starts at 11 o'clock today, also with some career coaching and resume workshops a little earlier at 10:30. So today's going to be a full day. We have about 2,000 candidates, and as Melinda said yesterday, that this event scaled up almost 3x. Last year we had a career fair, 600 people. It was at Galvanize, and you heard from the CEO of Galvanize shortly in San Francisco. But this year we have 2,000 candidates coming today. So yeah.
There would have been more. We had to cut off registration.
Yeah, so it's going to be crazy. I like to say there is no pipeline problem, but yeah. We'll see.
And to get up to the second floor, if you need the elevator, it's about halfway through the building. It's about at the halfway point. A couple other just logistics. The restrooms are gender neutral. Please embrace that and embrace any discomfort that comes with that, and know that that's a safe space for other people that need it. The mom's room, there's a mother's room, mother cooter's mother's room on the second floor. So if anybody needs that, a volunteer can show you the way there. ASL interpreters will be here for anyone that needs them, right here. And then we also have live captioning, and for those who didn't hear yesterday, there's actually a person on the other end of that. Thank you for being here. There's a lunch meditation at 12:30 for those of you who need that more of that kind of synthesize and clear your head. And then Culture Amp Recharge Lounge at the end there, where you can recharge your appliances and yourselves, and the Walmart e-commerce cafe over here, where they have free coffee, which I need. So hopefully, please feel free.
Yeah, yeah. And on to a little bit of business. Events like these can't happen without support of our amazing sponsors and friends and colleagues. So I want to thank our sponsors. Going down the list, Google for Entrepreneurs, Salesforce, Capital One, Women Tech Makers, Asana, ThoughtWorks, Reddit, Twilio, Galvanize, Pinterest, Automatic, Facebook, Portland Development Commission, PayPal, Clover, Culture Amp, Airbnb, Walmart Labs, Snap Inc., previously Snapchat, Infosys, Credit Karma, Yelp, Zendesk, Nutanix, Innovation Hangar, Comcast, NBC Universal, Rapporteur, our amazing AV company, Yahoo, Medium, Uber. And let's give all them a round of applause, please. And, we have that saying that it takes a village, and we told a story last year that we had about maybe 5 or 6 companies that supported the conference last year. It was like, this tech conference that's covering diversity. What is it about? Should we go? Is it going to be any good? And then this year, we doubled in sponsors, but it's still a labor of love. A lot of people think just because we have all these logos, we're blowing up and all that, but nah, it's still a perception that when you have women, different colors of people's skin, different faces, the non-traditional speakers that you see at other tech conferences, they think that the value is not just as good. And so they come with that mindset that, oh yeah, we support this little D&I conference, we support this, and we want to change that perception. And we believe that with the help of you all, we're doing that with this conference scaling almost triple in a year. But we also have to do more work to show that this conversation is just as impactful as Apple launching a new MacBook Pro today. Because because there's some journalists who decided to go cover that too. I love Apple. I'm excited about new MacBook myself, but this is more important. So I want to say thank you to our sponsors and the people in the press and the media who's covering this today.
Thank you all for being here. One last word is I really want to ask you to lead with empathy today. Everybody here is on a continuum of change. We're all here because we care. And so embrace others here and embrace yourselves and be forgiving of both yourselves and others and really lead with empathy throughout the day.
Yes, cool.
Great, thank you. Enjoy the day. And Jim Dieters of Galvanize is up next. Aubrey's going to come up, our MC. Thanks.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm Aubrey. I'm your Mistress of Ceremonies this morning, and I'm the Global Head of Diversity and Inclusion at Atlassian. We are starting out your day with some big ideas. A lot of what we talk about is about how to create inclusive companies and inclusive teams, but our first solo talk this morning is from Jim Dieters, CEO of Galvanize, who's going to talk about creating an inclusive tech ecosystem. I'm super excited. I hope you enjoy.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I don't typically sound like a baritone, so if you can suffer through my 6-year-old cold as they set the clock for me here to discuss you. First off, it's an honor to be here and have the opportunity to address such a remarkable group of people, of innovators and leaders in the tech industry. And I also want to, of course, thank Wayne and Melinda. It was about 2 years ago that I met Wayne and Melinda at the Galvanize campus in Soma. And they talked about what they wanted to do, about being a catalyst for change. And their idea of building a more inclusive opportunity, and I said, what do I need to do to help? That was about 2 years ago, and I'm pretty impressed with where we've come, but we have a long journey ahead of us. I think the opportunity to talk about, inclusion is one that's relevant anytime. But I do think it's even more relevant now, particularly when so much of the discourse in the media, our political discourse, is about exclusion. We're at a time where people are playing off of people's fear and not talking about where we are as humanity. We are indeed a very unique species on this planet. In fact, what makes us so unique is that we are collaborators, that we are humans. What makes us the most powerful is being together and working together and belonging. That is what makes us as a civilization more powerful. So I think there's never a more important time to talk about inclusion when the world is so focused in dominating around exclusion. So this morning, I wrote my 2 daughters an email. I have 3 children, 2 of my oldest which are young women. They're 11-year-olds and 9-year-olds. And I wrote them a note, and I actually gave them the outline for my speech. And I said, I really want you to know, 1, what I was doing this morning, and 2, that you would be proud. And I wanted to know that I was working really hard to shape a better world that you will hopefully come of employment age in. And it was pretty timely because we were talking last night before I came into San Francisco about the news that came out in the World Economic Forum yesterday. Did anybody see this piece of news? They said it's going to take 117 years before women have gender neutrality in pay, that women are paid equally to men. That's unbelievable. That's absolutely, like, I don't know about everybody in this room, but I'm not that patient. And I don't think anyone in here should be that patient. And I hope for all of us and for Chloe and Amelia, my 2 kids, in the future, that we're not that patient and that we work to build a much, much better place. And for that, I'm so honored that you're here and that the work that everyone in this room is doing. I'm going to take us a little tour through history on the few minutes I have here. Garrett Morgan. Anybody recognize that name? He created the gas mask. He was the creator of the early traffic light. He was an African American. Hedy Lamarr. Anybody know that name? Who is she? Woman. Silver screen actress. Wireless communication. She was an early pioneer in wireless communication. Frequency, exactly. She was a German immigrant and is also credited with inventions of helping take down the Nazis in World War II. The next one's obvious. Grace Hopper. Anyone at the conference last week? She was there. Grace Hopper was a vet. She went to the Navy, got to work on one of the biggest computers in the world, the UNIVAC, and then led the team that created COBOL, which still runs a big chunk of the planet today. She's a vet. Let's go more modern. Sergey Brin. I don't need to introduce who Sergey is, right? Russian immigrant. I just did a little skipping. I skipped a small pebble through the history of humanity. Each one of them are what we in this industry call the underrepresented. Women, immigrants, veterans. It is a fact that over half of the companies, the tech companies in this country right now, valued at over $1 billion, were started by immigrants. So in a world, in a nation that has over 100 years of, I just took us through, of immigrants creating innovation and quality, why are we afraid of inclusion? It doesn't make sense. And for that, I applaud each one of you for being here. So obviously, what can we do? I created something called Galvanize to address this idea. It was my vision that anybody with the aptitude, drive, and determination should have an opportunity. That if you are able and you're willing to do the work, the upwardly mobile access in this world is to become an entrepreneur or to become an engineer or have some access to tech skills that are currently not available. And we have built paths in this country that have excluded most of the people. If you didn't go to a cushy school or you weren't born into the swellest zip code, those things are stacked against you. And the idea was, how do we build something that's inclusive, that we can allow more people access to skills and resources to have the chance to become a participant in this amazing industry that we are all part of and that we benefit from. So a good colleague of mine, I went for a bike ride with him. He's one of our faculty. Some of you had a chance to probably meet him yesterday. His name's Robert Murray. Robert Murray's an African American. He taught himself how to code in Jamaica by reading a book about it. His first job was hustling around Jamaica, helping elderly people learn how to use technology. He made his way to the United States, and we met him in Austin, where he became one of our best faculty. He immediately got involved in an African-American code incubator called Dev Inc. that runs on our campus in Austin, Texas. And on a bike ride, Robert and I got to know a lot of each other. We got to know, spend a lot of time. I'm a big cyclist. Robert likes to ride a bike. I think I did kick your butt still, but anyway, that's beside the point. And he's built cool sites for like Shaba Ranks. Anyway, Robert talks about signaling. We are, as a species, a visual species. And if you cannot see something, you typically don't know how to be that. And one of the things that we work really hard to do is to put opportunities in front of people that we can show them that there is a path, that we can show them that there's more to being part of the world. And I applaud Robert for his journey in what he represents to our community and to who we are. We've also had the great pleasure of working with a lot of folks in this room, including Aubrey, who was just here on stage, to help not just provide the signaling, but to provide the access. We've done more than just about $1 million in scholarships given by Atlassian, Airbnb, and others. But it's not enough. Thank you. We need to do more. We need to be extremely thoughtful and deliberate in everything we do and how we employ, and what are the practices that we're doing to employ. If I asked in this audience, if you're in a managerial position, if you're hiring people right now, I guarantee I'll probably get every single hand up in the room. Of those jobs, how many of them require some level of computer science degree? If the answer is yes, you are part of the problem. That's the problem that systematically works against people that have the aptitude, drive, and determination, but they were not born into a swell, cushy zip code that allow them to enjoy the intellectual pursuits of the wealthy and traditional higher education. I'm a huge fan of higher education. Do not get me wrong at all. But many people in this country, on this planet, do not have access to it, nor will they ever. We need to build alternative paths, and you need to be deliberate and thoughtful about what you're doing. I will posit one other thought. Thank you. Thank you. Some other crazy idea we came up with was not just about net new talent as you're recruiting people. What if you looked internally? What if you looked at other people in other parts of your organization, and what if you gave them the skills? Imagine a company that invested in its people. Imagine a company that identified high potential already within its ranks and modernized them to become a data scientist, a data engineer. I'm proud to say we are working with some really cutting-edge people that are addressing this and working on these exact challenges. Boy, time goes by really fast. There is a lot of challenges in this world, and this type of event is a catalyst to inspire them, to bring you all together. My goal today was to kick this off in a good way. And typically, for those of you that know me, I do have a lot of energy, even with a bad voice and my son's cold. But I hope that the rest of today, the rest of this week, that you leave here not just inspired, but you come up with that thoughtful, deliberate action plan. That you think about what you do inside your everyday actions that can make a difference, that can change the world, that will move things forward. When I started Galvanize, I always talked about, one of the hardest things about a little bitty company, and anybody that's been in startup land, which is where we are here predominantly, it's really hard to build momentum from a small spark. You constantly doubt yourself about what you're going to do and where you're going to go. And there was another amazing woman that inspired me as I researched and thought more about this. She was an anthropologist, and she said, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has." So with that, you are a small group of thoughtful, considerate citizens. I hope you become an incredibly large group that ripples through the world, that this, not just Twitter trends, but maybe, dare I say maybe, that we put the need for this event obsolete. Thank you very much.
Hey everyone, wasn't that fabulous? Next, we have an awesome fireside chat for you, hosted by our fabulous Tech Inclusion and Change Catalyst co-founder, Wayne Sutton. And on stage with him this morning are two amazing people from Asana talking about the way that Asana, team collaboration software, is approaching creating diversity and inclusion in their organization. With us today, we have co-founder and head of product, Justin Rosenstein, and their diversity lead, Sandra Gittin. Good luck. Good luck.
Hello, hello. Morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I want to say thank you all for joining us. Thanks, Asana, for joining us. And first, we had a quick schedule update. Want to send best wishes to Dustin. Fortunately, he was sick and couldn't make it. But we have the pleasure of Justin, other co-founder of Asana, joining us. And
I'm good understudy.
yeah. And it's going to be a great conversation.
Yep.
So first, let's get into your backgrounds, your journey. Let's talk about your career paths
Okay.
and how each of you got to where you are.
All right. Who do you want to go first?
Ladies
Me?
first, yes.
All right. First off, I want to say that this has been an amazing conference. I go to a lot of diversity and inclusion events, and there are very few that allow me to both connect with my community as well as learn new stuff. So first off, thank you so much.
Thank you.
For me, I have a kind of circuitous path to diversity and inclusion. I'm a former attorney, and while I admire everyone who's decided to stay in law, I moved away from it and really started to work on policy. My first role in tech was at Yahoo, where I focused on human rights and building a platform that allowed users to be protected and ensuring that companies really think about crafting platforms and tools and products that allow users to both use it but also have their rights. And as I did that work, quickly realized that as you build these tools, because the people behind the tools, the back end often looks really different from how users are using it, the front end. And the way that you really get products that change the world and make a huge impact by having people inside that look like the people on the outside. So that was my pivot into diversity and inclusion. I got a great opportunity at Facebook and started to really focus on diversity and inclusion there, and then got a fantastic opportunity at Asana where I got to be doing this from the ground.
Yeah.
So that's my path.
Yeah.
this world.
But where are you from originally? 'Cause we hear the
I am
accent.
from the Caribbean, the fantastic Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Shout out to anybody from the Caribbean. I'm sorry.
Yeah. We know Robert's here.
Did not ever think that somebody from a country with 1.3 million people would ever end up working on the West Coast, doing something that I absolutely love. So that has been my path. My mother still does not know what I do. She just wanted me to have a job with government or doing the law. So
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, and great career path. Justin?
Yeah, so I'm from Oakland, from the Bay Area. I started programming when I was 10, and cliche, but I think at the time didn't realize how special the Bay Area was as a technology hub, and then realized, oh, I just got really lucky being born here. Also meant that, especially back then, the culture was such that I felt like in a fairly non-self-congratulatory way, there was just a general ethos of like, oh, the technology industry is about using tech in a leveraged way to try to improve the world. And it's funny how that's become like a cliche, and there's been a lot of cynicism since then, which I think the industry has changed, and as it's become a wealth creation center, more and more people have used that language to represent things that are more self-interested. But I'm just still unabashedly in the like, yes, we can use technology to make the world better.
Yes.
So just, yeah.
Yeah.
And so joined Google out of college because I was really excited about their mission of organizing the world's information, and did a few projects there, including co-inventing GChat and like Gmail Chat and Google Drive. And then went to work at Facebook, was excited about their mission of connecting people, and did some things, including the Facebook like button was my hackathon project, and also helped make Facebook pages. And at both those companies, just was really frustrated by how, even at these great companies, just how much of people's time internally was spent not doing great work, but doing all the kind of annoying work about work, making sure the left hand knew what the right hand was doing. Just like tons of email, tons of status meetings. And we built an internal tool, me and Dustin Moskovitz, who is the co-founder of Facebook and is now co-founder of Asana, built an internal tool inside Facebook to help with that problem. And it was really successful inside Facebook. And at some point we realized that we could generalize that to creating a solution that any organization could use to be more effective. And that's exciting to us because all the different things that I feel passionate about improving in the world, the world getting better at, whether that's education or healthcare or biotechnology or the kinds of stuff we're talking about today, all comes down to groups of people working together. And so the idea that a single piece of technology could help all organizations be more effective is really exciting as a leveraged way to help accelerate all those different forms of progress.
Nice, nice. Two amazingly different career paths, but we're here in San Francisco together.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. But on each of your journey, I'm pretty sure you get some key people helping you out, mentors, sponsors, colleagues. Can you give me like 1 or 2 names of like some people who was there that helped you in your career path and how they helped you?
Sure. Do you want me to go first
Yes.
again?
Yes.
All right. At Yahoo, Michael Samway was the general counsel responsible for everywhere but the US. So Asia, Africa, Europe, Middle East, everywhere. So he was a lawyer, and I worked in Miami. But he had a real passion for human rights and people. And at the end of the day, the work that we all do, it's about the people. It's about making sure people, in our case, can work more effectively on what they're really passionate about. It's about making sure that people feel included. For him and for the work that we were doing at Yahoo, it was making sure that our users were able to do the work that they were passionate about. He was a mentor in the absolute real sense of the word, making sure that people understood what they were passionate about and how to get there. So really helped me to craft a career path that I was comfortable with. And then back home, which really is the foundation of everything that I did, it's not tried by any means, but my grandmother, who was somebody who in the 1930s had her own business, supported her family along with her husband. It was a 2-income family when that was not a thing that was done, and really made sure that her kids knew that education was important. But because when you're not exposed to opportunities, and this is something that we see now, when you think that the way forward is only specific parts because you're not exposed to all the different parts that are available. So you think the way to get ahead is by having a job with the government, or having a job as a lawyer, or having a job as an engineer, and not a software engineer, but an engineer in the way that you have understood it. Those are the parts that you encourage your children to take. And I use that example to really say that when you expose people to all of the different things that exist, their minds literally go like this.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the thing that I want to be able to do, and to allow people who can be mentors to see that all of those roles exist, because when you show opportunities there, anything is absolutely possible.
Agreed, agreed. Yeah. Justin?
One mentor I'll call it is Yishan Wong, was a manager at Facebook, ended up being the CEO of Reddit for a while. But he was a manager who just really instilled in me the importance of the human side of leadership and working together in collaboration. I think prior to that, I had a very completely focused on the results, and humans were a means toward an end of achieving those results. Really just patiently mentored me in that confused youthful state. It's the importance of really seeing people, understanding where each person's coming from at a human level, and working. And that just has made working in teams a lot more enjoyable in addition to more effective.
Nice, nice. So we've seen a trend. Yesterday we had a panel with head of diversity officers. It was trends in diversity and inclusion. And one trend that I would say if we would have did this a year ago, it would have been the hiring of head of diversity officers at tech companies. Why was it important to hire Sandhya for this role at Asana?
Yeah. So maybe I'll talk first about just our general philosophy on the area. So we are really passionate about building a great culture. We talk about how we design the culture with the same kind of care that we design the product. A lot of times people just treat culture as something that emergently happens in an organization. We felt it's important to really think carefully about what kind of world and interaction style and general processes do we want to have. And one enormous part of that for us is that we want to have an organization where everyone can come and be their full self and bring their full self to work, which seems sort of obvious, like you're a human being 24 hours a day. Surely you should be able to be that same human being and work. But I think that turns out to be fairly unusual, and there's often little ways in which you're asked to constrain your beingness. And so we want to just make it, as much as possible, a radically welcoming place where everyone can feel truly at home. So one huge component of that is radical inclusion, is it needs to be a place where, regardless of what your role is in the company, regardless of race or sex or gender identity or sexual orientation or anything at all, that no matter what it is, you can feel completely at home. And there's a huge number of things that need to go into that. Diversity ends up being, I think, a prerequisite for creating an environment where everyone can feel that kind of inclusion. And so it's just something we wanted to invest in as a culture, certainly in the long run. And then in terms of why we did it so quickly, is that we realized that it's critical for you to build that ethos into a company as early as possible. And there were lots of steps we had already taken. We had already had different trainings, all hands trainings on how to be a better ally to different underrepresented communities. We're often doing anonymous internal surveying to get a sense of how, whether we were in fact succeeding at creating that kind of culture. But it's particularly important to get right soon, especially on diversity, because it's so easy to get into a vicious cycle where now you have an entire group that's not present, and then it's very hard to hire people from that group because, understandably, that doesn't feel inclusive. So we just wanted to, as soon as possible, invest in that part of the culture. And so I think we were the smallest tech company to ever have a full dedicated role for D&I.
Yeah, and how many employees do you have now?
We now have 240.
And when Sandra was hired?
140.
140?
Yeah.
That's great, that's great.
Yeah.
So Sandra,
Yep.
you've been about, how long now? A year?
No, 10 months.
10 months? Wow. Huh, feels, okay. And Justin touched on some of the programs that Asana has done. But what have you learned since joining in the 10 months and going on it, working at Asana, and what have you learned, not just for the company culture, but as you as an individual in that role?
A couple of things. You can have intention, but you also have to have this as a priority. And by that I mean, you have to be driving this through as a business priority. So one of the great things that we do at Asana is that we set aside time to really plan out the work that we're going to be doing during a 3-month period, which we call episodes. And rather than think about work as a big chunk of work that you're trying to achieve, it's about, well, what are we trying to achieve for our program in this specific period of time? And what are the actual actions that we're trying to achieve that are measurable? So it's really been about crafting, rather than saying that you have this intention to create this diverse and inclusive culture, that's great. But what are the actual actions that you're going to be doing? What are the metrics that you're going to be measuring? What's the clear strategy that you're setting out? How are you going to get there? And you're accountable to the entire company. If you fail, we have a process that we call 5 Whys. And this is not to cast blame on you, but really to sit down with you and say, well, what happened? What didn't we do? What can we do better? I think that the process is fantastic because it makes sure that you're thinking about this in terms of, for us, building a culture. Well, what are the actions that we're taking around building that culture? So one of the things that I did as I thought about that around building our culture, for example, was from the start, when new Asanas join, we do an onboarding session. As we do around everything else in the company, we talk about diversity and inclusion. This is what this means for us. This is what we want it to mean for you. Here are the actions that you can take to help us get there. Then we talk about, and then we track the sorts of results that we get there. Then we talk about recruiting. How are we finding the best people? Because you can have all the great intentions, but you have to actually bring people in. So what are we doing around recruiting? Having really clear, tangible actions that we're taking in those episodes and then measuring for success. And then the final part is that inclusion piece, that thrive piece. How are we making sure when we get people into a company that they're actually thriving, and setting out programs over the period of time that get us there. Your second part of the question was around what I'd learned.
Yeah, personally, like in this role.
Take joy in some of these small wins. Diversity is a really long journey, and getting to a place where you create a culture and a workplace that is as radically inclusive as you want it to be takes time. And for me, one of the things that I've learned is there's a great network of leads and peers that I can reach out to and talk to and connect with, because we're all doing this work together. But we can all take joy in the small wins that all our companies are having, and enjoying that and celebrating that, and then moving on to the next thing. Because we often forget, because we're trying to get to this place, we forget to enjoy the pieces that get us there.
Yeah, that's great.
And also to be able to have people like Wayne that I can reach out to and have conversations with, and who keep it very real about what we're doing, that helps immensely.
Yeah, thank you. I want to touch on, there's two words I'm keep hearing from both of you around culture, around humans. We deal with so much in this year around police shootings, Black Lives Matter. I'm wearing a shirt today. We have the elections, we have politics, we have all of this, and it affects us emotionally. It affects us as human beings psychologically. To your point about us all being humans and about the culture, how has Asana embraced or even what would you like to see tech companies as a whole do more to support individuals at the organization level on a day-to-day when these situations happen in the world, but we want to come and be productive. We want to come in and change the world. We want to come in and code or product manage or do BD or sales or accounting or administration, all the roles, but there's this other world happening out here that we think is not us, that's not Silicon Valley, that's not the Bay Area. What do you think we all can do, and what are some things Asana is doing to support people around these challenges?
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a lot of reasons to be angry, for sure. And I think part of it is just, as we were saying, part of being, sometimes those conversations can feel inappropriate for a workplace. Sometimes some of those feelings can feel inappropriate for a workplace, even if you can talk intellectually about that subject. Maybe like showing your full rage or like crying would be considered like, don't do that at work. And so we really try very hard to foster a culture in which like all those conversations and all those feelings are totally appropriate. And so it's one thing to just talk about that in the abstract. We've also had people come by and do all hands or talks to the company, going into what is the Black experience for people in tech and outside of tech. What's people from the transgender community talking about that experience. We put everyone in the company through this training called Conscious Leadership Training that is literally teaches people about how to practices getting comfortable with having uncomfortable conversations and being really direct and being really emotionally open and vulnerable in a way that is pretty uncommon in the workplace. But by fostering that, I think you can just feel it in the culture. A lot of people who come in for the first time are like, something is just different here in terms of how candid people are with each other. So just fostering that kind of total open communication. And then we also have resource groups that you can talk about some more. But in particular, I'm excited that we have that's a very publicized program that a huge percentage of the company takes advantage 40%. Of. There's leadership sponsors, so like I sponsor the Women at Asana resource group, and just having leadership points of contacts for those things, I think, helps reinforce how seriously we take those programs.
Yeah, and I'll add on, for us, it was really, because we had done that CLG training, and it was hard. I recall, after the most recent killings, after the summer killings this year, it was hard for me to go into the office, but at one point, I had to be really honest and separate Sandra as self from Sandra as D&I person, and really go in and create a space where people could feel comfortable. And because we had done all of that training before, and we had had a conversation in the office around what the experience is like around being black in America, going into the office and really being able to say, this is how I'm feeling, and I posted it publicly, this is how I'm feeling. If you feel this way, or if you want to have a space to talk about it, I'm here. We have a space to do it. And people knowing that that existed, that's huge. And as J.R. mentioned, we have these employee resource groups, and that's where the abstract, the training that we've learned, that gets into the weeds now, because these are things that are actually happening, and they actually do affect how you engage with people, right? So our employee resource groups create a space where we can have these conversations. The first people of color meeting we had right after the killings, we spoke about how we were feeling, and we felt comfortable talking about it. That takes practice. Getting really comfortable with the things that are supremely uncomfortable is hard. And I always tell people, everybody in the office has probably heard me say this, and now the world, if I can get people to say black in a sentence in the same tone that they say the rest of the sentence, I will feel as though half of my job is done. Because people say, we have 4 black people. You know what? We have 4 black people. Just say it. It's part of who they are. It's part of their identity. Do not be blind to it. It's part of who they are. And if I get them to say that, that's half of my job.
If we can get other people to say, stop saying the African Americans, that'd be good too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a journey.
Yeah. I do have to touch on that politics a little bit, just because of where we are in this tech industry, and connections to this conversation. So we recently read that Dustin donated $20 million to the Democrat Party to help win the election. But there are some people on the board, Teal, that donated to the other party. How is that handling? Is that a topic internally, or is it like coming up, or like when's the next board meeting? That's what I want to know. Can I come? When's the next board meeting? Can I come sit on the wall? Come sit in on that. But like seriously though, like there's some tough choices that the world in the tech community is now, not just the tech community, but the world kind of, I feel like, wants more accountability on some of these more serious issues to say, we don't stand for that. This has crossed the line. So how's that going at Asana?
Okay, so first, let me start by emphatically saying, yes, certainly disavow all the grotesque things that Trump has said, and I wouldn't even know where to begin. As a point of clarification, just Peter happens to no longer be on the board.
Oh,
he was on the board.
No longer on the board,
but he's still an investor. So.
Still got to be a fly on the wall.
Yes, really interesting. We've given this a lot of thought, and it is a very rich topic of conversation internally. I will speak only for myself.
Yeah.
So it's extremely important to me to work only with people who are fundamentally values aligned. If Trump had been on our board in some weird, bizarro universe, we would certainly have kicked him off. And my understanding of Peter's position, and I haven't talked to him since he's made those donations, but in general, we've talked about these things. My understanding of Peter's position is that he ultimately is values aligned in the sense of wanting what's best for the world. I'm not sure Trump is. He believes that my understanding is he disagrees with the many grotesque things that Trump has said, but believes that the foreign and economic policies that Trump has are so important that they, on the whole, outweigh in terms of that making him the best candidate for president. I strongly disagree with that intellectual position, but it is an intellectual position I can wrap my head around in a way that I would not respect someone for having the position, for holding the grotesque positions that Trump does.
Yeah. No, that's totally transparent and great, and thank you for sharing that. Yeah, we need to update that Crunchbase. Oh, I should have just.
Say what?
We need to update that Crunchbase profile.
But I will say, I will add on as well that because of the type of company we are, this is a conversation that has been transparent. You know, Dustin has spoken about it publicly with any company. Everybody has weighed in. We have been completely transparent. That's one of the beauties of our platform. There's transparency, and so people know how we feel.
Yeah, yeah, that's great. That's great. Hats off to
Yeah,
Asana.
and Dustin even sent out like a long internal memo kind of going into more detail about the logic I just laid out. And also making sure that it's an inclusive place for people who work at Asana who might be Republican.
Yeah.
But just being really clear, but Dustin and I have been really clear, as individuals, we've both taken efforts to try to avoid a Trump
Yeah,
presidency.
that's good. That's good. And you have the platform to do it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So quickly, you have a nonprofit also. Yeah. What was the just behind your nonprofit and to like to change the world and have this impact? Can you share a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I'll tell you about, as I mentioned at the beginning, I'm just really emphatically excited about, in general, I just want to do everything I can to serve life, serve love, serve the world. Generally, when you hear people say that, you think of doing nonprofit work. I think that there's huge opportunities in the for-profit sector, like huge opportunities to leverage technology in order to improve, everything from government to economics and improve the conditions of poverty. There's all these different exciting opportunities. And I would love to see more of our most talented people be working on those most important civilization level problems. And I also understand Asana doesn't, sometimes people are like, well, it's interesting that you work on Asana. That doesn't sound like fighting poverty, all these things. But as I explained earlier, we just see that as kind of the internal tools team for all the other organizations that can be doing good in the world. So I sometimes talk about this as, in the long run, I would love to see everyone who's passionate about improving the condition of life and who has skills to bring to bear on that, think of ourselves as actually working together on this one project, this one meta project to help humanity thrive, to help life thrive. And instead of seeing different companies as in competition, see us all as different departments of this one kind of global meta intention to improve the human condition, get to sustainability, avoid a lot of the global systemic challenges that we're seeing in the world, and generally just create a much better world for everyone on the planet, humans and animals.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
How you do that is very complicated. So far I've been doing public speaking and trying to just talk about this as an idea, and more have ideas about trying to bring together capital and influencers and different constituents to to put money where mouth is, put action where mouth is, and more concertedly see how we can apply the leverage of tech to those global systemic challenges. And have several ideas along those lines that we'll be making announcements about over the coming year.
I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, of course, I love the work that we're doing here at Tech Inclusion, where we really want the tech industry to be more inclusive for everyone, right? And like you said earlier, tech is an amazing wealth opportunity, and if we can just help, we're talking about world problems. Decrease poverty, education around climate change, just education around how technology is infiltrating every point of our lives to help make decisions for us and help our lives better. We need to be thinking about those world issues, and it's great that you have a program for that. So yeah. In both of your roles, if it was the three of you starting Asana together. And let me prelude that, because a lot of the times the role of head of diversity or lead diversity or global diversity officer, they're few that's on their own. Most of them are in HR, people or team. I strongly believe that the role of diversity inclusion officer or inclusion officer should be an executive role that impacts product, business, sales, everything. It should be CEOs, board CEOs, executive team, diversity right there.
Okay.
So, preluding that to say, or to ask, if the three of you were starting a company today, what would you do differently? Together.
Yes.
That could be sourcing. It could be, I know it's kind of like, what, a new question.
All right, I'll go first.
Yep.
In the same way that you think about your product and what you're trying to create, I go back to about the people. Who are the type of people that you're bringing together to work on this problem? And because we're trying to solve something that is a challenge, we need to have people with different perspectives and different backgrounds from the start. And as easy as it is for the three of us to tap right into our friends and right into our social and our professional network, from the start, I would say, and I would say this to any company that's starting, from the start, go outside of that first connection. It's so easy to say, hey, Frank, I'm starting a company, want to partner with me? Push yourself a little harder. Hey, Julio, I'm starting a company. I see that you have these skills. It's going to be a great problem we're solving. Come work with me. From the start, you're thinking about it. You're engaging with people from different backgrounds. You're building a company from the ground up. Think about it from the ground up.
Yeah, just.
What would you do? You would have called me first.
Yeah. We definitely did take efforts from the very beginning to try to do what you're describing. And it's, yeah, I can imagine just having engaged. I'm not sure companies like Pyramind existed.
Paradigm, yeah.
Paradigm
No.
Existed at the time.
Or change Callis.
What's that?
Or his company.
Okay, yeah. But I think, starting in 2016, we would engage with those kinds of resources from the very beginning, because that's such an easy way to get connected to people outside of our network. I think that's the only thing I can think of.
I think, because if you think back to how you started to reach out to people, I think it's probably as well about thinking about the processes from the start. Just as you giving it that priority from the start, but it's hard to prioritize when you're trying to do all of these things and trying to build a product. So it's kind of encouraging founders to start thinking about it, give it the same priority as you think about all the other things. That's easier for us to say in abstract now that we're doing it than to convince somebody who is newly doing this to really start thinking about it. But I would highly encourage anybody who's thinking about it. Just as an example, when I was in the business and human rights world, one of the things that we did there was reach out to startups and say, you have to be thinking about how you protect your users from the start, because it's going to happen faster than you realize that a government is going to be interested in what you're doing or interested in your data. Think about building in those processes from the beginning. So it's almost the same thing.
No, that's great. That's great. Well, I want to thank you both for joining us, and appreciate you being a part of Tech Inclusion, and hope to have you back next year.
Looking forward to
Thanks so
it.
much.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, wasn't that great? So next up for you, we have a solo talk from Jason Halbert of Snap Inc., makers of Snapchat. Really excited. I wasn't allowed to talk about his awesome education, but cool for us, one of the categories we don't talk a lot about in diversity is actually veterans. So I'm super excited to welcome him representing our veterans in tech. Give it up.
Good morning. How is everybody? I have 10 minutes. 10 minutes is what I've been reportedly told to make an impact. I can do that. So I'm Jason Halbert. I'm one of the VPs at Snapchat. I run all talent acquisition and recruiting and do a lot of the mergers work. I've been there for about 2 years. And it's the best job I've ever had. I really mean that. I will tell you right now that what we've done over the past year, I could launch into for the next hour. I could talk to you about all our work, National Society of Black Engineers, Girls in Tech, Women Who Code, Service Academy Conference, Veterans Fellowship. I can tell you all that, but it's a waste of the 10 minutes. Here's what I want to tell you about, is really our mission. I've been fortunate enough to work with Evan Spiegel for 3 years. I understand how he sees people. I understand how he values diversity and inclusion. And I can tell you that because I'm well-resourced and I'm well-backed. And we share a belief, and here's what the belief is. But I want to take you back to a story. If you use Snap, you will understand what our live stories feature is. And our live stories is when we have curators assemble the world's the world's snaps, the world's videos, into a story that is contiguous, that is experiential in some level, some way. And I remember specifically seeing a story we had on the end of Ramadan. I just want to know, did anybody see that story? Raise your hand. Great. It was a long time ago when stories was pretty new. I've been fortunate enough to travel to many, many countries in the Middle East. And I remember seeing that story. I remember looking at that story, and it showed a side of people, of a country, of beliefs that most people had never seen before. And I remember flying on a plane thinking that this story right here will change and win more hearts and minds with a sense of belongingness and thoughtfulness and inclusion than so much has been done in the political sphere, in the world of combat, in the world of military, that this live story that's in your hand, on your phone, at Snapchat at the time, in the platform, will help win hearts and minds and create a sense of empathy and shared belongingness more than anything that's ever done. And here's what I remember. I shared this story with Evan. I said, Evan, it's amazing what just happened here. Here's why. Because I am a firm believer that in order to be effective, you have to have a worldview that is collective. If you have a world product that's serving the world, it is impossible to effectively serve that population without having a worldview, without taking multiple lenses and assembling them. It's not easy, it's not painful, but I'm telling you, running talent acquisition, I have zero excuses to perform because I have the support from a boss and I'm well-resourced. But I want to pause for a minute. Jarvis, I want you to come up here. He has no idea I'm doing this, so don't hold it against him. And you better hustle, Jarvis. Hustle up. You're in the back. This is why diversity and inclusion will work. What's up, bro? Let me tell you, I have hired thousands of people in my day. This is the top 5 professional I have ever encountered in my entire life. I want a round of applause for him. His name is Jarvis Sam, and I promise you, if I don't work him to death, he will change the world. But here's why. This guy lives and breathes this. He doesn't show up at 9 a.m. to start working on something that he's paid to do. I can spot excellence and passion and motivation because I've had a unique background. The best hire I have ever made at Snap. He lives and breathes this, but here's why. Because he's a builder and he is passionate and he is motivated and he cares for all the right reasons and he knows what to concentrate on. I and Evan have a deep affinity for builders, unconventional builders. Jarvis, everything we've done this year, when we choose to tell everyone, it's because of this guy right here and countless hours and working himself into the ground. So please, if you have a question about anything, this is your man. All I do is make sure that he gets the people, the resources, and the pay and the support. Jarvis has helped educate me. He is who I serve every single day. This is your man. Round of applause for him. Now here's one thing I do want to share with you, and I promised I would not do a presentation, no slides in a 10-minute. This is what I will tell you is vitally important. He and I don't necessarily agree. We believe in growing talent. We believe that. We believe that we have a brand that is powerful and opportunities that are endless. So we have taken an intense position to ensure that we're bringing in talent and helping them grow, giving them opportunities once they arrive. As a psychologist by trade, there is nothing more powerful than a realistic job preview. Because all I really care about in a human being, when they show up to Snap, when I'm running talent, are two things: their traits and their performance. For traits, this is what I care about. I care that they feel accepted and that they feel valued. If you don't feel accepted and you don't feel valued, you will split. On the right side, I want people to make informed decisions about what they want to do with their life. And it's virtually impossible to do in a job interview, because you're basing it on an interaction with someone who's interviewing you and a job description that was written poorly. I want people to come to Snap, and Jarvis has built a tremendous infrastructure. I'm proud to say we just brought on, at the Service Academy Conference, we just brought on greater than 10 military veterans in transition who are doing a 6-month fellowship with us that we plan to keep them all right now. But we're gonna make sure they get every fighting opportunity to choose their path within Snap. So back to the job interview. It's very, very difficult to decide with passion that you wanna do something if no one's led that way, if no one's preceded you. So what we have done is Jarvis will continue to build programmatic infrastructure that helps people make decisions once they arrive or where they can grow within Snap. And my gosh, we need people, because we are a very, very rapidly growing company. The third thing I'll say is a sense of acceptance and value. When we were a junior company with just a couple hundred people, Jarvis and I were constantly talking about how we were going to launch our diversity resource groups. And we're very, very proud that we've done that. I won't go into specifics, but it's one of the single greatest accomplishments in my life for the company, for a sense of acceptance, belonging, and value. Now I'll leave you with this. If you know anything about me, I do not lie. It's impossible to lie because I'm an expert at detecting deception. But I'm going to tell you this. I have been so fortunate in my life to do a lot of fun things and travel to a lot of countries. I am a veteran. But I know when I am on my deathbed and it's my grandson and granddaughter and they're sitting around and they want me to tell stories, it's not going to be about combat. It's not going to be about the things I've done. I know that my granddaughter and grandson, which I don't have yet, even though I look like I do, they're going to want to know about my time at Snap. And I've got to look them in the eye and say, your grandfather, your pawpaw, made an impact with so much integrity. I did everything I could, because this topic, I've spoken 3 times on behalf of the company, 3 times this entire year. All of them were diversity and inclusion, because it's something I am deeply passionate about. If anybody here can look me in the eyes and I don't seem like I'm passionate about this topic, you let me know. I'll prove it. I'll prove it. I really appreciate your time. I have 30 seconds left. I'm glad to be here and I'm very proud. And so I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Thank you very much.
All right, everyone, we're going to change gears a little bit. We've heard a lot about what companies are doing, but now we're actually going to flip the script, and we're going to hear from some people who are actually charged with writing those narratives and commenting on what people in our ecosystem are doing. I'm super excited to welcome to the stage a panel about media that's leading the story for inclusion. Your panelists today are pretty much all-stars. We have Mona Lisa Ferris from DiversityCom, which publishes 6 different magazines focused on diversity, including diversity in STEAM. Julie Ann Cromet from Google, where she's the entertainment industry educator-in-chief. We have Megan Rose Dickey, who's a senior editor at TechCrunch, and as we probably all know, an amazing advocate for diversity in tech. And everything will be moderated by the tech and culture reporter Marissa Lang from the SF Chronicle. Put your hands together.
Oh, they're comfy. All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us for our panel on the media and the story of diversity and inclusion. My name is Marissa Lang. I'm a reporter at the San Francisco Chronicle. And I'm going to let my panelists introduce themselves before we get started.
My name is Mona Lisa Ferris. I'm the president and founder of DiversityCom, and we publish 6 different diversity magazines, from the Black Youth Journal, the Hispanic Network, Professional Women's Magazine, U.S. Veterans Magazine, Diversity in STEAM Magazine, and Diversability. So we basically cover the whole realm.
I'm Megan Rose Dickey. I'm a reporter at TechCrunch. I cover diversity and inclusion, as well as the on-demand economy.
Right on, and I'm Julianne Cromet from Google. I'm the entertainment industry educator-in-chief, a job I made up. And we work, true, we work across different media platforms, from digital to traditional, looking at the narratives around computer science and engineering, and how can we make those more inclusive so more people actually see themselves in this profession, literally.
Thank you. So I want to start broad and just pose this to all of you. When we talk about the media, that covers a whole broad range of organizations and mediums. What is the role, as far as you see it, or what should be the role of media when we're talking about diversity and inclusion in technology and the tech industry?
Well,
just jump in.
Yeah, it's funny. I don't consider myself to be the media. Like, the media is some other thing that's like way bigger than what I'm doing that's out there. But in terms, I don't know, are we the media?
I think when people say the media, they're talking about like the mainstream. I personally think cable news usually.
Right, like CNN, Fox News.
But to some degree, there's this like, it does feel like this otherworldly thing that we're talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But I'll just assume the role of the media right now. And
for today, you're the media.
For today, I'm the media. Yeah. So, I mean, I think that we do have a big role in just shedding light on issues of diversity and inclusion in the tech industry, and even outside of the tech industry. I make it a priority to, cover companies' diversity reports and look into them and see if they're actually making progress or not, usually not. And then, ask like, well, why aren't you making any progress? And really just to keep them accountable. Mm-hmm.
I think it's also based on like a reality check. I think when media can report and be honest as to what they're seeing, what they're reporting, and also giving back feedback to how to improve it. And I think in media, it's important that stories are relatable, that everybody can understand who and what the people are that we're talking about, or the problems.
Yeah, and I think, building on what you've both said, is that it's critical in the sense that any research that's done around technical professions, computer science, has shown that perceptions of the career have really mattered, that the sort of loner hacker stereotype of the white guy who often sits in a closet and has no friends, usually with glasses, that this image of a computer scientist has permeated for so long, that we've seen it pop up time and time and again. In Google's research around girls specifically, it was 30% of the decision, 30% was the perception of the career, basically. That's nuts. The only thing that was within 1 percentage point was adult encouragement, which is also driven by perception, right? So who can do something, who's capable of it, it's those stereotypes that become coupled, right? And so I think media and sort of storytelling, however you want to encapsulate that, has a tremendous impact in how we sort of uncouple the sort of stereotypes and job, visions that we've put forward. It's quite literal. I use the personal example of I'm Latina, and the first time that I saw somebody who looked like me on screen was Ugly Betty. was America Ferrera. And we haven't really seen somebody since until Jane the Virgin and Gina Rodriguez, which is 15 years later. And that's not even diving into specific jobs or the technical world, right? So this journey that we're sort of on in the larger scope of media and representation, I think, does a tremendous disservice, which can be the tremendous opportunity when it comes to tech, right? If we're going to deep dive into that particular profession.
Great. So jumping off of that, I would pose this again to each of you. How do you decide what is newsworthy or what is story-worthy, and who are you telling these stories for? Who's your audience? For example, at the Chronicle, I consider my audience to be a little more generalist than some of these tech industry publications, because I still get handwritten letters from 75-year-olds in the East Bay who are reading the physical paper, and they don't know what TechCrunch is. Mm-hmm. So who are you writing for, and how do you choose what stories you're telling?
Well, for my magazine, a lot of our readers are the Fortune 500 company professionals that are either trying to recruit, they're the C-suite, they're the people really there trying to make a difference. At the same time, you have a lot of students, diverse students. The whole audience is diverse, whether they're veterans, service-disabled veterans, people with disabilities. So all the information we report on is mainly all about diversity. How to get a job, what to do, what not to do, whether you should be an entrepreneur, the value of being certified as a business, how to work with other corporations. So our audience is directly to that audience.
Yeah, with me, I feel that I'm trying to reach a couple of different audiences. So, there's the more mainstream TechCrunch audience, which, is your pretty stereotypical tech person. But then there are the other people, underrepresented minorities and women and LGBTQ people who would just love to see themselves, anyone like them, covered on TechCrunch, or to see that TechCrunch is thinking about diverse people. So, I guess when I write stories, I try to keep both of them in mind. But in terms of the people I'm trying to serve, it's the underrepresented minorities, it's the women, it's the queer people, it's the trans people, it's all of them. But granted, they make up a minority of TechCrunch's audience. So with a lot of the stories that I write, especially the ones that touch on transphobia or racism or sexism, a lot of the response is not great from the broader TechCrunch audience. But at the end of the day, I think it's important that the people who get very upset and angry and don't want to hear about that stuff end up reading about it. So I just kind of love putting it in their face, because they can't really go anywhere. We kind of have them locked into the TechCrunch brand, and I'm like, okay, here's all this diversity stuff, deal with it. And until until I get fired, that's what I'll be doing.
Yeah. So in a way, you're actually educating them at the same time, and you're making your articles relatable, which is what I think media has to do. It has to, and from that, you end up educating them.
I think that's exactly right. I was going to say, you meet people where they are, right? I think that's the only way we get this done, and we bring everybody with us. So not just the people like us, a lot of us who might be in this room who already care about this issue for personal reasons, for reasons that, of our career, where things have gone, but those who may not see inclusion as part of their own narrative, and how do we involve them in the greater narrative? And a lot of that is reaching them where they are. I mean, our strategy is always, we're not going to reinvent the wheel. We're going to work with media partners who already have dedicated audiences, right, of all different ages. So, of course, we target girls, between the ages of 13 and 18, maybe even a little younger, Black and Hispanic boys and girls in the U.S. who are severely underrepresented across all age spectrums. But then also parents and adults, because at the same time, if the influencers in a kid's life are not on the same page, then suddenly that digital divide in the narrative part is also happening. Mm-hmm. And everybody is a part of that conversation. So, we work with general audience shows, like we've worked with Silicon Valley, worked with *Halt and Catch Fire* most recently. So, it's really about meeting people where they are. You can't bring the horse to water, you can't work from all the way back there. They have to be near the trough. And then it becomes an attractive part of the narrative they're already engaging in. I think that's the key, really.
Sure. And so jumping off of that, you bring the horse to water, you put these stories in front of folks, and you say, here are some really amazing folks who maybe are totally off your radar, who you don't see every day, who you don't know about. These are experiences you don't encounter. How then do you make stories of diversity and inclusion resonate or relevant to people who think that that doesn't affect them, who maybe feel like, well, I don't really know what to feel about diversity because I don't need to know what to feel about diversity?
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to bringing in the human element and showing how it's really affecting people, and like telling the personal stories of people's experiences with racism when trying to raise money, or even in trying to get press coverage. I mean, there's just there's way too many stories out there, just really sad stories that are out there of people being discriminated against, and the hope is that people will find it in their heart to, not be a terrible human. I don't know, and read those stories and try to relate with them and hope that well, this would really suck if that happened to me or to my friend or to my mother, or I don't know.
And I think a key element is that it can't feel preachy. Something we talk a lot about with creative folks is, how do you make this, and this is coming from a scripted angle, which is slightly different than journalistic angle, but how do you make this something that feels fun and relevant, and not something where I'm trying to tell you that you should care about this? Because there's an allergic reaction to that, particularly in millennial audiences and younger, to be like, oh, you're trying to feed me something. You're trying to feed me a can of spinach, and I'm not quite sure what that is, and I feel uncomfortable about it. But it's like, what's the cotton candy that's wrapped around the story that makes people go, oh, that's just really cool. I never thought about that. And the inception is that they're seeing different faces, they're seeing it from different perspectives, and suddenly that becomes a part of the way they think about the narrative. We do this with our engineers, so our engineers will actually advise on storylines. And so what's interesting is the group we put together just may not look like the stereotype. And so when the writers are working with them, suddenly the conversation becomes, oh, I know Jamie, I know Parisa, that's the character I'm thinking about. I'm not referencing off the stereotype. And then that little piece right there translates on screen, and the audience then feels that same journey. And I think that's really the key, is that so much of this sometimes gets forced where people then shut down, and we have to engage them and bring them in a way that makes them feel excited, because this is what it really is. It's about excitement. This is not a burden. This is an opportunity. This is a creative opportunity. And I think that's really, to me, the key switch. Yeah.
When we talk about diversity and the media, criticizes tech companies for not being diverse or lacking Black engineers or Latino engineers, the media itself has a long way to go to achieving parity, to achieving representation. Often people of color are a vast minority in their newsrooms, in their organizations, in writers' rooms. Mm-hmm. How does that play out in the coverage that happens? I mean, what are your thoughts on how the organization's own lacking of diversity or unconscious bias in the media affects the way that these issues are covered?
Something. Yeah. No, so TechCrunch recently came out with its diversity report, and I don't know. Trying to choose my words very carefully right now. But so not everyone participated in the survey, because it wasn't a requirement. I think there were maybe 70% participation, but I don't know this for a fact, but my understanding is that 100% of the people of color participated in it, but not all of the white people. So it looks like we're more diverse than we are. So that was, I don't know, that was just interesting for me. And we're actually, TechCrunch is relatively diverse when it comes to gender and age and somewhat gender identity. We have a good amount of queer folks on staff. But in terms of on the editorial team, the racial diversity is definitely still lacking. So granted, I really enjoy covering diversity and inclusion. It's something I'm very passionate about. But a lot of times, if there's anything diversity related, it's like, oh, Megan, do this. And granted, at the same time, I said that I wanted to cover this, and I still want to. And thankfully, there are people who step up and do cover these issues. Like John Schieber is great about that. Kate Conger is awesome. And so there are other people, there are non-people of color who are talking about these issues. But I think it's just really important that everyone gets on board. It can't just be siloed and siloed off to one person or a couple of people. It needs to be integrated into the stories that don't even necessarily seem to have a diversity angle. But even if you're talking about VR, I don't know, figure out what effect it's going to have on the masses, which means everyone, which means low-income people. Are they going to be able to access virtual reality? What kind of experiences are they going to have? And yeah, now maybe I'm just going to get on to this tangent, but I was able to attend the White House's South by South Lawn festival, this one-day event last month, or I don't know what month it is anymore, it doesn't matter. But they had this really cool virtual reality experience that put you inside of solitary confinement, and it was just it was in partnership with The Guardian and The Mill, and that was just such a cool use of technology for good and virtual reality for good, because a lot of times you hear about VR in the context of Palmer Luckey, and you're like, ugh. But there are really awesome ways that you could use VR, and so just looking at how it can affect people and everyone, and yeah.
So I think companies would like to hire more diverse people, more diverse media, but at the same time, they're having difficulty recruiting themselves, recruiting in their offices. And I think if they want to do a really good job, it's important that they do reach media that is diverse, because you're going to report differently than someone who doesn't understand or care about diversity, and that's the whole point of it. So if a company is trying to seek more diverse candidates, if it was me and I was a company, I would want to go to a diverse ad agency who's careful with their messaging, who's careful with the photos, and that they're real people, not actors, not someone who's in a wheelchair who can really walk. I mean, show the real photos. At the same time, besides the messaging, be real, be out there, look for them, hire them, give people a chance. And with media, that's the biggest problem. You don't see enough diversity in all the rooms. You go to a press event, there's hardly any diverse people. Why? Why not give people the opportunity to do that?
100%. I couldn't agree more. And I think if you look at the data, it's actually kind of freaky, the parallelism between multiple industries and representation, right? So you look at the number of, for example, cable showrunners in television, and the numbers are fairly identical to our numbers in tech. You look at background casts of women in major motion pictures, the number is 17. That's the same number of CS grads in the United States, same number of representation within tech. There's some really interesting parallelism in the data across multiple industries. I don't think we're having much of that conversation, and how much all of that is influencing each other, right? So representation behind the camera is influencing what's happening on the camera, which then is influencing society to think that underrepresentation is normal.
It's like a feedback.
So it's a feeder cycle,
exactly.
right? And I think we need to be talking about it more in that way, that these things are all interconnected. We don't live our lives in silos, so none of this exists in silos. And obviously unconscious bias is at the heart of that, right? Most people are not malicious in not wanting to have representation on their staff. They often don't know how. They don't know it's happening. They don't know the slight cuts that are happening for some of their employees every day on the job. And one of my favorite examples is Glenn Mazzara, who show-ran The Walking Dead for 2 seasons, and The Shield, and most recently Damien. He self-identifies as a middle-aged, straight, cis white man, and he says, look, I was running my writer's room for The Shield, and the women were not speaking up in the room, and I could not figure out why. So I went and talked to them, and they said, watch, we get interrupted. And he was like, what are you talking about? And they were like, just watch. So the next day, he watched the behavior of his writer's room and noticed they were right. They kept getting cut off, and that his ear was subconsciously picking up the male voice more than the female voice. He noticed. And so what he did the next day is he said, new rule, from now on, nobody interrupts anybody in this room, period. He didn't highlight that it was women. He just said, nobody interrupts anybody. And what's interesting is that some of the men in his room came up to him afterward and said, thank you, because I was also getting interrupted. And the thing is, he hadn't even noticed, because of the voice differentiation, he hadn't even picked up on some of the more introverted guys in his room were feeling shut down, and they weren't vocalizing it, right? So by making a new practice, he was able to make an inclusive environment for everybody, and now he's proselytizing this across the entertainment industry. And I think it's people like him who sit in positions of power and who have influence and are at a certain point in their career in the media space saying, these are practical ways to move the needle and to start to change your environments and the way that you hire and the way you think about inclusion. Like, that to me is like the gold nugget. If we can get a bunch of different people on that train, we're going to start pushing in the right direction. But it's going to take that kind of movement, and not just from us who are already bought in and care about it, but for those who have been in power, have held power for a while, and what are they doing about it, and how do they identify, right? And that to me, I think, is the parallelism, and I think the opportunity from this sort of inclusion unconscious bias standpoint.
Absolutely. I do want to get to audience questions. We have about 13 minutes left, so if anyone has any questions, I think there's some mics floating around. Yep.
Thank you. This is a great panel. So for a tech company who's genuinely trying to improve in this area and would like to get press, what kind of stories are you looking for, or how could we pitch you?
What kind of stories are we looking for, and how can they reach us? I can start. I mean, at the Chronicle, we get pitched all the time. Email is often the most efficient way and also the least efficient way, because it'll get to us, but I don't know about, I can speak to everyone on this panel, but I get just a deluge of emails, and it can be hard to get through all of them. I think the best advice I can give you is be choosy about the stories that you pitch. Pick something that would be really unique or resonant or relevant in current events, and that's more likely to catch someone's attention.
Yeah, what you said. Also, I guess just for me, I cover a lot about diversity and inclusion and on-demand stuff, blah, blah, blah. But I think a lot of times I'm really interested in founder stories. Like, if the founder has a really cool story to tell or has had a unique experience, I might feel more inclined to write that story or just at least hear what they're working on. I'm really not into most pitches that are about studies, and it's just, I don't know. They're good for reference, in order to reference for a larger story, but I don't know. It just depends. And it could even depend on how I'm feeling that day. And sorry, that's probably not helpful.
I think email is the best way. And I don't like very long emails, maybe just short, to the point, and why you think we should feature this particular story or person. And for me, I love success stories. I love to hear about the underdog. I love to hear how someone came from nothing and is doing something pretty substantial, someone who could be a role model, someone that can relate to somebody else and say, hey, that's me, I could do that, or look at what they did. Those are the kind of stories we look for.
Yeah, I think people at the heart is always a good one. Questions?
Anybody?
No other questions? Oh, one up here.
Coming.
Hi. I'm really curious about when a lot of times in media stories about diversity in tech, Asians are often not considered part of that. I'd love to hear what your perspective is on that. I feel that there are many ways that it's connected, whether while there are many East Asian entrepreneurs and developers in the tech industry, at the same time, the model minority stereotype really hurts Asians in tech and in the US as a whole. But I'd love to hear your perspective as media professionals on why that narrative might be.
I couldn't hear a thing.
She asked about the portrayal of East Asians in tech diversity coverage and how they often get lumped into the majority, even though they are a racial ethnic minority, and how we balance that. Anyone want to take that? I can start. I think the problem is a lack of nuance when we talk about diversity, and I think that that's true not just for East Asians, but for any number of groups. And unfortunately, when these companies are breaking down their data, it's Latino, Black, Asian, white, other. And it can be very, it erases a lot of the nuance in those categories. I also think, unfortunately, when we're talking about certain minorities, East Asians in particular, are subject to this model minority myth, right? Where you're the good minority, where you have all these attributes that in some ways people just sort of see as part of this bigger story of tech and why it makes sense that you're there. And so I think that can play into it too, and that again might be part of this unconscious bias thing, where if we don't have folks telling those stories who understand why that's a problem or why that's not true, it's very easy to get swept up in that. So that would be my thoughts. I think how we solve that is just having these conversations and making people aware that that's a problem.
Yeah, just to kind of piggyback on what you said, I mean, I think there needs to be a greater push for more information within those diversity reports to really like break out, to break out the different races and ethnicities of everyone and not just really like lump them into a broader category. And then also, I mean, just taking into account intersectionality, like that also definitely plays a role, but like those stats aren't typically broken out in diversity reports. So yeah, and then also of course, you know, if like your ability status, your physical ability, or if you're disabled, and I think that there needs to be more information around that as well. So there's definitely a lot of work to be done in terms of what companies are actually putting out and what they're looking at and the information that they're gathering.
I was going to say, we're definitely very conscious of that in the initiative work that we're doing, mainly because, as we most probably all know in this room, that with the Oscars So White controversy, another piece that has come out of that is a deep conversation around the underrepresentation of the Asian American community in all stripes. And in some cases, an incredibly offensive portrayal sometimes, you know, and sort of whitewashing of that experience too. And I think something we're thinking about is straddling the sort of stereotype that's been associated, I think, with the profession itself. And I think white men and Asian men have generally been portrayed in the stereotype. And how do we start to break down the sort of stereotypical characteristics that are around that? And then within that, then how do we explore more stories within the vast array of the Asian community? And it's something I think is really cool, is actually top of mind within the Hollywood industry because of amazing activism work from different organizations, including CAPE and others within the industry. So my hope is out of that, we're going to start to see some really interesting choices coming up in terms of romantic male leads being Asian, which I think is something that's been woefully underrepresented. I think the idea of the Asian experience writ large being explored, where you're differentiating between being Indian, South Asian, right, as a Filipino experience, Indonesian, right, versus, you know, Korean or Chinese. And I think the rise of China as a market is actually going to be tremendously helpful in that, mainly because where the money is, so goes everybody. And so how can we capitalize? I think the real question is, how can we capitalize from an activist community as well as from the tech community and other places to sort of intersect with that movement? Because I think that's going to be the real opportunity, right? Because if they're following the money to China, suddenly we have an opportunity to tell Chinese stories, but then that allows us to then start to get into, well, are we telling Korean stories? Are we telling Indian stories, right, et cetera? So for me, that I think is going to start to unlock some really deep conversations around Asian representation. That's my theory.
So I want to say that I apologize if that's how media relates to your community, because that is not something that I think any of us intend to do. And I think it's a perfect example of us having the lack of diversity in all realms. For example, I come from a Middle Eastern background, and so I see Middle Eastern women lumped also and spoken about in such the wrong ways, because there are different women, different cultures within the Arab community and or Middle Eastern community, and I take offense to it, but you know, I look at it as lack of diversity, lack of understanding. And so if there were more on that team that were diverse, maybe someone from my background, her background, a disabled person, that's why it's so important that whatever we do has to be a diverse roundtable, because then we won't report incorrectly. Because when they do write it, it is looked upon and said, no, you're lumping them all together. You can't say it like that. That's not really how it is. And I think that's what the problem we find at schools, the problems we find in the boardroom. And I think you hit on something there, but I do want to apologize if that's how it seems. And I will, and I know we will, look at that a bit more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think we have a question in the front row. Oh, over there. Okay.
Hi.
You're next. Yeah.
Okay, so thanks so much for this. This has been an absolutely fascinating conversation. I'm from Atlanta, and one of the things that I'm noticing in Atlanta in particular is that we're dealing with a lack of collaboration from industries being siloed and not tackling community-wide issues. What I'd like to understand is it seems like in the entertainment industry, diversity is the #1 conversation. In tech, diversity is the #1 conversation. In so many different realms, especially in the advertising industry, diversity is the #1 conversation. What do you guys see, or do you even see that there's an opportunity for collaboration for the tech industry to partner with the advertising industry and the entertainment industry, because they are such loud voices and such large platforms to really tackle some of these issues?
Can you repeat the question?
She wanted to know if there's an opportunity for cross-industry collaboration, because there's similar issues with diversity in, I think she said, advertising, tech, and entertainment. Yep.
I mean, I think absolutely, 100%. Something we're seeing in our work is that there seems to be, because advertisers are craving content that reaches very deep and specific demographics, right? That's where the money is coming from. We have online platforms, many of them owned by tech companies, including our own YouTube, that reach very specific, deep audiences through the content. And so how can we essentially feed the advertisers with the content that's produced by folks of all stripes, right? And suddenly you're raising income coming in for both the creators and the company, as well as the advertisers. So yes, I think that's the recipe right there, and it's really clearly links a tech company with entertainment objectives and advertisers, right? And so that through line equation, 100% is something we're talking about as a company, but also I think pretty much every online digital platform is talking about, because as you've probably seen, the reflection of what's happened in traditional media has happened on digital media as well. I mean, I think unconscious bias just reigns supreme all the time. And so this advertising opportunity is the one where we can combat it actively. So I'm so glad you brought that up, because again, where the money is, the rest follows. And so, I mean, that's the recipe right there, I think. Yeah, 100%.
I think the challenge, though, at least when we're talking about the media, is entertainment can very easily partner with ad firms, can very easily partner with tech companies. Journalism organizations, news organizations are less likely to do so, because there's a pretty hard line, and this is how it's always been, between the newsroom and the ads. And so it's a very hard thing to cross, and a lot of that has to do with, editorial independence and not wanting to muddle your coverage. So I think that challenge is particularly interesting with journalism, because there are these very hard walls up.
For our magazines, it's imperative to have the editorial with the advertising, because the image that you get from the ad isn't always what the company is really trying to portray. So if you have an ad that is very diverse, that is having a message, but to have an advertorial at the same time really gets the message, where it could be something like maybe a veteran who just got discharged, who went through a transition, who's now working for, let's say, Amazon, and how he's climbing the corporate ladder, and it actually tells a story. It's not selling the company, it's telling his story, so that if another veteran reads it, can say, you know, that could be me. I've never thought about applying there. Maybe I'll go there. So I think a lot of times having advertising and editorial hand in hand really works, because there's always misconceptions in an ad.
Okay.
All right. So my question is about one of the things I'm not hearing mentioned is how do you reach out to the more rural physical communities, so that have traditionally been passed over by tech, by a lot of the more innovations recently that have been more focused on cities. How do you get someone who's a farmer, someone who's a hunter, feeling like, oh, I can be part of that too? Like the advertisement of a woman going hunting after finishing up a coding project, something like that.
Sure. I think part of that just has to do with how we think about tech. And I think it is moving in the direction of thinking about tech and blank and the intersections of things. I've done some stories about tech and agriculture, farmers using drones, how kind of the money in California is affecting some of these rural communities. But I think because, tech companies are centered in cities and people who work for tech companies are centered in cities, that's the focus. But I think as we kind of get away from just writing about tech as a monolith and start looking at tech as something that involves every part of our lives, we're going to start to see more of that.
And I think it's interesting because I think inclusion then automatically plays a part in that equation, right? Because suddenly the farmers you covered, mostly Latino, right? So suddenly they're using technology in the profession in which they exist in that particular area of the country, right? And so suddenly this raises the profile in some ways, right? Because tech is, I think, often viewed as sort of sexy, cool, like on the edge, right? And maybe agriculture, I think stereotypically may not be thought of in the same way.
Right.
And so suddenly by merging the two, you're giving credence to agriculture in a completely different way, and then you're elevating that community along with the story, right? They are tech entrepreneurs. Like, what does a tech entrepreneur look like? And suddenly if you're talking about agriculture, well, it looks like a farmer. Like, what? And so I think that could, to that decoupling, I think then to the local level could be really cool when you think about cities that are around certain industries, right? Or around certain professions that may not be thought of in that way as part of the technical landscape. And suddenly you elevate that profile by the combination, that sort of and question.
I also think to some degree it might happen naturally as we start grappling with issues of climate change, of drought, of things that are going to require farming communities and agriculture to innovate in new ways. And I think that that's, especially in California, been a big focus of a lot of the coverage I've seen about agriculture and tech has been, how are farmers innovating to deal with a lack of water resource? How are these communities bridging the digital divide so that the children, perhaps, of farm laborers who are Latino, who speak Spanish, can learn to use technology in ways that their parents couldn't. And I would totally agree that it has to do also with diversity of journalism organizations. I've done a lot of coverage of ag communities because I speak Spanish, and not everyone can make inroads into those communities because they have a language barrier. So, any other questions?
If you could repeat the question when they do, I can't hear a thing
sure,
when they do.
I've been
Thank
trying
you.
to do that,
Okay, I know you've been great. Thank you.
Hello. This has been a really awesome panel, so thank you all very much. My question is in regard to myself as a consumer. I want to know what are ways that I can help push some of the mainstream media that already has the following that they need to reach a very wide audience. Aside from investing, myself in you and following your, your stories that cover inclusion and telling people that they should listen to, This Week in Blackness instead of getting their news from the local news station or whatever, but how can I put pressure on, the New York Times and the Washington Post and, these kinds of places that they have such a wide audience and they have so much influence in such a large way, and they're not pushing the boundaries and kind of moving in that direction of covering inclusion and being a little bit more educated about that stuff.
So the question was, how can consumers push mainstream media organizations to do more inclusive work and coverage? What power does she, as a consumer, have?
I mean, Twitter is huge for that sort of communication with companies. I mean, if you even just mention them in a comment, I mean, that could be a start, and then getting the right people to retweet that. Yeah, I'm not, in terms of like mainstream media, and if we're talking like New York Times and Washington Post, I mean, I think maybe they have some coverage here or there, but yeah, I guess it's not really too much into the nitty-gritty of what's going on like day to day around diversity and inclusion in the tech industry. I'm just thinking, like, I know like Mike Isaac did something on Project Include when that came out. But yeah, I guess, yeah, Twitter.
I mean, I would argue that sharing stories and content from alternative sources is what you can do. I mean, it may not get CNN to cover what we're writing about, but it will get other issues and other stories in front of your friends and your acquaintances and people who follow you. And I think that with the rise of social media, the way people consume news has changed so much that they're not just going to one place. And so if you feel that it's important to have a diversity of perspectives, then seek that out and put it in front of the people in your own network. Because if we don't actively do that, I mean, we're all being pushed into these echo chambers where we're not getting a diversity of opinion.
Yeah, my advice to you would be do anything, but don't do nothing, okay? Whatever you do, whether it's social media, writing, an email, whatever it is, make the complaint, say something about it, give your opinion, because it counts.
All right, I think we're out of time, folks, but thank you so much. Those were great questions. And thank you.
Thank you. It was fun.
Yeah.
All right, and next up, folks, I was just chatting with our next speaker backstage about what he's really excited to see, his favorite new trend in tech. And what he said is he's so excited about people actually thinking about disrupting tech diversity the same way we've been disrupting crazy business models. One of my favorite trends is, in fact, the intersection of government and policy and the way that they work with companies, which is super lucky because with us right now, we have Gil Gonzalez, who's a senior business development specialist and special advisor to the Officer of the Governor. Who's going to talk to us about ways that states can help promote and incentivize diversity in tech companies. Put your hands together.
Hello, everybody. So I assume you can hear me okay in the back? Okay. So today, well, they already put it up there. But today's presentation is really going to be twofold. One, it's going to introduce you to the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, share a little bit more about what I do. I'm kind of putting this into two buckets. One, if you're a startup or if you're a company that's or a representative of a company, either on the diversity front or thinking about starting up a company, I'm going to go through some of the incentives, state tax credit programs, grants, et cetera, that can help you get off the ground and offset some of your business costs so we can get you up and running. The second part of this is going to be talking to those folks who are looking for employment. Obviously, this is tech inclusion, so The governor's office, led by myself, we're going to be launching a diversity in tech initiative that I'm going to talk about towards the end of this. So let's get started. And if you do have questions towards the end, just raise your hand because, again, I'm here to help you. I want to preface this with the fact that I'm a governor's appointee, so technically I work for you. You're my constituents, and I'm here to help. So with that said, this is one of my favorite quotes, being that I work in politics. The most terrifying words in the English language are, "I'm from the government, I'm here to help." And I think many of you are familiar with that quote. It was by our late, great Ronald Reagan. And obviously, I'm a big fan of his. So I always like doing that in our presentations. Here's one of the quotes that I came up with. "I'm from the state government, and I'm here to help," and that's by me. So you guys can feel free to quote that, put that on Twitter, etc. But seriously, I am here to help. So I hope today you walk away some resources that really help you. So my office, I'm based in San Francisco, right downtown. My job is essentially to interact with companies, both from the Microsofts, the Googles, Facebooks, all the way down to the nonprofits, startups, etc., to help them access states' tax credits and programs and incentives. We were created in 2012. Our headquarters is based out of Sacramento. We have an office in San Francisco. We have an office in Los Angeles, one in San Diego, and we also are going to be starting one in the Central Valley in Fresno. We're the lead entity for economic development on behalf of the state, and we report directly, essentially, to the governor. We have a senior advisor under the governor, and I report directly to Mike to talk about programs and incentives or even policy areas. For those folks who are here for business, or who are representative of businesses, or even in diversity representatives, I really want you to take heed of some of the services that we offer. I'm going to be able to send you a link of these, but in short, we offer, actually, can you go back one more, please? I'm sorry. Back one more slide, please. No? That's okay. But in short, we offer, we have essentially different departments in our office. So we have an office of small business. So if you're looking to get SBA loans, or if you're looking for just general business planning, we actually have a really smart executive director in our office of small business who sets up workshops, who's willing to meet with you one-on-one to help you access some of those credits and programs. We have an Office of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, and for a state government office, I know that sounds like an oxymoron to say that we have an Office of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, but we do, and we have a great leader at the helm. His name is Louis Stewart, and I'd like to email you some more information. And essentially what he does is he provides the connective tissue between companies that are startups, or if you're looking to go into a business line, and he helps you connect with academics, other state resources. Say you want to sell your product to the state of California, or even to the feds or to local governments. Say you have a clean energy solution and you're looking for a beta project, and you're looking at maybe testing it out with one of the government entities. He's really the connective tissue that helps you launch that product and get in front of a lot of, well, not necessarily launch it, I'm sorry. He helps put you in touch with a lot of government entities that can help you get from startup idea to up and running. They have some grant programs as well. They're not too aggressive, but it's still worth researching and reaching out to Louis because he's got a really good team together and they're really passionate about what they do. California Competes. So for those companies that are here, if you are hiring 1 employee or 1,000 employees, we have a program where you can apply for a tax credit. In essence, the state of California will provide you with a tax credit if you're going to be hiring or making investment in California. There's an application period. I'm not going to bore you with it right now, but I can show you a little bit more information a little bit down the road. But I really encourage you to take advantage of it. Even if you're pre-revenue, this has a carry-forward period, so you don't need to worry about you can bank the credits essentially and carry them forward. So when you do generate revenue. This is really what I want even if you're employees, if you're diversity staff or diversity rep, or you're in HR or you're small business, large business, I'm going to go through our top 3 incentives, and I really want you to take heed of these. The top one is an employment training panel dollars. What that means is if you're going to hire 5 employees, you're going to teach them software design, programming, make them full stack developers, whatever it is. The state of California, because you have a job creation component, is willing to reimburse you cash on cash for training those employees. So if you spend $50,000 to train 3 or 4 employees for your company, or if you got 1,000 companies like Tesla's doing right now, the state of California will reimburse you for those training dollars. So I really, this is one of our most important as well as highly used programs. I really encourage you to take advantage of this because really it's just a cash reimbursement. It's not bureaucratic. The application period is easy. I talked about California Competes. At the end of this, I'm going to include my email, and I want to hear from you so I can send you some more information on that program. And then the new employment credit, which is another tax credit, which can go into the tens of thousands of dollars if you're hiring in a designated geographic area. So it's essentially, it's a low-income, high unemployment area. So I'd love to talk to you more about those offline as well. I'm not going to go through the details at this time. So this is one area that I am deeply passionate about, and that's why I'm here at Tech Inclusion 2016, is diversity in STEM. We don't need to go through the reasons of why all of us are here or the importance of diversity in STEM. Let's just say that I have a unique opportunity to have the governors here as well as have the state, some of the state resources to help bring a little bit more attention from the administration to this area. So with that said, I am working and volunteering with an organization called the Council for Opportunity in Education. In short, what they do is they are the parent organization for all the TRIO programs. That's Upward Bound, that's Student Select Services, that is McNair Scholars, of which I was a McNair Scholar, and then one other program. Total, they've been around since 1970. Total, 5 million students have gone through the program. 890,000 really want to hear from you. It's the nation's oldest advocacy organization for low-income, first-generation college students. And due to the demographics, a good majority are students of color. So I really want to encourage you to reach out to me so that we can talk about this opportunity. Whether you're a student of color who's looking for employment opportunities, I'm going to kind of make a little call for action here on the next slide. But if you're a company, we need advocates and we need people like yourself to help us reach our goals and move the diversity needle. So this is a quote that I really live by, and I actually have it taped up on my computer at the office. It says, "Continually give and you will continually have." Yang Chow is not a Chinese philosopher. That's actually a Chinese restaurant in downtown LA. And I got that out of my fortune cookie years and years ago when I was working for the mayor of Los Angeles. But it's really kind of how I live my life. That's why I'm doing public service. I used to be in the private sector, but I really love my job and really love giving to others. So I'm going to ask that you do the same, and that's why you're here. So here's a kind of a punch list of how I want you to get involved. I just realized we have it down here. Take advantage, if you're a company, take advantage of our incentives or tap into our programs. I'm begging you, please reach out to us because really you are the innovators of the future, and the government needs your expertise, your passion, your innovation, okay? Reach out to me and I'm going to have my contact information on the end. Help us connect with your company. So if you're a startup, large business, or medium business, you'd be surprised. Probably 80% of the companies don't even know that there's tax incentives to exist. If you're looking to apply for one of these tech jobs, maybe I would encourage you even learn about these incentives, download the form, and then slap it on your resume and say, hey, if you hire me, you get a $15,000 tax credit. I don't know. They may like that. I think I would explore that idea. I threw the third bullet point in there, and then I'll close this out, just because of our political environment and our lack of really qualified elected officials across the nation, especially in light of this election, is get involved and maybe become a local commissioner. There's a ton of commissions in your areas, whether you want to get on the Business License Commission, the Planning Commission, the Disability Rights Commission, there's a Women's Support Commission. Really get involved. That's how I got my start in politics years and years ago. One other bullet point is really promote one another. So as you see opportunities with each other's businesses, or even if you're out applying for jobs, really promote one another, connect them with other organizations or the state. So if you know a friend, businesses, colleagues in your industry, really refer them over to me so that I can really help them access these incentives. We're looking for mentors for Diversity Tech 1000. So if you're interested in mentoring first-generation students of color, we're across the nation. So if you're in North Carolina or Bakersfield, California, we have some opportunities for you to become a mentor, as well as hoping to connect us with your organizations. And then follow us at CA GoBiz. That's where you can get a lot more information directly from the governor's office on new incentive programs, or if you want us to promote your organization, say you're growing, you're adding 20 employees, we can put that on the governor's Twitter account, get it out so other people can really understand the impact that you're having in the community. And then follow Diver Tech 1000, that's our Twitter handle. We're doing a teaser campaign to ramp this up, again, to start this off in January to close it, to place our students at 2017. My last bit of information is, again, please reach out to me. I'm here to work for you. You're the taxpayers. I'm the public servant. You pay my bills, and my job is to help you help yourself. So please reach out to me. Thank you very much.
Hey everyone, all right, we're going straight into our next panel, which is going to be talking about the ways that we can create inclusive tech hubs. So looking at the intersection of cities and technology, you have an amazing panel. So first you have Ramses Jean-Louis, who is the Director of Workforce Diversity and Inclusion at Comcast NBC Universal. We have Catherine Brassey, who's the founder of the Tech Equity Collective. Nicole Froker, who is the Partner Engagement Manager at Google for Entrepreneurs, and your panel is moderated by the one, the only, our founder of Tech Inclusion, Melinda Epler.
Awesome. Hey, everybody. How y'all doing? Good? Awesome. All right. This is something I've been wanting to talk on stage about for quite a while. I'm the founder and CEO of Change Catalyst, and we're really working across the whole tech ecosystem to help make it more inclusive across the board, domestically as well as globally. And one of the huge issues is that there are tech hubs around the world that we need to really develop mindfully and develop in a way that is inclusive and sustainable for local economies as well as for the global economy and for everyone. And so I'm really excited to moderate this panel today with these amazing three people, all focused on different ways of doing that, different ways of developing tech hubs that are inclusive. And so let's start by just giving a good sense of who you are and what you do and how you relate to tech hubs. I'll start with you, Catherine.
Yeah, my name's Catherine Brassey. I founded an organization in Oakland called the Tech Equity Collaborative, and we are organizing the tech community, so tech industry and tech workers in Oakland, around a set of inclusive, community-oriented values, because we think that the growing tech economy in Oakland should work for everyone, and that the tech community has a role to play in making sure that as the wave comes, which it is coming, that everyone has a surfboard. Everyone can ride it. So in terms of tech hubs, I really think of it in terms of cities. I know that that's the first thing I thought of, and in a previous life, I worked with local governments around the world, really, and I don't know if I met a mayor who wasn't thinking about how they could build a high-tech industry in their urban core, and at the same time, whether these conversations were connected or not, thinking about just the challenges of displacement and gentrification. And so we really think that the problem is urgent in Oakland right now. If we can solve it for Oakland, working closely with local government, then this is a model that could be replicated around the world. How we build sort of inclusive tech economies that support everyone in cities and not just some who are already privileged.
And so when you're looking at tech hubs as a city, what are the different components that make up that tech hub for you? You said policy. What are those components?
The reason that tech hubs are vibrant is because of the people who are in them. And I think in order for us to build inclusive tech hubs, we have to focus on the community building aspect. It's something that you have to be focused on intentionally. So the spaces that people have to gather in, the conversations that people are willing to have, the points of view that can be represented. It really helps if your local government officials are supportive of this, as Mayor Schaaf in Oakland is very supportive. So first and foremost, I think it's a focus on people who are really energized and engaged around these topics.
Awesome. So Nicole, can you talk a little bit about who you are, where you work, and how that relates to tech hubs?
Yes. I'm Nicole Froker. I work at Google for Entrepreneurs, and our mission is to connect global startup communities together, as well as to resources so that we can work on the world's biggest challenges. So we partner with a number of organizations.
Awesome. Awesome. And just to add a little bit, I think we've had a lot of conversations about tech hubs globally, and one of the interesting conversations we've had is a tech hub a physical space, or is it an online community, or is it both? And I think that's an interesting kind of thing to grapple with as well, because you have some partners that are more online than offline too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that startups are born among communities, and we see that
Everyone, the show will begin in 5 minutes.
Hello, 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 hello. How's everybody doing? Woo! I'm like, we almost there. We're almost there. But I have the privilege and the honor to introduce two colleagues that it's a humble experience for me to introduce. These are two individuals who, since I moved to the Bay Area from North Carolina in about 6 years ago, I've always looked up to, admired. They have been far away. You know those mentors you're like, I want to be my mentor? There's been two individuals that I looked up to for years, and it's been a humbling experience to work with them over the past couple months and on this event and other opportunities. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce two people who are great, and you're going to have going to get a lot of meat out of it, I'm sure. David Drummond, who's the Vice President, Corporate Development of Alphabet, and Mary Grove, Director of Google for Entrepreneurs. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks, man.
Good afternoon, everyone.
It's wonderful to be here, and Google for Entrepreneurs is such a proud partner of tech inclusion, and we appreciate you coming out to join us today. Welcome, David.
Hi, Mary.
Thanks for being here.
Oh, it's great to be here.
It's fantastic
having me.
community gathered here, and we're super excited to have a conversation. So David, you sort of grew up here in the Bay Area. You were born in Monterey, went to school throughout the Bay. Tell us about your first exposure to entrepreneurship and startup culture.
So I basically came to Silicon Valley when I was 18 to go to college, and I haven't left since then. So it was a very long time ago. When I got to the Valley, it really was Silicon Valley in the sense that it was about semiconductors, right? The companies that were thriving. But I did, although I was a history major and kind of a straight-up liberal arts person who wanted to go to law school from when I was like 12 years old or something, I noticed that there were these, companies that people were talking about that were, early stage or startups. And I read about the history of some of the semiconductor companies that started with 3 or 4 people and then became these big things with these big buildings. And I said, well, that's kind of interesting because it seems like they did that in a kind of a short period of time.
Sure.
So as I got sort of a little bit more interested in business, I started following the whole tech scene as it was growing. And again, then early 80s, this was pretty much about semiconductors and a little bit of software.
So you caught the bug.
Yeah, a little bit, but I still, I was a history major, so I think I flunked my entry-level computer science class. So I knew that path was not for me, at least at that point.
So you became a lawyer.
Yeah.
Ultimately, you were at Wilson Sonsini, Goodrich and Rosati, which was also Google's outside counsel. So you first met our Google co-founders, Larry Page and Sergey Brin, when you were at Wilson Sonsini.
Yeah, 1998. Yeah, it was the summer of 1998, so it was 18 years ago. And so I got a call from a former client of the firm and said, hey, there are these 2 grad students at Stanford who have some kind of search engine or something, and they're looking for a lawyer, so why don't you go meet with them? And that was Larry and Sergey. So I met with them, and we kind of hit it off, and I set the company up for them, and then joined a couple years later.
Google's first lawyer. So what were your first impressions of Larry and Sergey back then?
Well, they were like 24 and 25 years old. I was a partner in a law firm, so I walk into a meeting expecting that, I know everything, they know nothing. It didn't quite work out that way. They were interesting because not only, it was obvious they were technically brilliant, and by that time I had actually tried the search engine out, which I think was still housed in their dorm room, and it was actually already better than the other search engines that were available at the time. So I knew they had something going on the technical side, but when you talk to them, they seem to have insights and understandings about business things, which is like, why do you know this stuff? You're only 24, like you're not supposed to know this. And they would challenge everything I said, right? So they were always like not willing to accept the conventional wisdom. I'm a lawyer, I'm trying to say, well, this is how it's always done. It was like, why? They're like, well, we do it this way. Why? So it's almost like, people who have like, 2-year-olds or 3-year-olds or something, they say, why? That's kind of how they were, because they just didn't accept the normal answers until it made sense to them. Well,
and that's part of the reason I've loved the culture of Google so much, is this questioning of why and intellectual debate. And you joined Google 14 years ago, and you've helped be such a part of the fabric of building the company. I know from personal experience because David hired me 12 years ago, and I've been privileged to work and learn from him for so long. So Google, and now Alphabet, has consistently ranked at the top of Fortune's 100 best companies to work for. Can you talk to us about building the culture of the company? What's that been like? What did you aspire to create when you set out?
Yeah, I mean, I think now everybody says this, right? That, you start a company to deliver avocados on demand, and you're changing the world, right? But I think at the time, their view was, we have this technology that might make it possible to get to provide access to information, that's on the internet. More and more information is coming on the internet to people all over the world. And like, how do we figure out how to do that? And they thought about maybe doing a foundation. They thought about maybe doing it as a sort of research project at a university. But then they realized that the fastest way to get it out there would be to start a company. But that ethos, that notion of, look, this whole project is about providing access to information, was always the most important thing. And I think that once, when you got the initial core of team together, as we started growing, everybody came in with that kind of really believing in that mission, and it was very powerful. We fairly quickly came up with this notion of don't be evil, which was, has been broadened to like just, be good at everything and philanthropy and stuff. But initially it was all about users and always being, the person who's looking for the best information, the most objective information. You always want to do right by the users. And you don't do evil things, because at the time, lots of people were doing what we regarded as evil things, like, tricking you into going to this site when you thought, when the link said something else, and paying, letting people pay for search results, and all these kinds of things. And so there's a very strong, sort of, stay true to the user. What I said before about thinking, sort of being a contrarian and not accepting the conventional wisdom, and then going big, right? So we always had this notion of, most of us at Google who've been here for a long time are like kind of floored that it got to this point. Larry and Sergey are like, what do you mean?
Of course, of course.
I mean, why are you surprised? Because they always had that level of ambition, and the things we're doing now, I work at Alphabet now, not at Google, but a lot of these things are, we call them moonshots because they're really big ideas that can impact lots and lots of people, and you may not even make it, like you might not succeed in all of them, but the thing about thinking big is, when you go after those things, a lot of times on the way, you discover something else, or you do something that's really, really useful. And impactful. So I think that ethos of always thinking big and taking on big problems.
And that we can embrace failure, that failure is acceptable.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. I mean, fail as long as you fail fast. Much better if you fail fast.
Right,
yeah.
right. So looking back on your time, you've worn so many hats, you've built such large organizations. What has been your proudest accomplishment so far at Alphabet, Google?
I don't know. One of the things, I spent a lot of years in traveled around the world a lot, getting yelled at, and I think by government people.
Yeah, do you want to specify by whom?
I'm not the Chinese government's favorite person, let me put it that way. But, and what we were fighting for was to kind of keep the internet open, right, and free, so that people would use it as a platform for free expression, get access to the information that they really wanted. And it wasn't a foregone conclusion, in 2000, year 2000, let's say, that the internet would stay that way and would develop that way. And we had a lot of fights along the way around free expression, around fighting censorship, fighting Hollywood when they were trying to close down things, and lots of other folks. And I'm really proud that we've been able to keep it open, to make it more, more information accessible, and make it possible for all these new platforms to develop, right? Because a lot of that has to do with the regulatory framework and how governments are looking at things. It wasn't obvious that you would have a system that would allow you to create Facebook and Twitter and and all these other great companies that have spawned from the internet. So I'm really proud that I played a part in fighting, in sort of pushing that fight, which, by the way, is ongoing.
Absolutely.
Right? So we all got to keep that up.
So on that note, on the policy front,
yeah,
you've traveled all over the world, worked with numerous governments. What is an example of a government, a smart tech policy that supports entrepreneurs that you think more governments should emulate?
Well, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that the U.S. approach to tech back in the early days in the 90s was the smartest. When they didn't do everything right, but they did a few things that seriously, led to the proliferation of internet companies, especially internet platforms. Things like, immunity for platforms. So you're not responsible for everything that someone, all the content that someone puts up through your platform. Those kinds of things. And it's worked out really, really well. And a certain amount of sort of a hands-off policy. And I think a lot of governments are trying to emulate that. It's harder in some places, harder in Europe because of a lot of traditions and so forth that they have. But I still believe that the U.S. kind of got it largely right, although there's still a lot of things we could do better. And that's why you find a lot of people, government delegations coming here and trying to figure out like what it is that that we did right.
So I want to shift gears a bit and talk a little bit about your personal journey and inclusion, of course, the topic of this gathering.
Yeah.
So you've been in the tech industry now for over 2 decades.
Yeah, close to 3, but yeah.
I was giving you a discount.
Sorry, I'm all just frick.
So,
Full disclosure.
so what was it like for you
Yeah.
in the early days, and what barriers or obstacles did you personally have to overcome?
I mean, yeah, look, I came out of law school and I immediately joined this law firm that, worked with startup companies. And look, there weren't a lot of people that looked like me, right, running in and out of this law firm, either the clients or the lawyers, or venture capitalists or anybody. So, it was, I can't say that, anybody was trying to stop me. I had a lot of help. I had mentors, at my firm, people who really looked after me. But, the lots of things where the people walk into the room with these assumptions. It's like, I'm in charge of a group of like 10 lawyers working on a big deal, and someone walks into the room from the other side, and they immediately go to the junior associate and think who is a white male, and like, oh, he must be in charge. It's like, no, I'm over here, and that kind of thing. So a lot of people bringing these assumptions, so I don't, I think that. In some ways, and I think we're going to get into this a little bit more, but I think, Silicon Valley, the tech kind of world has always been, reflects all of the problems, all of the biases people have in the wider society. But there's a kernel of hope there that I think maybe you don't see in some of the other industries, because it is at the end of the day about like what you can produce. Right, and you can cut through it if you do produce like something that works really well. And I'm not sure people at the end of the day, once you get to that point, people care so much who you are and where you came from. It's getting there that's very difficult.
Right, the early barriers.
Right, and so the early barriers people throw up because they're used to, they're used to it. They're used to like dealing with people who look like them, and who act like them, and so forth. And those barriers are as powerful in Silicon Valley. Despite a lot of talk of meritocracy and so forth, they're as powerful here as they are anywhere else.
So do you think that tech is a meritocracy?
No, but as I said, I think it's got that, there's more room for data, information, and results to carry the day than maybe there is in some other places, in some other industries. You see what I'm saying? And still a lot of subjective evaluation of what somebody produces that you have to deal with, but I think there's that difference. But no, the same kind of as I said, biases and we have the same kind of issues, which is why we're here, right? And we're trying to change that and make this a more meritocratic environment, so we can have all the talent participate to its fullest extent, right? And because that's going to create even more value and so forth.
But I think you're absolutely right that tech is so data-driven, and yet we can't change what we can't measure.
Yeah.
So a lot of it begins with the measurement, and how do we do that? How do we benchmark?
Yeah, that's why it was so important for tech companies to come out and say what the numbers are. Like when we were having this diversity base, like, well, we're not going to make any progress if you don't acknowledge where you are, right? And actually, it was super important to get that out there. So there's now some accountability, right? Transparency and accountability. So, it's good that people are going to like read that, Google has, such a small percentage of black folks, Latinos, small, women, and so so folks can put pressure on us and the rest of the industry, because it's that kind of pressure that is what causes change.
And so you were a big part of that decision internally at Google. We were one of the first, if not the first company to release that data. What was that?
Yeah, we were the first one.
That conversation like internally?
Well, no, it's a typical kind of a little bit of a corporate conversation where people are like, well, do we really need to do this? And, are we opening ourselves up to some kind of criticism, or, why don't we just quietly work on it? But no, I think what prevailed was, no, that's not what we're about. We're about, transparency. We like to get the problems out there. By the way, we're all about open source and letting the world work on problems and solve them. So why don't we open source this a little bit, or and crowdsource it a little bit and get the input from people to help us solve this problem, given our position in the industry.
So you talked about your early days at the law firm at Wilson Sonsini, and you said you did have mentors along the way. I definitely can underscore the importance of mentors in my own life. You've been a huge, long-time mentor to me. Can you talk a little bit about some of the mentors or role models that you saw along the way who helped you?
Yeah, I mean, there were, at the law firm, there were a couple of lawyers. One who is the sort of the first African American sort of senior lawyer in Silicon Valley, who started with the firm, was like the third or fourth lawyer at the firm, which, by the time I left was like 800 lawyers or something like that. He didn't do what I did. He was like a litigator or whatever, but he took me under his wing and really, made sure that I was, thinking about the right things and he gave me amazing guidance. The chairman of the firm, I kind of came up under him. I was this guy named Larry Sonsini, and he looked out for me a lot and, made me work, double all-nighters a lot. But,
Character building.
But exactly, character building. But I had people look after me, and it's super important.
So how do you think about that now, mentoring the next generation, either at Google or beyond? What are some small or big ways that you try to do that and give back?
Yeah, I mean, you just try to be open and help out. It's hard to do a lot of it, but to always be available. To try to do things that will impact a lot of people, right? Because mentoring one-on-one is important, but if you can get out there and try to do things in a broader, kind of broad-based way, that's pretty helpful too.
So we've talked about explicit discrimination or conscious bias, but we also know, of course, that a lot of bias is unconscious. And you recently shared with me an anecdote that I thought was really compelling, a story about you going to Uber. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, no, I mean, unconscious bias. I mean, what we came to the conclusion at Google, and lots of other people, folks have come to this conclusion that that's a really powerful barrier, right? And it's not the only issue, but it is a powerful one, because people who are otherwise good and well-intentioned, who, if you told them they were being sexist or racist or whatever, would say that's the absolute worst thing you could say to me. That's so outrageous. How dare you? But yet they can be making decisions based on things that they don't really reflect on and think about, that have really negative impacts on folks, and that sort of keep things the same and all that inertia. And it stems from just people are used to you pattern match, right? And it's not always. It's rarely sort of, affirmatively like negative but it just happens. And so, one example of, it was trivial, but, I until recently I was on the board of Uber, and, one of the first meetings a few years ago, I show up, this is when Uber was in one of their offices, the early offices, and show up for the board meeting. And this is a time when Uber also had the drivers would come in, for office hours, like to get, advised and get graded and, all this stuff. So you would often have lots of drivers, like sort of descending on the office, in the headquarters, right, in the office. Right. And so, I go to the lobby, and there's a security guard there, and security guard's like, he looks at me, and he's like, oh, well, the driver office hours is at 3. Right, so she just took one look at me and was like, well, that must, you must be here for driver office hours. And I was like, well, no, I'm kind of here for the board meeting. And she's like, oh, okay, so let me up in the elevator. And the interesting thing about it, the security guard was black, right? So she had the same kind of, well, there are different perspectives on that, right? And I think I can think of a couple different perspectives on that, and they're both kind of valid, right? One is, these kind of biases around black men and what black men are and aren't, are very pervasive, right, among society. But on the other hand, she was just, whatever, that was a pretty trivial thing, right? And she had control of, who goes up in an elevator. But imagine when there are folks with power, right, who control much more important things, right, who have these kinds of, who make snap judgments like that based on stereotypes and based on things that aren't really like real, and don't take the time to figure out, what's real. And those folks are, for the most part, white men, right, who get to make those decisions and so forth. And so I think that's why this question of diversity, is so important, right? Because we have to get more and more folks in who understand this, who empathize with this feeling and being treated this way, and understand that not to do it, and can reflect on it and change their behavior. So it's pretty important.
Or even for the people with best of intentions, understanding how to recognize our own unconscious biases.
Yeah, we all have them.
Sure, that's great. So racial justice, huge topic, and I think technology has played a large role in amplifying some of the injustices and surfacing them. Can you talk a little bit about some of the initiatives Google is doing to forward racial justice?
Yeah, I mean, we've got an effort to fund a lot of the great organizations that are out there working on criminal justice reform, working on, what's the interactions between police and communities. So we're trying to use resources that we have to support those things. We're also working, spending some time. There are a lot of folks at Google who are really, really fired up about this and really want to bring technology to some of these questions. Right? You talk about police shootings and so forth. Like, if you're going to figure out policy solutions to this, you have to have some information about what's going on. And it turns out like we don't even have the data, like about how many there are under what circumstances, and that's crazy, right? And so we're spending a lot of time working on that internally and with some folks in the Obama administration and so forth to start figuring out how can we get more data available for this, more transparent, have some transparency on it, and then start doing the analysis that we need to sort of figure out what the right steps are, policy-wise.
So shifting gears a bit, I want to ask you about the U.S. elections right around the corner.
Oh, okay.
So race, gender, certainly playing a very prominent role in the conversation.
Yeah.
Overall, do you think we're becoming more divided, more united? How do you see the conversation around race and diversity changing post-election?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to look at this election cycle and think that we're becoming more united, sadly, and largely that's coming from one direction, as most of us know. But I think it does, it's still kind of when you're changing institutions, whether it's a company, an organization, and certainly a country, these things we have the demographic change that's going on. We have, although we got tons and tons of work to do, more women, more people of color, in positions of authority, and so forth, and that's causing a lot of, reaction, and it's causing a lot of friction from folks who aren't used to that, right? I mean, we're talking about having 8 years of, our first African American president. Knock on wood, we're finally going to have a woman in the White House, and and one of the things that's crazy to me. Thank you. One of the things that's crazy to me is how little attention that gets, right, in this whole cycle. Now, I think we got the guy on the other side who's sucking so much of the oxygen out of every last conversation that it's hard. But how historic this will be if it happens, and how that's what that means about changing the organization. Now it's like, that we could have folks at the very top, right, that are, a woman, an African American at the top, and the promise that holds for doing more throughout the rest of, the country for folks. But I think symbolically and substantively, that's a huge deal. And I think that, what's going on, I think in politics right now is, about the country diversifying, and not just diversifying. Because, by the way, like there was a period when the United States had more black folks than white folks, right? And so there's always been diverse numbers of people, but what we're talking about is diversifying, authority and power, right, in the country, and that's what's going on. And so we got to work through that because there's still people who aren't used to that, and they're going to have to get used to it. But it's going to take some cycles and some elections like this for us to get there, and hopefully at the end we can heal some of it and have a big enough coalition of folks who want to move forward so we can get it done.
And we hope too that Google and the internet in general play a large role, right? Transparency of information.
Yeah,
Google
you
Trends
hope so.
data.
We all have this sort of. We have this view of the internet of it's the salvation of everything. But I'd say the internet is playing a pretty negative role, right, in a lot of what's going on. It doesn't always unite people. It often divides people. and folks can utilize the platforms for good, but they can utilize them for ill as well. I mean, how much misinformation is out there, stuff that spreads around on the platforms that people take as gospel and as true, when it's clearly stuff that's false and is just being spread around for that purpose. A lot of disinformation. So I think we do have a problem, and all of us who work in the internet, we're thinking hard about how we can work on this problem of authoritative sources. Where's truth? How do we identify what's true and what's not true? As opposed to just, we have these neutral platforms and so forth. So there are a lot of big, really, really important issues, but I think we all in our industry have to, the first step is to recognize that our platforms aren't always motherhood and apple pie and the greatest thing ever. There is a side to it and the use to which they can be put that's very negative, and we got to think about how to deal with that impact.
I want to open up to audience questions in just a couple minutes, so if you have questions, please get them ready. One last question for you, David. So we have so many leaders in the room who are part of the technology industry. What do you think is the greatest challenge, pressing challenge that's facing our generation of tech leaders? And one way you would give us advice on how to tackle it?
Well, I mean, I'd say this diversity question is important, right? Because at the end of the day, it's about talent, right? And there's no other, it's almost a creative industry in a lot of ways. And it's driven by, folks who are good at stuff. And we have, everyone else around the world is recognizing this, right? And there's talent all over the world. And once everybody's now connected, they have tools that they never had before that they could use to build companies and get stuff done and so forth, that there's a lot of competition, right? And if we're going to continue, like in the US, if we're going to continue to compete globally, we better make sure we have everybody, all that talent harnessed, right? So in addition to this being a moral imperative, right, it is also a business imperative. Because we got, so I'd say that, folks who are sort of sitting around, talking about, oh, the pipeline's not big enough, or, we do outreach and we can't find people, and, there are all these kinds of excuses for why your organization continues to look the same way it's always looked. We have to break through that, because if we don't, then we're not going to continue to create all these great companies.
Let's work harder.
Yeah.
Great. So I would love to take audience questions.
Is there
Do we have microphones?
Mike or
Hi, thank you. What initiatives is Google working on to address climate change? Because we know with climate change, it tends to affect the poorest of communities here in the world. So I'm just wondering if you guys are working on any initiatives.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things that we can do is to make sure that our footprint is, is not negatively, unduly negatively affecting, the planet. And so we've spent a ton of resources and done a lot of innovation to make our data centers, for instance, efficient and reduce the carbon that our carbon footprint. And we've done that dramatically over the years, including things. And this is a big issue. We have millions of computers, right? And these millions of computers require power, right? And so how you generate that power, how you use that power is super, super important. So we've always used alternative sources, hydro, et cetera, other things like that, for generation and for cooling, right? Because it takes a lot of energy to cool the data centers and so forth. So we've spent a lot of time working on that. We've even recently applied, artificial intelligence to work on some of these things too, to sort of be more efficient, and that reduces a lot of that footprint too. So I think that given, our footprint, our computing footprint, we felt that was a big thing we could do.
Hi there. So my question pertains to recently Project Shield came to the rescue in a sense. There was a really big DDoS attack from a blogger, pretty prominent blogger, and he wrote a piece and some guys took him down. But his security provider couldn't stop it, and you guys came in and did that under the Jigsaw team. And so my question here is, in that light, any chance you guys might put another bid on Twitter?
Wait, so the last part, what was that?
So the bigger issue here is fighting censorship. You know, our voice. I can't think of a bigger platform
I can't even
for our
understand what
voice.
you're saying.
And so my thought here is that Twitter's in sort of need of a new home. And so I know you guys aren't on the table at the moment, but it seems like that could be a big...
Are we going to put a bid on Twitter?
Oh, well, I heard something about DDoS attacks, and then, so I thought that's where you're going, then I heard a Twitter question.
It wouldn't be your normal...
Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything to say about Twitter, other than it's a great company. But did you have a question about the DDoS attacks?
That's the question. Any chance you guys would renew a bid and look at it
Sorry,
again?
it's really hard to hear the echo. I think the question is about Blogger.
No.
It's really hard to hear what your question. Oh, that part, yeah, I don't have anything to say about Twitter. The Twitter question.
That was the question, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, really enjoying the conversation. Can you hear me? Wow. Good a little bit, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe we'll have to bring everyone on stage to ask their question.
Yeah, question I just had is, if you were talking to a young person of color, young boy or girl, they use Google because Google's everywhere, and so they like the program and all that, and they have some aspiring ideas of wanting to do it, but they're in a tough situation, their upbringing or neighborhood or something like that. What are some words of advice, ideas, things like that that you would tell a person?
Yeah, I think there are more opportunities for folks to. There are a lot of folks working very hard to get folks the chances to sort of apply their skills. Young people are so good with tech, right? So you have a lot of programs where folks are teaching folks in inner cities and everywhere to code, do mobile apps and stuff like that, right? Because there's kids that are so adroit, with technology, and so my recommendation would hook up with people. First of all, school, education, right? But second of all, try to find the folks who are doing this, because there are more programs than you think, and more ways to sort of get some of these technical skills, even for very young people, K through 12, to sort of learn about and get immersed in technology. Because so many of the folks who thrive in the technology industry do on the technical side, got introduced to it at a super early age, right? And started coding and started thinking about things the way engineers do, and finding a way to get into that flow, right? Somehow through school, although in a lot of places unfortunately the curriculum isn't, that great, but through these other programs that people are doing, and there are a lot of great programs that I know that are, that are present at this conference who are doing that.
You talked about the barriers you experienced when you were an attorney, but can we go back further as a young person? What good things happened to you that set you up for success, and what were some barriers you experienced as a very young person?
I think that the thing, that set me up mostly was probably, just growing up. My dad was an Army officer, and there was a lot of discipline, and so made sure I was went to school. I was an athlete, but you couldn't pry a book out of my hand, and so I think what set me up most was being loving knowledge and information. And I came up in the 70s, in a place where there weren't, where I lived, not in the school I went to, not tons of black kids. So I got into my share of fights. But I think the main thing that was just knowledge and information, and so that allowed me to sort of absorb stuff and figure out new things and learn and keep learning, right? Because, right, you're never, especially in this economy going forward, you're not going to thrive just learning one thing and thinking you're going to do it for the rest of your life. It's going to be transitions and new stuff you're going to have to learn to compete.
Thank you. We have time for one more audience question.
Yes, thank you for giving us this talk today. I'm with the National Science Foundation, and one of the things that we're starting to notice is that the retention of students of color and underrepresented minorities in the STEM fields, whether it be the tech industry and doing startups or just staying through and getting into an industry job and then going on in the workforce, is one of our major issues and problems. And I just wanted to get your feedback and thoughts on how can we retain the talent that we're bringing in that are underrepresented minorities and women.
Talent retention?
Yeah. I mean, that's a big problem, because it's one thing, we've done a lot of things at Google to like bring more, people of color, women in to the company, and I think we've been, we got a long way to go, but we've made some good strides there. But it doesn't really matter if folks get there and, it's not comfortable, they don't feel comfortable about it, they don't feel like they're being treated well, they don't, all of those things, and they're just going to leave. And a lot of that has to do with the unconscious bias things that we were talking about earlier. But a lot of it also has to do with, I know that this, people talk about taking your whole selves to work, being able to be yourself at work, as opposed to like some, stereotype or some other model that appears to be the model of success. So, we're trying to, at Google, we've been doing a lot of things to support. We have what are called employee resource groups, Black Googlers, Latino Googlers, gay and lesbian Googlers, and we support those groups, because what those groups are doing is saying, hey, we have a community of folks who are like-minded, and we're going to be able to carve out a space here where we can kind of, not have to pattern ourselves after somebody else, but, be comfortable in our own skins while, working at this company and achieving things. And that creates more of a cultural level playing field, if you will, for folks that to be able to do well, because otherwise it becomes this self-fulfilling. People are feeling like, I got to spend half my day worrying about like how I'm supposed to act with people who don't get me, right? And then is my work suffering? It's a whole thing. This is baggage that I got to carry around that other people don't, right? And that doesn't work, and you're not going to keep people around and keep people happy and keep them advancing through the organization when you have to deal with that. So it's trying to stamp that out, and part of that means exposing the rest of the company to that, and putting it in the face of the rest of the company, as it were. We've done some things like Google, like, we had a march, the hoodie march, we called it. When the Trayvon Martin, the ruling guy gets off killing Trayvon Martin, and it was the day of our. We have a meeting called TGIF, so it's the whole company, and the two founders get up in front of the company and answer questions and so forth. So it's the most visible kind of company-wide thing. We did the march right into the TGIF, right, and we're able to then make a presentation about what's going on, right. So it wasn't just like, black folks, other folks are just doing this little thing over here. It was like front and center in the company and putting that in. And I think, lots of folks saw that and realized that, the company's like willing to do things that make people uncomfortable, right? And you make people uncomfortable, then they start thinking, okay, I actually have to think about this. I actually have to focus on this. And then I think it gets better. But those kinds of things I think are pretty important.
So I want to end on a hopeful note, which is if we're sitting here 5 years from now at Tech Inclusion, it'll be 2021. What's your greatest hope for how we will have moved forward as an industry together on this issue? Paint a picture for me. What does it look like?
Well, I think that, again, you got to be data-driven, right, and information-driven, and it will look better. We'll know we're making progress if there are a lot more folks in technology, or a lot more people in leadership positions, a lot more diverse entrepreneurs getting funded and able to build companies. That's how we can measure. It's not going to be hard to measure, right? I think the hard thing is going to be to get there and to reduce these barriers, to get companies to focus on this, to do things that are edgier, a little bit bolder, that extend them out of their comfort zone, whether it's on hiring, whether it's on retention, employee support, or whether it's on like shaking things up in their organizations about, well, wait a minute, like the way you do this promotion cycle is this having an impact, a negative impact on women? Is this having a negative impact on people of color? Being willing to examine all of this stuff and getting past this notion that, oh, well, if I'm doing anything, if there's something I can change about, diversity, if there's something that I can change, it must mean that what I was doing before was racist or sexist or something, right? That's not true. You got to get past that and realize that sometimes things have unintended consequences, and you got to examine that, figure out if it's having those consequences, and then fix it, right? And so I think those are the kinds of the mindsets that companies have to get into to make the progress. But I think the progress will be measurable, and we will definitely know it when we get there. But we have to get there.
Well, thank you for all that you have done and are doing to champion this in our communities. And let's hear it for David Drummond.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Hi, how's everyone doing? How about another round of applause for the Googlers who came out here? So I'm Tina Lee. I am the founder and CEO of Mother Coders. Who knows about Mother Coders? Yeah, awesome. So I am going to be your spiritual guide for the next 2 hours. To prepare you for the next speaker, I might have you drop and give me 15 push-ups. The next person coming up is a veteran. His name is Phil Dillard. He's going to come here and tell us about all the ways that we need to help vets get into technology. Please give Phil a round of applause.
Okay, sure, great. All right. Thanks so much. I'll see you. All right, hey, good afternoon, everybody. How you doing? Thanks for coming. It's really great to see you. My name is Phil Dillard. I'm here to entertain you and inform you for the next 10 minutes. First, I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm an educator, an entrepreneur, and a lean startup trainer. But before my career as an entrepreneur, I was in the United States Navy. I'm a Naval Academy alumni, a former surface warfare officer. I spent 7 years active duty in the United States Navy. I did 2 tours to different parts of the world, Western Pacific, the Arabian Gulf, Horn of Africa, chasing down bad guys and taking care of people in distress, as we do in our fine fighting force. One of the things about military entrepreneurship, military veterans, I don't come from a military family, but we have multiple generations of military service in my family. And when I went to actually the corporate world after business school, after my MBA, and after some consulting gigs, I went into a corporate job at Charles Schwab, where I ran the Military Veterans Network at Charles Schwab, an employee resource group of about 1,200 people across the country, where we actually built a community to support people inside of the organizations, kind of like David was talking about. So I say that for a little perspective so you'll understand a little bit where I'm coming from. One of the important things to understand about the military veteran community, like other underserved communities, underrepresented minority groups, is that we're very similar in a lot of ways, but we're not the same. I'm going to go through some detail about how that's the case so that everybody can understand the key takeaways that I want you to have from this talk, who military veterans are, why they're helpful to you and your organization, why they're great advocates and partners for your diversity and inclusion initiatives, and how you can help yourself in your organization, regardless of what you're trying to be doing, what you're trying to do, to actually bring them along with you. I start with some key characteristics about people that are in the military. We come from very different beginnings. We come from all parts of the US. We come from urban and rural, liberal and conservative, all sorts of races, demographics, racial demographics, ethnicities, sexual orientation. We have all those different things about who we are and where we're from. We have different experiences in the military. Some of us are in combat environments. Some of us are in support environments. Those are all different as well. And we come with a different set of skills and to build a different set of skills through the training and development that we get while we're in the military. But the common bond, that common theme of selfless service, of discipline, of people before others, of teamwork, of hard work, of inclusion, of respecting people about getting the job done, as opposed to the skin that you're in when you get there. That's the core of what binds us together and makes us similar, but not the same. I generally like to start with talking about the numbers. Let's break down the numbers. What I have on this slide here is a breakdown of the population, the adult population of the US. Of about 249 million adults, there are about 22 million living veterans that go from World War II to folks who just got out of the wars of Iraq and Afghanistan. And about 2.7 million of those folks have deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan post 9/11. So if you think about the numbers, that says less than 1% of the adult population has actually gone and served us in the military. It's pretty clear that there's a high probability that a lot of people in the workplace don't know military veterans, don't know people active duty. So how do they learn about them? They learn about them through stories, through stereotype, through movies and the media, and not through direct interaction, which is potentially a problem. In this slide, we talk about the breakdown of the diversity of the military by age. In the blue is folks who are under 25, 26 to 30 is in the red, orange is 31 to 35, and 35 over is in the green. And what we can tell from this slide is more than half of the people in the military are under the age of 30. The average person who leaves the military is about 26 years old, and that average 26-year-old from 18 to 26 has had far more life experience in much more interesting and unique and challenging places than their average counterpart who went to high school and college and had a few years of work experience on the flip side. We want to take advantage of that. The folks who are in the older age groups, they're exiting the military and doing this career transition at different life stages than each of these other groups. So there's areas where they separate and can bring a bunch of different value to the workplace. When we talk about the diversity of the military by race or ethnicity, this slide here breaks down first column, what's the military distribution, in the second, what's the average civilian population distribution, and in the third, what's a best consensus estimate for what it is in the technology industry. And from this we can understand that the military organization itself is more diverse than the general population and far more diverse than the technology community on an ethnic, on a racial basis. But if you think about this small group that becomes very tightly knit, that lives in tight environments, in highly uncertain situations, and high risk and high stressful situations of a very young group, this tells you a little bit of something about if you're going to be successful as a team, how you have to engage with the people who are on your team regardless of how they come to work. Another thing that's important about the military veterans, David referenced it in his talk, it's about the importance of education. We're learners who thrive on education and training. There's tons of money spent on education and training and preparation for this all-volunteer force. It's not the force of the 70s that's that go to war or go to jail stereotype that you see some of the things you see in the media. It's actually the hardest to get into the military now than it's ever been. The hardest to get in the military now than it's ever been. There's the highest amount of tech. There's high technology. There are some incredible systems. There's space systems and cybersecurity systems and missile systems and all these things that these people are running in all these types of armed forces, on our armed forces. And these are young people who are doing this. So you gotta be learning, you gotta be dedicated to learning to be successful in this environment. Finally, we're a healthy organization, a healthy community that's ready to go to work. In preparation for this, can I get that last slide back? In preparation for this, I read some surveys about what the perception is about the health status of military veterans. The average American thinks that 60 to 75% of military veterans have TBI or PTSD or some form of disability, when the actual number is around 13.5%. So people who are this healthy population, who are ready to go out and work, they have the stereotype or a stigma of people fearing that they have the inability to work or that they're not ready to come to work, and it becomes an excuse not to think about hiring and advancing military veterans to getting them across that threshold into an organization in a similar way that other groups have to get over this. So I want to add to this and share some information about how military veterans have been successful. Military veterans are leaders and innovators. The common thing that each logo on this slide has is that the organization was either founded or led as a CEO by a former military veteran. And these are brand names commonly known to everyone in the room. When you think about the technology industry, these are some examples of some successful recent stories with companies that have done financial services innovation, cybersecurity innovation, and even some of these, like in the top right corner, who started their businesses while in Iraq and Afghanistan as social enterprises that are thriving right now to this day. When it comes down to it, there are people who are making the transition. Whether they're Army, Navy, male, female, whichever, these are some trailblazers, examples of some trailblazers who are blasting ahead and leaving something for people behind them to follow. But despite their great successes, the transition itself is difficult and challenging, and this is where they can use some help. So if you're in the room and you say, I understand what the veterans are doing, what's this for me? How can I get some value out of this? This is where we get to the call to action, and I'm going to recommend 3 simple steps. The first, think about this from your own perspective. Think about some of your assumptions. Think about some of the things that you know and you don't know about military veterans. People don't want a hand up or a hand out. They're not heroes or victims. They're just human beings who are trying to really move forward in this important career transition. And they are allies in this. We are allies in this movement with other types of groups like ours. Think about how you can act. Think about how you can engage and move something forward. Second, we want to talk about looking inside your organization. If you're trying to get to know your organization, there's a lot of insight and information for wherever you are. You can look at people who've hired successfully or who didn't successfully grow in your organization. Look at your ERGs, talk to your friends and families. I talk to lots of people who don't know anything about what their friends and families have done in the military, and those can help dispel some of those myths and create opportunities for you, whether you're talking about them in hiring or as partners or however else they help your organization. Finally, once you've got yourself straight and you're thinking about what you can learn inside of your organization, go outside of your organization to some of these organizations I show in this slide. This is a list of a number of different veteran service organizations that help people in the transitions to jobs, help them in transitions to entrepreneurship, help polish them up and get them their skills, get them starting these businesses. It's so much better than thanking someone from their service to helping them start a company, to investing in their early stage, to investing in their future, to bringing them into your organization where they can be your partner. And this is a great way to get that started. Now, I know that there is a lot of slides, a lot of companies up there, a lot of slides on the last, a lot of organizations on the last slide. And what I've been doing over the past year since I spoke here last year is getting to know organizations across the country who are doing this veteran service work, who are trying to hire and engage veterans, and trying to move this whole inclusive community into being more successful to be able to follow in the footsteps of those pioneers. So if you're looking for a way to find more information, you can check me out and send me some information. You can check out a media asset that we've built. It's an organization called Bay Area Brave. It's a Facebook page, Bay Area Brave SF, and the intent of which is to share the positive stories of transition, help you get to know some of these organizations that are out there helping military veterans, and put some information out there that shifts the narrative around who we are, how we can be a better part of the organization, and how we can help drive inclusion inside of your organization as a result. Also, in the early part of next year, we're having a conference where we're bringing some of the folks here to talk to our military veteran organizations and to move forward. That's what we got in VetCon 2017. So I'm out of time. I thank you very much for coming along, and I hope you have learned a little something about how military veterans can help you as an ally, as a confidant in your diversity and inclusion movement going forward. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Phil. Another round of applause for Phil. So how many of you are veterans or know a veteran? Awesome. please share their Facebook page, right? It's Bay Area Brave SF on Facebook, and have people plug in, and pretty soon it's going to grow from not just here in the Bay Area, but it's going to be something that's going to be in other areas as well. Before I introduce the next speaker, I have an announcement to make. Who knows about the Solutions Lab? Well, there's a Solutions Lab here that's very hands-on, and starting at 2, which is, I guess, right now, they have a session where people are coming together to try to define new pathways to computer science for all. So I'm not trying to discourage you from staying, merely offering you an option. If you would like to contribute it to that conversation, please head over to the Solutions Lab. Okay, now, for the next leg of our journey, we're going to be addressing something that's really difficult to talk about at work. How many people have seen racially charged killings, either on TV or social media? It's really upsetting, right? And it's hard to watch that type of trauma and then not be able to say anything when you get to work and pretend like it didn't happen. So our next speaker, Indigo Ocean Dutton, representing Conscious Professionals of Color, she's going to be giving a talk about how companies can prepare for the next racially charged slaying before it happens. Welcome, Ocean. Indigo Ocean Dutton.
Hi. While we would all like to think that we have seen the last of racially charged killings, such as the recent slayings of Alton Sterling and Philando Castilla, the reality is such incidents have been occurring for a long time, and they're not about to disappear until there is concerted national effort to end them. What's new is that such slayings are being caught on camera, making them an inescapable part of mainstream American reality. Today I'm going to be sharing with you some effective responses that have been seen in the face of this. But first I want to ask you to take a good look at the image I have up. Many of you have seen this image before. But I want you to just take a moment to check in with yourself and notice how you feel as you look at this image. Please let yourself go there with me for a moment. Let it affect you. And notice, what is the effect that this image has on you? Now, take a look around you. Take a look at the other people who are in the room with you. All right? This is a very diverse room. And every person in here feels something when they look at this image, or at least they did the first time they saw the image. But depending on how much the man being forcibly restrained looks like members of your family, some of you are being more affected than others. This is important to note because oftentimes in the workplace, emotional trauma that's being experienced by employees of color does not get addressed simply because the people deciding whether a response is necessary are not as deeply affected as the ones who are needing the support. The situation of being in a workplace and not being able to express all of the emotion that you have is a secondary form of trauma. When people go into work and it's business as usual, that has an effect on the people who are not having an experience of business as usual that counts as a secondary trauma. It's as if they're re-traumatized. Professor Jobdani of NYU has said, that video footage that documents violence and lower relative safety for members of a group to which you belong can be a heavy psychological burden that builds. In fact, it's an extra burden if there is a sense of a worsening, an escalation of that violence. And notice I say if there is an appearance of the escalation, because even if there is not actually escalation, just more documentation, the experience that people have is that it feels like it's escalating. Now, some people take a business as usual attitude the day following a racially charged slaying. But for people who identify with the person who's been slain, that's simply not possible. The fear, the anger, and the sadness that is very likely to arise doesn't just go away simply because it's being ignored. In fact, the worst thing that a company can possibly do in the face of racially charged slayings is to expect people of color to show up the next day as if they're unaffected and to pretend that they are unaffected. But now I want to share with you some of the things that companies have been getting right. The response of Square Incorporated to the recent slayings I referred to earlier presents an exceptional example of what getting this right looks like. Number one, working with their Black Employee Resource Group, they issued a public statement in solidarity with those directly affected by the killings and stating their position in opposition to racial injustice in general. Two, they supported employee-initiated die-ins, which you see a picture of here, where any employee, regardless of ethnic heritage, was able to lie on the ground wearing black as a visual reminder and stimulant for people to reflect on the losses that had occurred in the people who had died. And three, diversity and inclusion staff immediately mobilized to support people emotionally. Now, when I learned of this, which I learned when I was interviewing someone for an article, I cannot tell you the emotion that I felt and how proud I was that my company is a Square customer. I can honestly say that I am no longer just a customer. I am a fan. Now, why did Square's response to the killings have such a deep impact on me? Because they demonstrated in their actions, even at the risk of their public reputation, because not everyone agrees with them, but they demonstrated that they care about me and other people in my ethnic identity group. Respect, appreciation, valuation, these are a two-way street. Another excellent example of what doing it right might look like was an effort that was actually coordinated across multiple companies. Letters for Black Lives is a crowdsourced project that organized first-generation Asian Americans to write a group letter to their immigrant parents telling them how important the Black Lives Matter movement was to them personally, and encouraging their parents to support it also. The project has since been translated into 30 languages, with participants from Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Now I'm going to ask you to take this to a certain place with me. I really wish that right now I could actually brainstorm with you and hear your ideas about effective responses so that together we could draw upon what I'm sure is exceptional experience, wisdom, and knowledge that is in this room. But what I would like to ask you to do with the time that we have is to just take a journey with me. And please imagine what it would be like for you personally if for 24 hours you were inundated with images of someone who looks like you being brutally attacked by a group of armed men, ultimately ending in the person's death. Please take a moment and go there with me in your imagination. What would that feel like for you? Now imagine that you go into work the next day, still feeling this emotional trauma, and everyone around you is acting like nothing's happened. They're talking about a sitcom that was on the night before. How does that feel to you? Now, some of you don't have to imagine, right? You can remember, right? Whether you are imagining or remembering, please take it one step further. What would you need that day that would really make you feel emotionally supported? And when I ask that, I don't mean what would someone need. I really mean you, personally. What would make you feel like the company that you work at cares about you, values you, and is meeting you emotionally? Would you want your boss to come up and speak to you and check in with you and ask you how you're doing? Would you want the company to gather together in some sort of group morning? Would you want any such gathering to be restricted only to members of your ethnic group? What if such slangs were happening every month? Would you need a different kind of support in an ongoing basis? What might that look like in practice? So I wish that I could hear the answers that you've been coming up with to these questions, but more important than that, I wish that you could hear each other. But what we can do is to continue this conversation online. You can see on the screen my contact information. There's my Twitter handle. There's my email address. I encourage you to share your ideas, sharing something that you think either an individual or a company could effectively do to support you if you are or were a person of color during a time of heightened racial conflict, tension, and stress. And if you have a lot to say, then I encourage you to write an article on something like LinkedIn or Medium, and then share the link to that. And I'll find them by both mentioning me and the tech inclusion hashtag, and I will consolidate those. And don't worry about your idea having to be implementation ready, okay? It does not have to be detailed. This is more about opening up a dialogue so that many minds can come together to engage in answering a very important question. What does it actually look like to truly support a diverse workforce? Not just having them there in the numbers, but to truly be inclusive in who gets held. When the question is asked, the solution begins shaping itself. And I want to invite you to join with me in shaping a more effective response so that next time there is an inevitable racially charged killing, your company and other companies can be prepared to provide more effective support. Thank you.
Hi. How's everyone feeling? Welcome. Anyone need a stretch? Feel big, remember? Your testosterone level goes up. Thank you, Indigo, for teaching us about why it's so important to have that conversation and why companies need to implement some policies to create space for that conversation. It's an integral part of building a diverse company, and I'm just really glad that we're even talking about this, because it feels kind of icky, right? It's tough. So I'm delighted to bring up our next group of panelists, talk about building an inclusive culture. These are leaders representing a lot of companies that you'll know, to talk about how they are creating an inclusive culture. We are going to have a panel that's moderated by Sal Rodriguez from Inc. And then he's going to be joined by a group of panelists, Daryl Jones III from Clef, David King from Airbnb, Jarvis Sam from Snap, and Nancy Lee from Google. Please give them a round of applause.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you guys so much for joining us. I'm Salvador Rodriguez. I'm a tech reporter over in the San Francisco Bureau of Inc. magazine. And I have here with me all these wonderful characters. Nancy Lee, she is the Vice President of People Operations at Google. We have David King, the Director of Diversity and Belonging at Airbnb. Jarvis Sam, Snapchat, or excuse me, formerly Snapchats, now Snap, lead recruiter for diversity and inclusion. And then Daryl Jones III, Head of Business Development at Clef. Thank you guys so much for being here to chat with me. And as you guys all know, when it comes to the topic of diversity, diversity and inclusion, usually, especially in the media, the focus tends to be on diversity. And that is more so about recruiting people and getting these individuals into the companies. But something that often gets behind, or maybe not as much attention, is the inclusion aspect. And that is about, retaining these people and ensuring that they can advance their careers within these companies. So thank you guys for coming to talk with me about this today. And why don't we just go down the line, and perhaps maybe you guys can kind of list what inclusion means at your respective companies.
Sure. So at Google, I think you're absolutely right. When people think about diversity and inclusion, diversity is the numbers side of it. It's the representation. And the way we think about inclusion is really just the other side of that representation. It's how do you leverage the diversity that you bring into your company for the benefit of your products, for your workforce, for your culture. And if you're not really tapping that talent by, as you said, cultivating their careers, making sure they feel that it's a place that they can foster their careers and grow, then I think you're missing the actual value add of having the diversity in the first place.
And David, how about you? I know in our pre-chat you mentioned that at Airbnb it's very much about not just an inclusion within the company, but within your community as well, right?
Yeah. I'm glad you brought that up, Salvador. For us, our mission is actually belong anywhere, right? So belonging sounds like inclusion. So as you mentioned, the platform, we want to make sure that if you are a guest on the platform or even a host, that you feel like you belong, right? So not only the platform itself, but host acquisition. We want to bring people to the company, right? And we can go back to the workforce piece. Of course, that's important, right? Bringing folks into the organization is, that's primary. But if they don't feel like they belong, they're not going to stay, right? So we want to make sure that internally and externally, that we're authentic about the way that we want you to be a part of our fabric. We want you to stay a part of our fabric.
Got it. Jarvis, what's going on with inclusion down in SoCal?
Absolutely. So down in Silicon Beach, we basically divide inclusion into 3 key verticals. It's basic human nature that everyone wants to be developed, be appreciated, and of course be advocated for. As a result, we're able to leverage this both in the community space with the communities that we work with writ large and within our workforce. Ideally, the ideas of diversity and inclusion for us are not in any way mutually exclusive, but rather when viewed writ large, the idea of inclusion is the collectively exhaustive approach for how we engage and embrace and utilize not only the product, but our workforce and the people on the ground to help truly leverage the idea of inclusion.
Got it, got it. And then Daryl, over at Clef, I know you guys have this whole playbook for diversity and inclusion. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so starting off, one of our founding values is actually fight the default of exclusion, based in the recognition that the ecosystem that we inherited is systemically kind of oppressive. And so with that in mind, inclusion for us is a continual process of working to empower each employee in this collective enterprise that we have working together. So it's this continual, gradual evolution, which I'll talk about in our handbook later, but that's what it is for us.
Perfect, perfect. So one thing that I really wanted to hear from you guys about is just how you make sure that you can have inclusion at your companies, especially because each of your companies at our various stages of their lives, right? Daryl, you guys are still very much a startup. Jarvis and David, you guys are going through some hypergrowth, maybe IPO soon. And then Nancy at Google, you guys have tens of thousands of employees. So let's start with Daryl and tell me about what are the challenges that you face with the size of your company and inclusion at this point?
Yeah, so usually at this size, everybody is focused on technical, progressive enhancement, always constantly shipping and improving it. But we wanted to make sure that starting out, we also focused on cultural progressive enhancement. So while there are challenges faced with shipping product, we also built in at the core a handbook that pretty much guides all of our actions and principles around diversity and inclusion that's open sourced, that allows us to continually work on more and more aspects of diversity and inclusion, regardless of how pressing our hiring requirements may be or how stressed we are for funding or anything like that. We constantly go back to this handbook. And so in the midst of all these challenges, it becomes a living document that we hold ourselves accountable to, that the community also helps us improve on.
And you said that that's something that's open source, so any startups out there that want to get started with their own diversity and inclusion, that's something that they could borrow?
Absolutely. It's on GitHub. It's been forked over 300 times, actually. So we did a bunch of research, worked with diversity and inclusion consultants and attorneys, and our CEO really put in yeoman's work to find out the best practices, bring them together, package them up, so that right out the book, regardless of what challenges you face starting up your company, you can have this baseline template of diversity and inclusion at the foundation level that's higher than the industry norm.
Perfect, perfect. And then Jarvis and David, when your companies are going through such hypergrowth, how does one make time for inclusion?
Yeah, that's a great question. So maintaining consistency in anything is always difficult in hypergrowth. In a world where you're seeing a company's workforce and populace grow anywhere from 2 to 3x over a matter of 10 to 12 months, there's always that big question there. For us in particular, though, establishing infrastructure both programmatically and then with the developmental workforce has allowed us to be really successful in this space, particularly through the introduction of diversity resource groups. That way, when new employees come in and are actually going through orientation, they understand that this infrastructure does exist. It's ones that are built around pillars of the idea of community service and engagement, advocacy for individuals, as well as personal and professional development. For many, the disconnect of being down in LA as opposed to in the true traditional Silicon Valley often presents its own unique attributes. However, the city of Los Angeles as a whole, being diverse in its own right, also enables us a unique opportunity to continue to foster inclusion in that regard. That way that the company can maintain at least that semblance of infrastructure and development and improve upon that over time.
Got it.
Yeah, Salvador, we pause and pivot when need be. So multiple times a year, we're looking at our workforce, surveying our workforce through Murmur to find out what are people thinking, how are employees feeling. And if we find out that there are some deficiencies, we're going to make sure we address those accordingly. So ideally, that will scale to 3,000 person company, 6,000, 75,000. But we're also doing the same thing with our platform. Talking to the hosts, talking to the guests. How do you feel? Do you feel like you belong? If you don't, we will pause, we will pivot, we will bring resources together to address the lack of inclusion. So ideally, albeit tough, that 3,000 person company we can scale those efforts throughout.
Got it, got it. And then how about you, Nancy?
Yeah.
Quite the challenge.
Big challenge in as big of a company as we are, and frankly with as big of a geographic footprint as we have, because that means that what diversity and inclusion means here is very different than what it means in a lot of our international locations. So it becomes an increasingly complex challenge for us to actually figure out what we're going to focus on and what the ideal state is when it comes to how we look. The benefit that we have at being a large organization is that we can bring to bear quite a few resources. Which is incredibly helpful. We also, as others have said, our employee resource groups become a tremendous, tremendous asset because there is enough critical mass amongst many, many different groups, and they're very grassroots, so all kinds of different communities come together and come up with ideas and solutions and efforts and initiatives to advance a diversity agenda. So we end up being able to harness not only the power of those of us who have this as our full-time job, but a number of other Googlers who can really help advance the strategy. So,
got it, got it. And so in my coverage of the tech industry, one of the things that's always fascinated me a little bit more when it comes to inclusion is programs that are put in place specifically to help people from underrepresented groups continue to grow their careers within tech and more specifically within your companies. What can you guys tell us about some of the programs that perhaps you guys have in place at your companies that fit that bill?
Yeah, Google's a good example, another good example of where our employee resource groups have played really a critical and pivotal role in developing some of those programs alongside with the Human Resources Department, but across a number of different demographic groups and levels, right? Because there's the very entry-level Googler who's just starting out their career and figuring out how to navigate a corporate environment, although we like to think that we're post-corporate. But of course, we're a company. And to all the way to the leaders who need to have a different set of skills at that later stage in their career. So we have many, many programs that are focused on the unique set of skills that are needed depending on where you are. And like I said, I think we have a constant feedback loop with the communities themselves who are helping us identify what they need most to design and build the most effective programs for them.
Got it, got it. David?
Yeah, I second the need for and the importance of ERGs. I came on board about 8 months ago, and we had 7 Airfinity groups, as we call them at Airbnb. And now, today, we have 13. Right? So employees now across the spectrum, race, national origin, sexual orientation, veteran status, et cetera, have come together to really help to champion for belonging for folks of their affinity and also allies. But externally speaking, we also have a new program called Airbnb Connect, where we're looking to go out to communities like such, having individuals who are underserved, underrepresented, apply to Airbnb for a program that's specifically for those communities in engineering and data science. And then once they get on board, it's our job as an organization to make sure they are included in the fabric of the organization through a 6-month fellowship. They get the requisite training and ideally are retained at the end of the day.
Got it. Jarvis, what can you tell us?
Yeah, so the solo talk actually just before the last one brought up a very unique point for us in particular, knowing that the United States military in and of itself actually provides a greater diversity than that of the larger function of the US populace overall. And so one program that comes to mind for me in particular is Snap recently launched a 6-month military diversity fellowship. And so working across various verticals from core engineering to IT, talent acquisition, and even HR, Snap will be hosting in excess of 10+ military veterans over the course of the next 6 months through an integrated model, recognizing the core competency and skill set that people bring from the military and understanding how that better aligns to a lot of the programs that we're building at the tech company. Put simply, for a lot of military veterans, their understanding for how their skill set would fit into traditional tech, or even more, a company like Snap, is not always clear. This program is providing them the opportunity to not only see that as an opportunity that they can exercise, but also introducing our workforce in our current community to the ideas of inclusion as it relates to a group that is constantly being pressured by the intersectionality of being not only their traditional demographic, but also a military veteran.
Got it. And then Daryl, what can you tell us?
Yeah, so while most startups attract a bunch of employees with great perks, I mean, I heard about all the great snacks and all these other things, we do our best to ensure that we're leading with a growth orientation when we're attracting employees. And so with that in mind, with our limited resources, instead of spending them on a pool table or a ping pong table, regardless of how fun they may be, we put that towards a continual professional development and learning stipend that I think is fairly uncommon for seed stage startups like ourselves. In addition to that, we have a concerted effort from the top to make sure that each employee is paired up with at least one mentor who can continually coach them from outside of the organization, understanding that as a small, young company, we lack the internal capacity to coach one another up, but that doesn't do away with our need of that. And the third component of continual development is not just with the skill development, it's with the social orientation and grounding. And what I mean by that is, if you want to go to a rally, you can take off work and go to a rally. If you want to go to a protest, if you want to go to a sit-in, I knew I needed to join this company when one of our co-founders was like, yeah, I was at the protest and got shot by a rubber bullet, and our CPO almost got arrested, but it was totally worth it. And if anyone wants to do that, take off work and go protest. And my buddy and I, we were like, oh yeah, we're going to go shut down AA tonight. You all right? He's like, yeah, just be safe, just be safe. So it's a holistic progressive enhancement that we try and cultivate instead of the flashy, fun things.
Great, great. And so, of course, another part of inclusion has to do with ensuring that the employees aren't just at the company, but that they have a voice within these companies. That's been a topic that I've been covering a little bit, with the rise of products like Slack and Facebook for Work or whatever. But what do you guys do at your specific, or with your companies to ensure that individuals of all backgrounds have a say and that their voice will be heard? Nancy, what can you tell us?
Yeah, we've continue to sort of highlight the importance of the employee resource groups, which I would argue are very empowered at Google. They, for example, help put together symposiums, convenings. Also, we have something called TGIF, which some of you have probably heard of, where our founders get up every Thursday, it turns out, to hold kind of an all hands with the company. They've been doing that since they were working out of a garage, and we still maintain that as part of our culture. And it allows any Googler to get up and ask questions, and we showcase products. But we've used that forum actually this year in particular for a number of really important communities. So for example, for Black History Month, we actually had a fully dedicated TGIF, which was put together by our Black Googler network in connection with our communications teams to give them that forum. We actually had Brian Stevenson come in and give the keynote for it. And we've done the same, obviously, for Hispanic Heritage Month. We've had a similar thing for Pride with the LGBT community. So we are opening up what are normally the kind of forums that are for product launches or showcasing our business to these communities to give them voice. And again, the ERGs themselves have executive sponsors and are regularly in a dialogue with leadership and with folks on my team to make sure that we hear where their needs are. Got it, got it. And then David, with Airbnb specifically, how do you guys give voice, especially, after this year for you guys have been tackling, some of the racism that some of the hosts and the guests experience. So how do the Black employees at Airbnb, how do they get voice so as to avoid some of those issues in the future?
Yeah. We, after some of the issues that you pointed out, we created an anti-discrimination team made of people across the entire organization. We're talking engineers, product design, public policy. A lot of the folks are right here in the audience. They were line employees across the entire organization who had a skill set and an interest in making a difference. So now instead of having people just kind of randomly placed throughout the organization, coming in on a product, working and leaving, it's now a permanent team of individuals across every level throughout Airbnb who not only have a vested interest, but also have a professional expertise helping us to address those issues. Without that, I don't think we could affect change.
Got it, got it. And then Jarvis at Snap, this year we also saw, black face with a filter and then yellow face with another filter. So how do you ensure that, your Asian employees, your Black employees, they can also stand up and say, hey, this is not a good idea?
Cross-functional engagement here is critical. So having people across not only various levels from executive to general individual contributor, but also highlighting the intersection that exists between these groups. So within our diversity resource groups, for example, seeing the Lady Chillas, or our Women at Snapchat organization, and then Snap Noir, the Black Snapchat network, get together and collectively highlight some shared practices, shared challenges, shared principles, has allowed us to be really effective. That, in addition to launching a Lens Review Committee that actually takes on a more culturally aware approach to how we choose to engage the product development, is also crucial. for us in particular, we understand that our community engagement and understanding where the product fits in that space is crucial. And so if you take a look, for example, post the Orlando shootings, we ran an amazing filter that allowed for you to change your entire profile of the snap that you took to a rainbow, highlighting inclusion on that front as well. And then recent live stories featured on Ramadan. We're taking concerted efforts to understand the idea of cultural awareness and cultural engagement, and then being able to leverage our platform as a tool of communication and as a camera company to leverage that effectively.
Got it, got it. Daryl, what can you tell us?
So we broach employee empowerment at the foundation level of our policy handbook. And because it is an open source living document, structurally speaking, anybody can make a pull request and submit a supposed change, all right? And so this means that anybody, not just folks that were early on or anything like that, can make a change, but anybody coming on can say, hey, what do we think about this particular policy around vacations? Make a change that is then reviewed by everyone in the team, and we'll analyze research and arguments for and against, and then kind of move forward. So it really, for us, is at that living, inclusive policy level that we're able to permit everyone to feel like they can change some component of our culture.
Got it, got it. Now, one thing that I think, from the outside, we never really know what you guys are up to in the diversity, parts of your company. So, tell us specifically, what's maybe your pet project right now that you're working on when it comes to inclusion? What's been the thing that you've been really motivated and driven to tackle? Daryl, let's start with you.
So there are a few things on that front. We do a lot of things as a company. We've got a bunch of different people doing a bunch of different things. So from a company level, we have a bedrock foundation of our monthly community dinner. This is a space where anybody from the Oakland community can join us for dinner, touch base, get to know one another, things like that. And that's a wonderful way for us to leverage the community to build those ties with inside to make sure that we're kind of bringing out the best of both worlds. So that's one thing. Another thing that we've participated in is helping contribute to creating the Tech Equity Collaborative, which is a organization in Oakland that's attempting to create a more inclusive, community-oriented, and representative tech ecosystem throughout the East Bay. So that's something that we participate in. Of course, we have the living document that's there, and we've recently started up really trying to recruit from local colleges, so Peralta and things like that. But that's only things I'm aware of. Some of my coworkers are working on Good for POC. I know B is up to all types of things. Each person, we do Women Who Codes every 2 weeks, Tuesday night. There are just so many different things going on. It's hard for me to wrap my mind around it, really.
Awesome. Well, and I can personally vouch for the dinners. They're pretty awesome. Jarvis, what's been your your project you've been focused on?
Yeah, so writ large nationally, we work with a lot of the traditional organizations, Girls in Tech, Women Who Code, et cetera. But the key focus for me right now is actually a local project that we're working on. So we work with a group in LA called the Big Soul Exchange. And so one of their big projects is we see a significant amount of diversity that exists at the high school layer and even more significantly at the community college layer. Now, the way we evaluate talent acquisition at Snap is when we're integrating the idea of diversity, that includes all levels, not just highlighting diverse candidates that are at top tier universities, but rather really figuring out how we can take a more deep dive approach to fostering diversity of perspective and thought at all levels. So we recently launched a program in partnership with the Big Soul Exchange where we're actually hosting 4 community college students within our IT group, teaching them all of the perspectives of IT operations, network engineering, systems engineering. That way it's more than just the background of building out an associate's program for them, but rather giving them the real-time experience that can later be parlayed into a unique opportunity either at Snap in a full-time capacity or working at another traditional tech company, actually leveraging their newly found skills in the information technology space.
Cool. David?
A couple things come to mind. Number one would be supplier diversity. We're building a program from scratch. As an organization, we have $1 billion in annual spend. We want to make sure that spend gets to some underserved communities. Quickly, host acquisition. We want to make sure that we have a diverse set of hosts on our platform, and that the hosts understand the economic lift they can get from being a host on Airbnb's platform. But the one thing I really want to mention that's my pet project is working with the community of people with disabilities. So in my past lives, it's worked on the East Coast, and quite often disability was a part of the diversity conversation. and I haven't heard it as much here. And I want to make sure that we collectively look at diversity and we are inclusive of all diverse constructs. And I want to make it my own task, working with people internally and externally, to make sure that people with intellectual developmental disabilities are really a part of the conversation, not just an outlier.
Great. Nancy, what's been your project?
There's so many that I could just sit up here and go on and on about how many exciting things we're working on and that I'm really, really jazzed about. But I'll just share a couple. One is that I think we have gotten to a point at Google where there is some really foundational awareness about the importance of diversity and inclusion, and that has permitted us to launch a project where we're really trying to get diversity and inclusion, not just in terms of hiring and representation and people, but into our product strategy, meaning that we need our product strategies to incorporate a diversity lens, so they are not only responsive to diverse communities, but they are hearing directly and incorporating feedback for the needs that those communities have, so that all of the diverse perspectives are brought to bear very early stage in product development. So that's an incredibly exciting thing that I think we have been working on. The other one that I think is absolutely essential and critical and incredibly hard is to just, in a very honest way, introduce the conversation of race into your workforce. Race has long been a conversation that we have thought of as off limits in the workplace, and I think that both the political climate that we're in right now, as well as the events that we've all seen this year, lay bare the fact that unless we have an honest conversation about race in America, then we are never going to solve the challenges that, frankly, have been deeply entrenched for much too long. So I think Google has always prided itself as a values-driven company, as a forward-thinking company, and we want to push the envelope and turn up the heat and have a very, again, honest conversation about race relations.
Well, that's a great segue into my next question. And then after this, we'll open up the microphone to you guys, so you guys can also weigh in with your questions. But you mentioned, opening up the conversations of race, and that's something that we recently saw from the chairman and CEO of AT&T, Randall Stephenson. He gave a great talk last month. And so the question for me now is, how important is it to have buy-in like that from the top of your companies when it comes to really truly creating an inclusive workplace at your respective companies? So tell us about that. Like, how important is that?
I'll go because it's absolutely critical in our company. I think it's really important to have that senior level, that sort of tone at the top getting set, because our Googlers are looking to leadership to see what the boundaries of conduct and that communication sort of guide rails are, right? It's also important because it is not going to be comfortable to have these conversations, right? And unless you have sort of air cover at the top saying, we understand that some people are going to be made to feel defensive. They are going to literally be asked to challenge some of the assumptions and the beliefs and the attitudes that have become a function of the way they've been raised, the family they're in, maybe the privilege that they have experienced. Those are very, very hard things to tackle. And unless I think we have that very senior buy-in, which I am confident we do at Google, I don't think you can really push the envelope the way it needs to on this topic.
Well, I feel like there might be, because I saw right before we came on stage on Twitter, apparently Sundar spoke in Spanish very briefly during the earnings call today, so that's exciting. But David, what can you tell us about buy-in from the top?
I echo everything that's already been said, and I will add to that, especially at the CEO level, you need to hear it, of course. The board needs to talk about diversity. Leadership throughout the organization, however defined, need to talk about diversity, and it needs to be authentic. If it's not, people understand. They know it's not authentic when it's not. But importantly, is creating a culture where you can have those conversations and feel safe having them. You should be able to mess up. We don't all know all the answers, and we all have different opinions. And if you feel like, I don't want to talk about race because I feel like I'm going to be, thrown into a corner by somebody who might disagree with me, that's a problem. So creating a safe space to have the conversations from the top down.
Jarvis?
Yes, I would argue it's absolutely critical. I think it's interesting that we talk about AT&T. One of the interesting functions about working in the tech industry is we like to take a very introspective approach and positing the significance of a flat hierarchical structure. But if we can learn anything from consumer products companies, telecommunications companies, is that the idea of understanding where executives sit at figureheads on key decisions like diversity and inclusion, that's a critical point to ensuring our success over time and in the future. Understanding that our executives do actually support these initiatives, and not just at a high level or for a media-based level, but are putting significant resources behind it as well, is something that major companies like Coca-Cola and Delta have demonstrated for years, and that people in the tech industry can really begin to learn from even more.
Great. And then Daryl, I know you guys have buy-in, but how has that been advantageous for you guys?
When our CEO shakes up the normal mode of business by saying he got shot by a rubber bullet protesting, or addressing the company after slaying, or coming up to me and saying, hey, I know this is possibly really hard for you. Feel free to take the day. These things, one, they signal to employees within the company and outside of the employee what type of organization you're really trying to be about. Two, it's empowering. When I hear that, when he looks me in the eye, when he says that and we share that, I feel as though I am able to bring my full self to this organization and to share more of me and to push these issues forward because he is giving me that platform. And then three, it's very just reassuring, to know that. And so on all different fronts, it creates a wonderful, virtuous cycle where he's giving something out, we're replicating that, receiving it, and turning it into just great energy, which is, I think, one of the reasons why, as a company, although we're really small, a lot of us are really engaged. I think that leadership there is really important for that.
Awesome. Well, I love hearing the passion from all you guys. But yeah, let's go ahead and open it up to questions right up here.
Hi. So my question is about intraracial issues. So we talk about the issues between races, but within, say, the black community, issues of shadeism, or, for example, African-born people who come to America versus black people who were born here, and those types of tensions. Are those conversations that you're having? And if so, how are you seeing it play out in your respective companies? And just what are your thoughts in general about that?
And were you guys able to hear that?
There's a lot of echo. Were you able to hear that? Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll start it. It's funny, the conversation of colorism actually came up in a Snap Noir meeting recently. And it's a question, we tend to evaluate a couple of recent articles when we have those meetings with the Black Snapchat Network. And it's definitely a significant point. It's something that we don't necessarily encounter as a company, but it's definitely a conversation worth having within the group. And some of the thoughts and theories that were highlighted there is really taking a conscious approach to understand what is the most inclusive term, phrasing, or rhetoric that can be leveraged there. And so for Snap Noir in particular, it's why we chose that term, the idea of blackness, as opposed to creating a contrived approach to simply using African American or an over-politicized phrasing doesn't present the most inclusive workplace or environment for us. And so being able to leverage how we evaluate that together is something that Snap Noir is continuing to build within our community as a whole. And then, of course, the core function of the group, then sharing those details more broadly, either when we're doing panels like this externally or when speaking internally.
Great. Anyone else? Right here. And please speak up, just because there's a bit of an echo. So.
My question is for Nancy and David. Recently, Salesforce announced a chief equality officer compared to a chief diversity officer, the focus being on women's issues, the difference in the pay gap and health and all of that. So how is Google or Snapchat or Airbnb addressing these issues about equality? It's diversity, inclusion, and now we've moved on to equality. So how does that factor in?
Yeah, I got the question. Yeah, it's interesting, the choice of words around equality. I would say that's one sort of tenet of the overall diversity strategy. And one way to think about it is, there are people and the communities that we support, the leadership, and whether they're giving voice to the importance and the values around diversity and inclusion in themselves, not just speaking, which you hear a lot about leaders speaking and giving keynotes and talks, but it's about action, right? It's about behavior change. So it's wonderful when there's a bunch of leaders talking. It's a different thing when they're acting. And we're trying to bridge from awareness to actual attitude and belief shift to actual action. So there's a continuum that I think we need to push leaders into. So people is one piece of it. Obviously, I mentioned the product stuff. Process is how I would sort of define that area of work you're talking about. What is the set of tools that we use, and we use many of them at Google, to constantly evaluate essentially the equality of our systems, whether it's performance management, compensation, our promotion statistics, our hiring statistics, to make sure that all of our processes are working fairly and equitably. And again, there's a lot of rigor that we bring to bear on that in order to ensure that there's an equal and level playing field.
Great, and I think we have about time for one, maybe two questions, so let's go ahead over there.
Hi, it was really great to hear you talking about real honest conversations about race. But one thing I would love to hear is the stress that your companies put on our local communities of color and the impact of gentrification and the displacement of the Bay Area's communities of color as a result of tech employees moving here from other parts of the country and other parts of the world to take advantage of the fantastic career opportunities you offer. What are you doing to make sure that our local diversity, we're the second most diverse region in the whole country, is connected to the opportunities you offer?
Great. Daryl, go ahead.
I'm glad you brought that up, because one of the initiatives that has spun out of our founding value of fight the default of exclusion is me having time to create the organization called the Tech Equity Collaborative, which is explicitly created to orient the tech ecosystem in Oakland towards a more inclusive, community-oriented, and diverse environment. And absolutely.
Go ahead, keep answering, and then we'll hear from you guys as well.
Okay. So we're doing what we can in Oakland as a small nonprofit. We're building out programs as a company cohort to help folks make public commitments to diversity and inclusion, hold them accountable. We're also building out an individual program that you should be hearing about shortly.
Great. And then, do you guys want to weigh in on that question as well? Like, how much conversation goes around the impact that your companies have on the local communities?
I think for me, it's working with the local communities, going back to the platform. We do have a platform that can actually provide an economic lift to people in the local communities. And I think that's where our focus is. Post-acquisition, making sure people understand that if they are a part of the community, they can actually benefit and not have the conversation focused around gentrification and other issues. That is really the hallmark of some of the efforts we're trying to make in San Francisco, but really have made some strides in New York and Chicago. Talking to the community, educating as to who we are, what we do, and how they can benefit financially, importantly, from what we do.
I'm going to give you a quick two-part answer. One, CodeNext. CodeNext is a student program that we started in Oakland. We're at Fruitvale Station. You can go Google it. You can read about it. We just launched it formally, and the press is out on it. This is our effort to go and be proximate in that community, to show up and be responsive to a specific need around access to technical curriculum for people of color, for young kids. We're starting at 14 years old. That is something we are deeply invested in partnership with a number of organizations in Oakland. So read about that. The second thing I would mention, second program, Accelerate with Google. example. This is essentially a kind of boot camp that we provide to small minority and women-owned businesses to help them leverage the tools and the power of the web in order to increase their own economic impact. So yes, there's lots we need to do to bring more people into our workforce, but those are examples of where we can affect, the opportunity that kids have to actually become the makers in the next generation, and to help people who are already running their own businesses and trying to build their economic power to, again, leverage the power of technology.
Great. Well, thank you guys so much for taking the time to chat about all this stuff. I wish we had more time, but this thing is blinking. But thank you guys for listening. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Salvador.
Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. You doing okay? Things well? Enjoy the last panel? Come on, people, some audience participation. There we go, a little bit. Thank you to my few people in the front. So we're gonna have the Startup Showcase pitches coming up next. We have 5 amazing startups, 4 amazing judges. It should be fun, I wanna do some sort of audience participation. I would love it if a couple of you, could someone give me some sort of what they learned so far here today? What has it been like? Anyone? What have you learned so far today? Or just what's it like to be here? Anyone? What's that? Inspiring? Awesome, thank you. Anyone else?
Gives hope.
Hope? Love it. Anyone else? What's that? It raises more questions. More questions to what? That's a good point. So she brings up saying, it raises more questions about where we are in this space. Are we moving forward? That's a big question. I see, your point. That's why we're here. That's why we're doing this work. We want to hold people accountable. We also want solutions. And we also want the right people in the room who have decision-making access and authority to create change. As you see, I have some time to burn as we set up the stage and we get everybody mic'd up. We good? We good? We're getting there? All right. Who was here last year at last year's conference? Oh, Chris, you don't count. She works with us. She doesn't count. Anyone else? Who was here at last year's conference? Yep. Yay. Anyone else? Can someone tell me, if you attended last year's conference, what was probably the biggest change you see from last year to this year, and what kind of improvement you think we can make? We're about transparency here and like open feedback. So what you see, how can we improve it? How can we make it better? Awesome. So she said, it's bigger than last year. Having a whole panel of deaf people on stage was awesome. And talking about ageism was great as well. Thank you. And I want to talk about ageism because I'm glad you brought it up, because a lot of people don't talk about it. We all know it exists. I think a couple of tech companies said the average age is 35. And I'm clearly older than that. Now, I see some other people in the room that's older than that, but we still are geeks and nerds and feel like we belong in tech, but we're often excluded. That's why it's important for us to have this conversation about ageism in tech. And also today, a couple of sessions ago, we had Phil Dillard to talk about vets in tech, which is another important conversation that's not often included when we talk about D&I. And in New York, we did a conference earlier this year, and we have a partner, one of our media partners, Diversability. And one of the colleagues from the stage said that diverse people with disabilities, they put the D in diversity. because we often leave those people out as well, people with hidden and visible disabilities. And that's important to this conversation as well. Let's see. Anything else? And we almost counting, we're counting now, they're getting mic'd up. Anything else that topics we think we could improve or something that you would like to see discussed more that we hadn't discussed last year, this year at this conference? Yes. Yeah. So his question was, how can we create action from what we learn here? And how can we implement it? That's a great point. It's one of the reasons we have the ThoughtWorks and Infosys Solution Lab out in the atrium, because that's a space that we want people to go and actually deep dive into what the conversation we're having on stage. So, and with other individuals. And also, we encourage every panel, every moderator, every session to leave with 3 action items so people can go back and implement. But it depends on where you are. I don't know if you're an entrepreneur or you work in a corporate environment, but to be able to implement change, where change may or may not be welcome. And because that's some of the challenge. And some of the work that we do with Change College, we started studying how can we really create change. And that starts with behavior change, changing mind, changing perceptions. A lot of times we look at products, we think about consumer products. Like today, everybody, you know, the Apple had a big announcement. Why are we so driven by Apple products? Because we're emotionally connected to them. When a new product comes out, we got to have it. How can we create that type of mindset and behavior change that when we say that inclusion is important in the workforce, that it connects here, and people get it? So, hopefully I answered your question. So, all right, we ready? We have our judges. We have a startup showcase pictures. So this time I'd like to bring up the judges on stage. We have Claire Lee, head of early stage banking at Silicon Valley Bank. We have Joe Vasquez, founder director at the Runway Accelerator. We have Trevor, general partner at the Cross Cultural Ventures. We also have Matthew, director of technology at Capital One. And I was told it was ready. And we have music. There we go. It's okay. Give him a hand. Give him a hand. Hey, thanks. Hey. We all do that just like we didn't just meet each other backstage, but it's all good. There we go. We good? All right. So now, we're going to break up our startups. And the startups, there's a cash prize that we're going to announce at the end of the day today. And the Startup Showcase is sponsored by Capital One and Accenture. Each founder gets 5 minutes to pitch with 3 minutes Q&A from the judges. So first up, I'd like to bring up Arlene with Vedits. And she's coming. Music. Yes. Yes, there we go.
Slide clicker. Hi, I'm Arlene Garcia. I'm the co-founder and president of Vedits. I'm also the American Sign Language Teachers Association president and a former principal at a deaf school. Did you know that there are 70 million deaf and hard of hearing people here who have no access and are facing an education access crisis? Only 2% of us have access to education with our natural language. And this has led to a legacy of unequal access needs, and this needs to be fixed. Because our high school dropout rate, college and university dropout rate, as well as the and unemployment rate, is tragically high compared to our hearing counterparts. We're going to fix this with Vetits. Vetits is the first company in the $8 billion global deaf ed market offering tutoring in K-12, college, to life skills, online, anywhere, anytime, delivered in our native heritage sign language. So let's talk about what we're doing. We're creating a massive increase in the deaf tutoring access. Now, the old way of finding a tutor, you would have to schedule a tutor. They were restricted to their local region, and that led to shortages of qualified tutors. Now, with Vetits and our marketplace, people can find tutors on the web. And with WebRTC, we have live video chat platform, cross-device and cross-platform. 45% of our users are connecting to Vetits with their mobile device. And users in 67 countries in just 4 months. So we have so many tutors that can provide more than 50 education topics. And we're cutting costs for deaf tutoring by 60 to 90%. Remember, the old way, you'd have to find a tutor. Then you'd have to bring a sign language interpreter. With a 2-hour minimum, that can cost $200 per tutoring session. With Vetits, tutoring is online, in sign language. You only need to hire the tutor, and at a 15-minute minimum, we're reducing costs dramatically. And how are we improving effectiveness? With deaf design. We have 3 examples. We have our ASL STEM Academy, which is very similar to the Khan Academy, but all of our content is delivered with sign language. And this has been missing in our community. All the resources are provided in audio or text. Also, not just sending text messages, we can send video messaging. This is great. I can communicate with my hands. And we're going to add real-time motion capture feedback for those of you who want to learn sign language. So how are we making money? We're focused on B2B. We're working with state schools of the deaf, K-12, colleges, and deaf associations. We're providing them bulk tutoring or licensing our platform. And we are providing them data services. We think that will naturally lead to the B2C market. With our marketplace, tutors set their own rates, and we take a percentage. Thousands of users have had high repeat rates since May 2016 of our launch. We have a high satisfaction rate. Worldwide, we have the only the world's deaf university piloting with us. And we've had 11,000 hours of video content shown and viewed. And our revenue is in the 5 figures for October. We've already closed $372,000 and out of our $500,000 convertible note, and we're still raising. We believe that Vetits is going to impact millions of deaf and hard of hearing people around the world, and they're going to be productive individuals just like you.
Question for the judges? Yes.
Absolutely. It seems like this is certainly an underserved marketplace. I thought your pitch was excellent. The question I have is, it seems like you're doing a whole lot at once and trying to satisfy a lot of clientele. Which is your best product, and where do you see that one scaling from?
Well, for motion capture, we're setting that to our platform. Often, we do not have access for deaf people and individuals. And we really want to focus on equal access to education so that we can definitely provide the best access for education to any underserved person around the world. And we definitely want to bring and work with people together to provide education in our natural language. So with English and text, it's not our first language, and we want to provide those services in sign language.
Just as a quick note, we've been actively following Vetits for quite some time now for an investment opportunity. Thank you so much for doing such valuable, meaningful work. This is incredibly, incredibly important. One thing that I wanted to ask you about, why is your team the right team to execute on this vision? And the second is, in two-sided marketplaces, how do you ensure that there's enough tutors to meet the demand of students and vice versa?
Sure, great question. We already have 3,500 users sign up, and we have hundreds of tutors available, and with zero marketing. And we have people also in other countries who have signed up who are providing services in their own country's sign language. So you asked me about how we get together with our team. Well, I want to say that my team is basically the dream team, which has been brought to us by, we've been lucky and brought to us by just the spirit of the world. So we're talking about making a huge impact. And we're not just talking about one classroom, one school. We're talking about worldwide providing access for deaf people and hard of hearing people. You know, we have a CTO, we have our CEO who's focused on marketing, we have Danny Gong who's on interpreting, whose parents are deaf. And so our team, we can communicate, we can design the right platform for the deaf and hard of hearing market.
Thank you for presenting your idea. My question is about pipeline. So I noticed when you were presenting the data that the top of the funnel is like the tip of the spear, and actually the dropout at high school stage is very, very high. So are you intending to go earlier in that pipeline and really engage students in mainstream schools so that they have the opportunity to proceed to further education without dropping out?
Oh yeah, for sure. We already have about 20 B2B in the pipeline. One who has contacted us, they've all contacted us, and they want us to provide services in their institutions and their schools. We've been getting so many people signing up with us. So with B2B, we're definitely focused on that. And it's really great that they're contacting us to provide services for their K-12. So right now we have 20 different institutions, and we're making revenue.
I guess my next question is, what is your ability to deliver on that opportunity?
Well, it takes, on average, about 60 days to close a deal. And talking to them and video messaging with them, the key people there, they've asked me, they've invited me to go to their schools to make a presentation about Vedits and how it can help out with their institutions. So they've been contacting us, and everything's been going very well.
Cool. Awesome. That's it. Time for judges. Get you first time next one. All right, one more time for Vedits.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next up, I want to bring up Amanda with Ballooner.
Hi, everyone. I'm Amanda Greenberg. I am the co-founder and CEO of Ballooner. We help Fortune 50 companies, leading hospitals, and top universities level the playing field by removing bias from group work and decision making. Before founding Ballooner, I was a public health researcher in Washington, D.C., and I was always working on large projects, large proposals, and I needed information, ideas, and feedback from large, diverse groups. So I tried everything available to me: collaboration tools, in-person meetings, surveys, email threads. And it played out largely as you would expect. I had low participation rates, conversations were dominated by louder, more senior voices, or things went off topic. And so something really shocking and surprising started to happen, which is I started getting one-off phone calls and emails from people, oftentimes more junior than me. And the information and ideas that they were sharing with me ended up being essential to us, like winning a project or having a lot of success on a proposal. And so I asked them, why'd you come directly to me versus everything available? And their answers really shocked me. I was intimidated by louder, more senior voices. I was new to my role. I didn't know if my ideas or information was good enough. So I was a researcher, so I dug into the research. And what I found was that current tools and processes actually don't provide the psychological safety necessary to extract highest quality, highest quantity information, ideas, and feedback out of groups. And that's really what Ballooner does. So we built Ballooner based on science. We help groups overcome dynamics issues such as titles, identities, corporate culture, politics, and logistical challenges, distributed teams all over the world. So Ballooner unlocks a new level of group productivity by removing bias from group work and decision-making, innovation, collaboration. We make it possible to anonymously surface and prioritize information, feedback, and ideas. Here's our main flow. So someone starts a Ballooner. A Ballooner is a topic, prompt, question. They invite a group, small, large, inside, outside an organization. That invited group then goes together through an anonymous, bias-free process where they're anonymously launching, evolving, and pumping balloons, the responses. There's no groupthink, there's no evaluation apprehension, there's no first response bias. At the end, you have a prioritized list of top balloons, top insights, and invited participants are able to remove anonymity if they want and claim balloons, so no concerns around free writing. Okay, so we came out of private beta in June of this year. That also marked the launch of our native iOS app and the beta launch of our Slack bot, the Ballooner bot. And our first customers are leaders, so Disney ABC, Bosch, AbbVie, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. We're at 70K ARR, but we continue to grow those accounts. So we have 500K in projected ARR from existing accounts. We have large inbound pipeline of over 300 companies and 600K plus in qualified leads, all inbound. At launch, I should mention too that we were hunted on Product Hunt and we're on the front page the entire day. So what happens when you level the playing field, when you remove that bias? Our customers see 35 to 99% participation, so they have buy-in. 80% adoption on Teams, so people are included. And over 1,000% increase in content submission. Not only are they getting more information, they're getting information they can't get any other way. And while we have high engagement and outstanding adoption, I think customer testimonials and outcomes really speak to the value. Customers describe Ballooner as putting on glasses for the first time, as resetting and leveling their organizations. So we are a two-person Dartmouth Carnegie Mellon founding team. Before founding Ballooner, I was a public health researcher, so I translated science and research into national behavior change campaigns for EPA, DOE, et cetera. Noah, my co-founder and CTO in the audience, he's a full-stack developer and designer. He's developed web presences and apps for national political campaigns, nonprofits, and a Tibetan language learning app for the Dalai Lama. And our first two hires were Carnegie Mellon classmates of Noah. So we're Ballooner. We remove bias from group work and decision making. If you're interested in leveling the playing field, please reach out. Thank you.
Great. Start off with Trevor.
All right, cool. Can you tell us a little bit more about the technology and how the popping of balloons removes bias?
Yeah, so it's a stage-timed process. So someone posts a Ballooner. A Ballooner could be like, how can we improve our collaborative spaces? Or what worked or what didn't work about a project? They invite that group. First, people are launching balloons, which are the responses by themselves. So if you think about a meeting or an in-person meeting, a few people typically contribute 70% of the content. Or first response bias, I say blue, people are more likely to say sky or ocean. Then the next stage, all those balloons that were launched solo and solo ideation are combined together. That same group comes back together. They anonymously collaborate. They build on, they improve each other's content. But it's anonymous, so you can have people who are at the head of an organization building on improving content, someone who might be more junior. Third stage is pumping. When you're pumping up balloons, you don't see a total pump count. So there's no groupthink or bandwagon effect. People are able to say, like, this has a ton of pumps, it must be brilliant, I should pump it up as well. People are really seeing it for what it is. It's anonymous too. So you're not influenced by anything that might come along with whoever created that balloon. Is that helpful?
Cool. Judges?
My question is, what is your competitive advantage in a relatively, crowded marketplace for feedback and HR management?
Yeah.
And how do you make sure that you're building relationships and building a strong sense of buy-in and a strong user experience?
Yeah, so I should mention first that none of our current customers are in HR, and no one in our pipeline's in HR. So we definitely are reaching out to people who are more, buyers who are more focused on innovation or project management, product management, and really incorporating it into the framework of their work. How do we ensure everyone's voices are heard at like the core level of our work and not something separate or like an additional add-on? Ballooner is also very flexible, so we cover a ton of different use cases within companies and organizations, and they use us in very diverse ways. It's really at the intersection of like surveying, collaboration, and diversity and inclusion. We're really creating kind of a new category, a new market around group knowledge optimization or group knowledge enablement. What our customers really gravitate toward, I think, is that we really built Ballooner start to finish based on science and research for how you actually extract highest quality, and a lot of times it's counterintuitive to what people think or how current tools and processes have been built or developed.
Cool. Time for one more quick question. Are we good?
How do you address your pricing, and how do you address your pricing, and what does that look like? And do you worry about churn as, in theory, you're improving an organization so that they do not have biases going forward? Do you see potential for your technology not to be used after a certain number, a certain amount of time with an enterprise?
I missed the last part. I'm sorry.
What's the? How long is the? Do you see the engagement by the company, and how does it actually scale within a company?
Yeah, so we do annual contracts with companies. We have like a 30-day period of opt-out. We've lost no companies. And we've seen organic growth and scale. So for example, Bosch, one of our customers in June, started with 230 users. They're now up to over 1,000, and they're exploring like a multi-year company-wide deployment. We made Ballooner to be very fun and engaging in our process and in our product. And so we really see also, we drive that engagement and that participation because they have such buy-in. So when you look at like a company-wide survey where they might have like 15% participation, with Ballooner they're going to get 35 to 99%. And so they're able to expand quickly and see the value.
Cool. Thank you. That's good. All right, let's give it up for Ballooner. Next up, we have Andrew Hill of Lifted.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Andrew. I'm the CEO of Lifted, and we're bringing special education to the 21st century. About 2 years ago, my sister introduced me to Xavier. At the time, he was 4 years old with autism, and he had never talked a day in his life. He's pictured here with his special ed teacher, Heather, and she's teaching him how to mimic rubbing his tummy, but she's tracking his performance all via paper and pencil. Now, Heather is one of over 1 million special ed professionals that'll spend nearly 30 hours a week analyzing and reporting their students' progress against personalized learning goals that are legally mandated for students with disabilities. What it means is the time she's spending on paperwork is less on instruction. It leads to worse outcomes for students, and it's one of the primary drivers why educators like Heather leave the field twice as fast as their general ed counterparts. What's even more troublesome is that if parents are unhappy with a school's services or their students' progress, they take legal action. In fact, over 2,000 times a year. Oakland School District spent about $3 million in 3 years on special ed settlements. This is why we developed Lifted. It's a tablet academic and behavior tracking app for special ed teachers, paraprofessionals, therapists, and behavior specialists in schools, homes, and community settings. It enables expert teaching, which leads to better learning outcomes, and ultimately more transparency for parents, school leaders, and case managers. I think about it like an electronic health record or medical record to a patient. Lifted is to a student with disabilities. We're absolutely the team to solve the problem. My co-founder and also my sister, Dr. Joanne Powell, has her PhD in special education and behavior analysis and over 10 years experience in the classroom. Our VP of engineering, Lai, started the first computer science degree in the University of the Gambia in West Africa. Over 20 years experience. He's nothing short of a wizard. And I was previously a technology consultant and UX designer at Deloitte, and I have my MBA from Berkeley Haas. This is how it works. On an iPad, an educator can track a student's academic progress on an individualized learning program. They can track behaviors throughout the course of the day from anywhere, for example, the duration of a temper tantrum or a scratching. And most importantly, they get insight into how well or poorly that student is doing real time, and they use that information to make changes to how they're delivering instruction and improve learning outcomes. It removes the guesswork out of progress reporting. On the go, you can stay ahead of what's happening with your student and track that progress against the individualized learning goals. We're serving the school market, pre-K through 12th grade. It's about 6.8 million students with disabilities. It's about 13% of that total grade school market. And we use a SaaS model. We charge $20 per student per month in our current pilots with school districts. And there's about $10 billion that gets spent in education every year. So when people say there's no money in ed and it's tough to get, it's there. It's just a matter of how you go about doing it. I love to say this is the blue ocean, and we have our competitors. I think our biggest competitors, honestly, are paper and pencil and spreadsheets. However, there are data collection platforms that exist. We've identified an interesting corner of this market where we can offer a curriculum-agnostic solution that meets the needs of a variety of special ed professionals. So whether you're the teaching assistant who loves worksheets, you can enter that data in retroactively, or you're the behavior analyst or the therapist who's using discrete trials, much more technical data collection, you can do that as well. And we don't spin our wheels on developing curriculum across a wide variety of disabilities and grade levels. With a small team, and just over a year, we've developed a pretty awesome iPad app. We're in 2 school districts. One is California's first charter school down in the South Bay, and a public school out in New Jersey, as well as 2 health home agencies. Our goal is to get into 25 school districts for next school year, and then we strap on the seatbelt, and it's a rocket ship from there. We're currently raising pre-seed capital to target those 25 school districts for next school year, bring us to an annual run of close to $500,000. And we use that money to further develop the application, our marketing efforts, and develop our business. I'll leave you with this lasting picture of Xavier. Without a solution like Lifted, we put educators at risk of not having the tools to teach effectively, and students like Xavier at risk of graduating from high school at 21 and not being functionally independent. Thank you.
Judges?
Hey, cool idea. So as you build this, how are you thinking about the sort of challenges between charter schools, public schools, and private schools? Are you finding that they're all equally interested, or are you focusing on one?
So our initial hypothesis was that charter schools tend to have higher functioning students, so the use case wasn't as needed as in a public school setting where they're far more underserved. Because you're self-selecting into a charter, right? So your student, you expect, would go in there and be able to function better in an inclusive setting. What we learned very quickly is that because of the lottery system in charter schools, you often have no idea what you're going to get. And you're typically understaffed, and if you have a student that comes in who has autism at a really high severity, you can't necessarily support them well. So the use case is actually relatively the same in a public, charter, and private setting. And to date, I mean, our first 2 customers on a year-long contract are from both.
So great pitch, thank you.
Thank you.
Who are you targeting? You know, what is your sales and marketing philosophy? Like, how are you getting the demand, and how are you generating interest in what you're doing?
Yeah, so we go in sort of a 2-pronged approach. I think in education, you've got to build advocacy with educators. You can't, force it down like an enterprise manner. So we target the special ed professional. So a special ed teacher who has a contained setting. You could also be a general ed teacher with students with disabilities in your classroom. Teaching assistants who are pushing in to classrooms, and then the specialists. So resource specialists, behaviorists, speech and occupational therapists are either doing push in or pull out. And we build advocacy that way. The way we're developing our pipeline, my sister and one of our advisors, they actually provide behavior analytic consulting services in northern New Jersey. And that county has about 35 districts. We're in the largest district there. So it's a ground game. It's really about grassroots movement and trying to get sticky. And then I mentioned the charter school we're here in California. They're the first one. Charters all belong to a CELPA. It's like a governing consortium of schools in California. It's a legal requirement. They service over 10,000 students in a little over 100 schools. So again, grassroots movement. Beyond that, there's traditional marketing. We're actually in New Jersey right now at Autism New Jersey Conference, and we'll be in the one in Puerto Rico in January to present research. So a number of channels, but today it's primarily the grassroots.
Cool. Last question? Quick question?
I just have a comment. You're clearly well educated and versed on the sales process. I would actually bring that out more in your presentation, because that's usually where a lot of these products stumble, and you have a good understanding of it. Bring it out more in the pitch.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Awesome. Some great pitches, right? Yeah, keep the energy going. Yeah. We're making it. All right, the next startup, Junko.
Data shows that over the last 15 years, gender and racial bias in the workplace have not improved. When it comes to pay gaps and diversity, women and people of color continue to live with unequal compensation and underrepresentation. What's even worse, US corporations spend $8 billion a year on diversity training and consulting and lose $64 billion a year on replacing employees leaving their jobs due to failed diversity management. I'm Elite, CEO and co-founder of Junko, and we've created an AI-based diversity coach that can successfully address gender and racial bias as it occurs. Junko identifies unconscious bias as it happens in the workplace using data that is already flowing through your system. For example, we integrate with popular SaaS platforms like Jira and Salesforce.com and engage with a relevant executive, manager, or employee with a recommendation when Junko detects potential bias coming from these platforms. This allows the recipient of the recommendation to take real-time corrective actions.
So we're going to show a little example. In this case, the manager of the R&D department is a little bit excluding Megan, a female developer in the team, from getting the core or the critical task inside of the Jira. So Junko investigate deeper into the data and also from the data from the HR, comparing time in the company, years of experience, job title, how was the quality of her code from GitHub or comments on Jira. And she finds out that there's no real professional reason why she's not getting the more of the critical task. So it's engaged with the manager, telling him about, let's give her some more responsibility, let's try and see how she responds. And once he clicks on this task, he goes back into Jira to a specific task, and he can reassign that and solve the micro event of unconscious bias before it's evolved into discrimination or a bad feeling in the female developer of being excluded. We're not doing only we're not only doing top-bottom, we're also doing bottom-up. We know that in a lot of cases, especially women, tend not to take credit for the work, while men eagerly do that. So once we'll see that Megan is being a critical part of a project, we'll engage with her saying, great job, you should let everyone in the company know what you've done, and we'll attach an email template so she can copy-paste and send it to everyone and actually start to show her value to the company. Our business model is pretty easy. Recurring subscription of starting at $36 per employee per year.
3 months ago, our goal was to secure 5 pilots and start analyzing real company data. Today, I'm pleased to share that over the last 90 days, we secured 7 pilots with enterprise customers and analyzed over 100,000 cases. So why are we the right team to solve the problem? I spent 13 years as a woman in technology, and unfortunately been a victim of unconscious and conscious bias. I started this company because I'm passionate about changing the way people work and interact with others. My 2 co-founders are also passionate about the issue. In addition to having years of experience in their respective areas, they too want to change the world for their daughters.
So we're Junko, proud to say that we're a first-of-a-kind solution that aims to improve the lives of women and people of color for generations to come. Thank you.
Great. Awesome. Judges, questions?
This is really fantastic work. I have 2 questions. Do all of the individual employees have to create profiles of skills, and are the AI recommendations mapped back to those individual skills? And then the second is, how do you actually measure behavior change inside enterprises. What does success look like for you?
So regarding the creating a profile in our platform, basically we connect to Salesforce or Jira, and this is like the profile you have is your identity in the company. So Elad is an employee in the company, for example. We pull out the data from Workday, for example, like all the HR data, and then from Salesforce, all the success rate or unsuccess rate on the previous like 6 to 12 months. So there is no need to create a new profile for each employee coming to the company. We just pull it out. And regarding the second question, basically we analyze data backwards once we come into the company. So we create kind of like a benchmark on how each employee and manager behaved before. So if you're a manager and you tend to give only critical tasks after 2 months, we're not going to notify you on an employee that comes for the first 2 months. So we kind of like learn the behavior which is different for every manager in every company. And based on that, we're kind of like starting to give notification if we see a behavior that is similar or can be a potential bias.
Well, congrats. This is really important work, and I'm pleased to see you doing it. Thank you. 2 things. 1, I love your T-shirt. Can I have one? 2, what do you need? How can we help you? What would you like to get from this presentation today?
So first, next week we'll be graduating from Techstars in Atlanta, and we're trying to raise awareness to our solution. A lot of the solutions right now are because it's sort of an emerging market, a lot of companies take offline solutions and transfer to the online. We actually trying to bring something that is more tech, actually a diversity tech company, so we need to make people a little bit more aware. And we met a lot of companies here in the career fair trying to find those forward-thinking companies. Those are customers. And so this is why we came here. This is why we came to meet and let everyone know about us and hand out T-shirts. So
It's cool. It's cool. Awesome. Well, great. What time? Thank you. We're going to work with our last company, Emily with Legworks. Music. There we go. I'm getting on cue.
Hi, everybody. My name's Emily. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Legworks. This is Brandon, co-founder and director of partnerships. Thanks for having us today. So the world we live in is this incredibly unequal place, and we all know this. But take a second with me and think about something that nearly everybody in this room takes completely for granted. And that's the ability to get up in the morning and to walk around independently, confidently. In the developing world, there are anywhere from 10 to 30 million amputees. And the World Health Organization estimates that 10% have access to a prosthetic device. So if you're born in South India and you grow up there, you lose a limb, you have a 90% shot of spending the rest of your life on crutches. Now, this is what most people think when they think prosthetic device in the United States. Super cool looking, new age, techie. But this stuff, it's not covered by insurance. It costs $30,000, $40,000, $50,000. So the average amputee in the United States is not getting access to this. So there's this huge gulf that exists where average amputees in the US, India, Tanzania, they're not getting access to a high quality device. And this is where Legworks comes in. We want to revolutionize access to high quality prosthetics around the world. We don't say, you live in a poor country, we're going to give you a poor device. We don't sell one product in the US and one product in South Africa. We believe everybody deserves access to a high quality device. How do we do this? Well, we design innovative products that provide a very high level of function that can be manufactured at an affordable price point. We then use tiered pricing. So we price our products according to the country and the channel. So in a country like the US, there's good health insurance to cover prosthetics. And so we'll sell it at a higher price point, make sure it's covered by insurance. In a country like Cambodia, very little infrastructure, no health insurance, we'll make sure we price it within the budget of a humanitarian care provider. And overall, the blended margin allows us to provide a return to impact investors, and we can make margin where it can appropriately be made so we can increase access and distribution around the world. I'm going to hand over to Brandon. He's going to tell you a little bit about the first product we brought to market.
So our first product is the all-terrain knee. And to speak about it from my experience, when I, at the age of 18, became an amputee, I got a prosthesis with a $25,000 knee joint, had a computer in it, and it was great for helping me return to being a productive member of society. The thing is, that broke 3 times in the first year for me. And also, about 90% of the global population of above-the-knee amputees, they have knees where the mechanisms were designed before World War II. So nobody's really addressing this issue for most of the amputees out there. So what we did, our CTO invented the all-terrain knee. It's purely mechanical, no hydraulics, no electronics, but it's incredibly functional to where I could go from that $25,000 knee to this knee and not have to make any sacrifices. So how it works, we have our patented locking mechanism, locks upon extension, completely stable, can completely trust it. Put weight on my toe, natural walking pattern unlocks it. It's smooth. It allows for multiple walking speeds. I can walk down slopes easily. And so essentially what we've been able to do is we've been able to, in a device that we can make accessible globally, allow users to really have access to rehabilitation for the first time for above-the-knee amputees. So what we've done, we started shipping in January, and we're in 23 countries. We've helped fit 400 patients on our prosthesis, and we've booked revenues of $120,000. So our team to do this includes our inventor, who's spent 12 years developing and clinically researching this, Emily, our CEO, international development, management consulting, myself as a user and industry expert, and our other co-founder, David, who's a serial social entrepreneur, bringing affordable medical devices to market globally. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Got it. So, man, it looks cool. It looks complex. What are the margins on that?
So again, with the global model, it depends on which country we're selling in, but we're aiming for a 66% gross margin across the blended model.
Got it. And you've been around for how long?
It's a good question. So the technology, the locking mechanism in the knee was researched and clinically tested in 10 countries over the last 10 years. And there's been a lot of peer-reviewed journals and articles showing that amputees can walk faster, they expend less energy, they fall down less on this technology. And then essentially the funder who is giving the CTO money to do all these clinical trials is like, this should not be stuck in a research lab. You have to bring it to market. And that's how Legworks and our team formed 2 years ago in 2014. And we spent about a year getting everything to market, FDA, CE mark, regulatory, manufacturing, all of that. And we started selling in January of this year. So it's been 10 months on the market.
Did you notice any, sorry, I'll give it up in a second. Did you notice any spikes in sales during the Special Olympics?
Any spikes in sales?
So it's the Paralympics for those who are physically disabled. Special Olympics is the Maria Shriver run organization. Paralympics, we did not have any sales spikes to it. We're B2B, and so we work with our partners, whether they're prosthetic clinics in the US or nonprofits in developing countries, international distributors. So, you know, this is it's a very constant need. There's 2.5 million amputees globally. 90% don't have access, and this is for lower limb, above the knee amputees specifically. So it's just a global unmet need currently.
Yeah, just a quick one, and congrats. This is fantastic. Glad you're doing it. Where are you thinking about targeting the large organizations, the aid organizations that are going into countries, then who can help you take this to scale? Because it seems like rather than trying to sell B2C, you could go, you know, B2C to B2B2C, right?
Are you asking specifically about the developing world? Yeah. So I think, yes, we will work with the larger organizations in the developing world, and we already are. There's a great organization they're in Cambodia, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Indo. Did I already say Indo? And they, you know, they train prosthetists and they also fit a lot of amputees, and they're very well known. And we do work with a lot of organizations like that, but the key is they're only reaching 10% right now, right? So part one for us is definitely to saturate all of the distribution channels that are reaching amputees, but beyond that, we're being far more ambitious. And there's a sort of phase 2 of Legworks. Once we reach financial sustainability, which we think we can do, because we can sell it in the US, we sell it in the UK, we sell it in Australia, where we can make higher margins. So once we hit financial sustainability, we can then start tapping into the 90%. And we truly believe it shouldn't be about giving stuff away. We have to build a market. We have to build demand. And a lot of that is around the perception that if you're in a poor country, you just get poor products. And we don't believe that. So for us, with a high quality product, we believe we can start to build a market and build that demand and tap into the 90% that right now is not getting any access.
And one last thing, our partners are currently working to put our product on their government schemes. So that's something that takes time, but that's happening in the UK, in Australia, in Germany, as well as in some of the developing countries. So it's just a process to be able to get in the bid procurements that happen for that.
Cool, cool. You good? We good? Great. One more time for Legworks. Thanks. Yeah. Again, I would like to thank all of our judges for participating, all of you for enjoying and watching the startup pitches. The winner from yesterday's startup pitches and today's startup pitches will be announced after the closing keynote today here on the main stage. And there's cash prizes for first, second, and third place. And so we're really excited about announcing the winner later today. And yes, one more time for our judges, please. Yeah. Good. Good. That's your cue. You're good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Cool. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, Joe. All right. All right. Thank you, man. All right. Thanks, Trevor. That's good. Claire, thank you. Awesome. Cool. Great. All right. We got a little mic switching to do. Some stage setup. We have an awesome set of talks and panels on the main stage for the rest of the evening. Everything in this main stage, the entire conference, I hope you all enjoy. Next up, we're going to have a talk from Vistel from Facebook. We're talking about some of the roles and the work they're doing at Facebook around engineering teams. We have a panel with the Reddit CEO and the executive team. We're talking about what Reddit is doing to create an inclusive culture, and their role as a platform has been called one of the voice of the internet. So excited about the talks that we have and coming up on the main stage. So we're going to do a little bit of mic prep, some stage setup, and we're going to make it happen. Everyone having a good time? Woo, yeah? How do you feel? Great.
All right. Look at all of you people excited to hear me talk. Thank you for being here. My name is Vatsal. I lead a team called Solutions Engineering at Facebook. And I'm going to talk a little bit about building global teams with an inclusive mindset. As I lead this global solutions engineering team, I have been able to hire about 90 people at Facebook and built many frameworks of how to hire the best talent possible, how to find the best talent in the market, and so on. And the way I have built the team and the way Facebook does things are pretty interesting, and I hope I can share a few things with you here. So first thing is about thought diversity. Having a diverse thought within your team helps make everything better. So for example, whenever you're thinking about a new project or a new problem that you're trying to solve, and so on, having a diverse slate of opinions is very, very helpful. It helps with decision making as well as execution. And at a global scale, it helps solve many challenges. So for example, while I was taking the Uber ride up here, the driver was a founder and CEO of an app, and he started chatting with me about my talk. And he said, when you have very diverse opinions, it also makes things move slower. And that is true to some extent, right? When a lot of people don't agree with something, it's very hard to move forward. I'm going to share a little bit about how we have solved that challenge as well. Helping solve challenges at a global scale is very interesting. As we think about the world today, many of the companies that presented here and many of the companies at the show recruiting, they're all global companies. And how do we build teams and how do we build products that solve challenges at a global scale? So let's take an example of an e-commerce company. An e-commerce company in Australia will have a very different set of challenges than an e-commerce company in Brazil and an e-commerce company in Canada. And having a team that has robust opinions, that are diverse and are contributing all to solving a global challenge is very important. And when you think about a global team, so I have a team that is based in many offices around the world. So Japan, Korea, Australia, Israel, London, and so on. And when you're building a global team, diversity is a must. It's almost impossible to hire a team that is not diverse. And so when we think about solutions engineering at Facebook, we are part of a global business organization. We work with all advertisers around the world. And I ask my team to code 50% of the time. So there is a 50% coding requirement. And the reason I ask my team to code is to make sure that when we meet with the customer and we learn about the challenges that the customer has, we solve them through code. And the last line is something that we idealize on our team. A piece of code helps all global customers, while a great meeting only helps a single customer. Facebook does inclusion in a very interesting way, and I'm really proud to be working at Facebook and contributed to the strategy here. At Facebook, all managers are required to take implicit bias training. I saw the tech inclusion organization also runs many of these trainings. The implicit bias training is very, very important to help us make great hiring decisions and overcome our implicit biases. There is also a strength-based management philosophy and a flat hierarchical structure. It's very important to look through the stereotypes and the other implicit biases people may have, and to help people focus on their strengths rather than fixing things where they might be weak at or they may not be interested on. And so Facebook has this philosophy of strength-based management that has been very, very helpful in building strong and diverse teams around the world. And then, as I mentioned, hiring managers get a lot of training at Facebook to make sure that we are not only building diverse teams, but also nurturing the thought diversity and the value that building a diverse team brings. And just wanted to talk a little bit about my experience on building teams. So we have a pretty good sized team in Asia Pacific. As I mentioned, I have people in Japan, in Korea, in Australia, Singapore. And what we noticed as we are building this team is a lot of people would drop off the interview process after the first phone screen. And this was very typical. Like we saw that in general, one underrepresented category, people would drop off the interview process. And we started thinking about how do we do it better and why this might be happening. So we learned that after the first interview, people get a little intimidated about the whole process and decide to withdraw their application. And so what we did is our recruiter then started to have a separate phone call with the candidates who passed the first phone screen to walk them through the interview process and to help them build their confidence so they would go through the entire interview process. When we are thinking about inclusive hiring practices, this is very important as different people behave differently through the hiring processes all around the world. And it's very important to think through these challenges and making sure that we are looking at the talent in the right way. And then last, I have some tips for the candidates who are applying for jobs here, as well as some hiring managers or people who are trying to move further in their career. As a diversity candidate myself, I will say that we hold ourselves back. We try to only stick our neck out when we are 100% confident, when we think that this is something that we are absolutely sure of. This is something that a lot of people that I mentor also suffer from. And so this is one advice for everybody, is we hold ourselves back. So there is nothing wrong in sticking your neck out and trying to achieve something more than what you think is possible. The next is there are no shortcuts. You need to have a strong foundation, and we all need to work hard. That is something that I have learned in practice, and I have advised many people. A strong foundation is extremely important to build your career on top of. The third thing I felt myself as I grew in my career, claim credit for your work. We many times do great things, but we are shy and taking credit for our work. Nobody is going to give you credit for your work. You have to take credit yourself. And then the last thing is, don't always be the person who takes one for the team. This is something, as I mentor many people from inclusive backgrounds, I see that they will have volunteered for a project or raised their hand for something that they know nobody cares about, but it was important, and they took it anyway. That is a real opportunity cost of getting stuck in the wrong things. There is a saying in Silicon Valley that I've heard a few times. That is, in Silicon Valley, you are defined by what you avoid. And my advice to all of you guys as you are building your careers and growing in your careers is, once in a while, taking one for the team is good, but don't always be the person who takes one for the team. With that, this was my last slide, so I'm going to end the session here. We have a happy hour later in the day sponsored by Facebook, and we have a recruiting team as well as people from our team to talk about different things we do at Facebook to build an inclusive and diverse culture. Happy to hear any thoughts or any questions anybody may have after the presentation. And just to let everybody know, so solutions engineering is one of the team at Facebook that is client-facing, but also very technical, hands-on. We have similar teams called partner engineering, and then, of course, software engineering at Facebook. All of these teams are very technical, as well as have very diverse backgrounds and culture. And we are very much inclusive company that would love to have many of you apply and have on our teams. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. How are you doing? Yeah? Good. OK, clap for yourself. You're here. And we're going to continue the conversation on stage as they put the chairs behind me and people walk in. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about this panel. One of the things that happened last year when we had our first Tech Inclusion Conference is there was a desire to hear from tech CEOs and to really have their voice also on stage and talking about the things that they're doing on stage and talking about why it's important to them. Wayne and I tirelessly worked, and we actually have found several CEOs willing to talk about it. So we talked with Evan Sharp yesterday. We talked with Justin this morning from Asana. Jim Dietz from Galvanize did a talk this morning as well. And this talk, we originally we're going to have Steve Huffman, the CEO of Reddit, come and speak with Caitlin Holloway. And then the whole executive team from Reddit said they wanted to come and talk about this, which is amazing and super exciting. They're working hard internally on how to connect diversity and inclusion across the whole organization. So I'm really excited to announce this panel. It'll be moderated by Wayne Sutton, the co-founder of Reddit. We'll have Steve Huffman, the CEO of Reddit, as well as Caitlin Holloway, Melissa Tidwell, Zubair Jandali, and Nick Caldwell. Please welcome them on stage. And I'm back. They're on their way. Here we go. Well, please welcome them for real. Thanks.
Hello. We have a full panel, breaking all the rules today.
Hey.
6 people. So
We're trying to keep it interesting.
What's that?
We're trying to keep it interesting. You know?
Yeah.
There's a chiropractor just outside waiting for us after we spend the next.
Good stuff. Reddit, dubbed the front page of the internet. It's the community that we all know and love. If you all can first just do down the line, introduce yourselves, and we go from there.
Cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Zubair Jandali. I lead advertising sales at Reddit, where I've worked for 2 years now.
I'm Melissa Tidwell. I am the general counsel in charge of legal policy and comms, and I've been there for about 14 months.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Holloway. I'm the VP of People and Culture, and I've been with Reddit now for just under a year.
I'm Nick Caldwell. I'm VP of Engineering at Reddit. I literally started 2 weeks ago.
Glad to have you, Nick. I'm Steve Huffman. I'm the co-founder and CEO, and I've been back at Reddit about 1.5 years now.
Great. So this panel is called Reddit CEO and Executive Team. But before we dive into some of our topics, I'd love to hear the journey, how each one of you got to where you are today. I think it's important. We all didn't just wake up and being executives and being tech, but yeah, you can share briefly, like what was your career path like?
So I grew up in the East Bay and didn't grow up in a home where technology, neither of my parents were technologists, and so I didn't have exposure to all the action that was happening in Silicon Valley, even as there was a lot of vitality there. When I got to college is when I was sort of sensitized to this all happening in my backyard. And Berkeley, which is where I went to college, has obviously a large computer science and electrical engineering department. Not that I had the will to major in either of those. And so after college, I joined a startup. After that, I joined another startup that was smaller and spent about 4 years there. That company was acquired by Google. I joined Reddit from Google, and part of what teased my interest in Reddit was actually a personal experience that someone very dear to me had gone through. This person had grown up in a very deeply devout religious home and went through a deconversion process that's a very difficult personal journey to go through, and one that isn't typically accommodated in places of worship. And so he actually looked to Reddit to find a home and to share his experience and hear from others who'd gone through something similar. And that was the initial sort of push for me to really explore this.
I feel like that's a good question. The short version is that I was an M&A attorney in New York and was always interested in tech. I moved out to the Bay Area, and I think really my journey I would credit to David Drummond, who spoke on a panel earlier. I applied online, and David made it a point to ensure that, I want to see, people of color. And so I think, sort of where I am today, I think, directly starts off with David and Hasha, who's the recruiter that I still remember. And, I spent 8 years at Google and started at Reddit. And I think similar to Zubair, I think I was just always intrigued by the platform. There's a lot of both positive and negative things, and I think there's so many interesting things that happen that I was just really pulled to it.
So I'm a hustler. I did not go to a great school. I went to a state school. It was fine. I was really lost in my career. I didn't know what I wanted to do when I grew up. I did a number of things, from being a public school educator to working in the hedge fund field to a plethora of other things. But I really found my way once I made it to Pixar Animation Studios. I decided at some point in my career that I wanted to start over, to really find myself and find a creative space. So I applied for an assistant position. Was lucky enough and fortunate enough to be placed under the executive team during the Disney merger acquisition. And that was where I was really exposed to culture for the first time. So institutional culture is a really tangible, meaningful thing. So I was very lucky to be in the right place at the right time. So I spent 5 years at Pixar, made my way into tech on accident, and then through a series of various startups and acquisitions, was put in front of Reddit. And I was very intrigued about the culture that they were building and the start that they were trying to rebuild. And so I decided to join the team out of curiosity.
I think my career in technology really started with my father really, really early on. He owned, I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember this, a Tandy 1000 computer.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
MS-DOS like 2.0 on it. And I remember, very young age, like sitting on his knee, like trying to type. That combined with the fact that we grew up in PG County, Maryland. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but it's where Wale grew up, if you guys know who Wale is. But it's not really the most up-and-coming environment. I really, from an early on age, wanted to get out of PG County, Maryland to become a success. And the tools that I had at my disposal were that Tandy 1000. So early on, I really, really, saw technology as a pathway to a much, much better life. And that led, long story short, that led me to ultimately going to school at MIT and then starting my career at Microsoft, where I ended up working for 15 years. I started at Microsoft as an intern and managed to work my way up through a series of internal projects to a partner-level general manager in 12 years. And that came from taking the right bets, but I also think it came from learning how to build really, really great teams. So I ended up here at Reddit in part because of my technical background and experience, but I think where Reddit is right now, it's at a stage where it's about to grow. And where bringing someone like me in is going to bring a little bit more of that maturity and ability to do management that we're going to need as the company scales. So that's why I'm at Reddit. I also love the platform, by the way. It does kick ass. I've been a Redditor for 8 years.
Steve.
So I was very fortunate to get introduced to programming when I was a little kid by my father, and doubly fortunate that that first hobby, passion of mine turned into be a very good career for me. So I'd been an engineer all my life, really, and studied computer science through college. Really wanted to start a company, and I did so with my college roommate for 4 years, Alexis, and we started Reddit. We didn't know what we were building with Reddit. We were really just kind of going with the flow, shooting from the hip, just every day doing what felt like the best thing for the site or the most fun thing to do. And which led us, because we didn't have a grand vision for Reddit, led us to kind of sell the company early, which we did in 2006. I left the company in 2009 because Reddit was all I'd known at the time, and I felt like I wanted to do more things, try other skills, have a different experience. So I left and I started another company called Hitmonk, which couldn't be more different from Reddit. We sell plane tickets and hotel reservations, which turned out, in hindsight, to be a tremendously good experience for me because I learned how to run a business in a very cutthroat environment. During those 5 years at Hitmonk, slinging plane tickets, Reddit continued to grow about 50x and grew tremendously in terms of number of employees as well. Reddit saw some hard times, which led me to come back in July of last year. And so I've been back at Reddit about a year and a half now, and I feel so grateful to have this opportunity. Not many people get this opportunity once, and I'm very fortunate to have had it twice. And I really want to make the most of it. And so I think we've done a lot in the last year. We've got a tremendous amount to do going forward. And I'm so very thankful to have you all helping drive the ship as we try to chase our dreams.
Awesome, awesome. Some of you on the panel, you touched on the point that you feel like now is the time for Reddit to grow in kind of the next phase. The data received says Reddit has over 240 million global users monthly. But for the first time in 11-year history, Reddit has an executive team, has a diverse executive team. We're at Tech Inclusion Conference. Why do you feel like now is the right time to focus more on inclusion internally and externally on the platform? And what are some things you're doing around that?
Who wants to start?
I'll do that one. So Reddit is large now, 250 million users. But there are a lot more people in the world and a lot more people online. And we believe all of those people should have a home on Reddit. What Reddit provides is a place where you can be yourself, where you can find your home. Reddit is home to many thousands of communities that cover just about anything. And we want Reddit to be as welcoming and as broad as possible, which means if we want our platform to be as diverse as possible, we need our company to be as diverse as possible as well. For us, the two are very tightly intertwined. If we want to have coverage all over the globe and be a home for just about anybody, we need to make sure that at Reddit we have those perspectives on our team, so we can build the right things, so we can take people's opinions and perspectives into account while we build things. And so for us, it's a very natural, not only is it the right thing to do, it's like a very natural business need for us as well.
But also, I think, like, to your question of, like, why now, I think the difference is that, like, we all come from very, this is only half the executive team, and we all come from very diverse backgrounds. And so for us, it's also just a top-of-mind issue. I mean, I think, like, Zubair and I were chatting, this is not the first conversation we're having about diversity. We're all, we all care about it. It's something I've always thought about. We were chatting the other day about sort of how do you think about it when you're hiring your team and how you grow your team and sort of, and the organization and like how do you explain to the organization like why you care about it?
And from a very practical perspective, we're about to grow fairly quickly, and I want to solve this thing now. It's better to embed the idea of diversity and inclusiveness deep into the DNA of the company while it's still small, and as we get bigger, that'll grow with us.
I'll add to that since my team is the one that's tasked with actually managing the frameworks for how we address this. So I joined the company back in January, and we were just about 70 people, give or take, and we're only 140 now. I think that's something that, as Nick said, if we don't address this now, it's going to only be that much more difficult later. So I joined the team as the head of people and culture, and Steve immediately gave me permission to build my team as I saw fit. And so housed under the people and cultural umbrella, we have, of course, talent acquisition, and we're hiring like mad. As Nick says, we're doubling in size again in this next year. And then we have the administration team, the facilities and workplace teams, and then the people ops teams. And all of us on our team are charged with some component and some function of diversity and inclusion. But really, it's not a people and culture function or challenge. We're just the ones guided with creating the frameworks and executing against it. This is really a challenge for the whole team, not just the executive team, but the whole company. And we're very, very fortunate that the entire company cares very deeply about it, so it makes our jobs really easy.
Jump in there?
I think it was said well by the entire group. So,
cool. Awesome. I have a question for you too.
Okay.
But I'll get to you later. So, Nick, you're a new VP engineer. We don't have that many diverse VP engineering in tech as a whole.
Yeah, when I got this job, someone told me I was the only VP of engineering of a company this size in Silicon Valley. I don't think that's true. I hope it's not true.
Yeah.
But I'll certainly.
Sad if that's true.
I'll try and be one of the best.
Yeah. But how many employees you have?
140.
140. That could be possible. It's sad to be true. The only diverse. It's sad it's true. But so how do we get more Nicks of all different backgrounds, ethnic groups, races, genders, to be in leadership positions, such as in engineering leadership positions?
Yeah, I'm an engineer, so I come at these things with very simple answers, and it really just comes down to putting the effort in. I think the first or second day I got this job, I sat down with Caitlin, and this is what we talked about. Not just because Reddit is growing and it's important to think about how we're going to grow, but diversity and inclusiveness as a part of that conversation. So very practically speaking, in previous teams that I've built, I've found that the most successful way to end up with a diverse organization is to focus on the leadership layer. And where Reddit is right now is we're hiring quite a few engineering managers. So anyone in the audience aspires to be an engineering manager, this would be a really good time to apply. And I want to make sure that a significant portion of those are diverse hires. And what I found in the past is that you hire diverse people, and they're going to work their network and bring more diverse people into your organization. So I'm going to start that right now.
That's great. And Caitlin, some of the work that you're doing around recruiting and hiring diverse people is starting to take place. Can you talk about some of that?
Yeah, I think, I will start by saying we are just at the very beginning of our journey. As I mentioned, I've just only built out my team in January, but the frameworks that we're approaching this from, because this is not a simple question. I mean, that's why we're all here today, right? That's why we were all here yesterday. Like, there's a reason that we have conferences like these. Because we want answers and we want to be a part of the conversation, and there is not one solution. And so when we're thinking about how we're going to build out initiatives and how we're going to build programs that don't just support the pipeline issue, but all the way through the employee experience, it's really holistic. So we're doing our best along with everyone else to try to figure out how we're going to make this digestible. And so by breaking it down into a few different groups to kind of tackle together. We have of course, the recruiting challenge. There's a huge educational component that is top to bottom, again, from start to finish through an employee life cycle. And then there is, of course, retention. You want to make sure that the inclusive part is there and people have a deep sense of belonging. And then development. So making sure that you have bias-free performance review systems, making sure that the conversations and language that you use, making sure that you have the communication forums set up in the right way that address all different walks of life. So it really is the process from start to finish. And if Reddit really wants to be a destination employer and really keep people for as long as we can and keep them happy and keep them thriving, we have to address it from the whole scope.
And Melissa, you are in the intersectionality category. I hate to categorize people, apologies of offending you, but African American woman in tech, legal background. At the same time, we all know there's a perception of Reddit. There's a good perception. There's just like subreddits. How did you deal with those perceptions being a African American woman in the company, and how do you deal with those before you joined? Like, what's your thought process?
It's a good question. I think in terms of, I think Reddit for sure has a certain perception. I think the reality of that is the content that people talk about is probably less than 2% of the content on the site itself. And I was hired by Ellen, and I've stayed working with Steve because I think what is inspiring to me is you see the crazy stories on Reddit of people really feeling the sense of belonging. And I think, like, as an example, there was a couple, maybe a month ago of a Syrian person talking in an LGBT subreddit about not like, yes, the war in Syria is going on, but I'm also gay. And like, I live in this culture that is war-torn. I don't know what to do. I'm questioning whether or not I should take my life. And you have strangers literally from around the world saying, giving advice of, this is if you're gay, like that's a criteria for that you should go to the UN and you can get asylum. Or somebody in the south of England saying, I run a hotel, like we can get a work visa for you to come here, right? That to me is much more meaningful and much more reflective of both the site and the company. That's the passion that I think everyone within the company shares of wanting to ensure that capability exists for people in the world, especially where we are today, where it is controversial and there is a lot of negativity. Giving people a place to be honest and not, and to have that pseudonymity, which we think is important, to be able to have a conversation and to have disagreements, but on a platform that allows the conversation.
That's great. Thank you.
If I could jump in with a personal, this is not anywhere near the Syrian situation or suicide by any means, but before I joined the company, I really turned to Reddit as a new mother. I had just had a baby. I was having struggles. This is very personal, Wayne. I'm going to talk just to you.
I think Reddit is very personal. We all very personal.
Yeah. I was really struggling after I had my child. I was working between 2 different tech companies, going through an acquisition, fundraising, and also struggling with some postpartum depression. And to be very just specific, I could not breastfeed my child. I was struggling with that. And Reddit gave me a place that I could actually have a private conversation where I didn't have time to go to a mommy group. I didn't have time to find a local community. San Francisco doesn't have a lot of families, and especially in my network, choosing to stay in San Francisco. And so Reddit actually gave me a space, a very safe space and a home to be able to have some very raw, very honest, very emotional conversations in a space that I didn't feel judged. And so just strictly based on that, I think that what we're trying to say is like being able to surface these communities to everyone is all of our mission, because there really is a home for everyone on Reddit. It's just a matter of finding it.
That's great. Thank you.
I'll add one thing. I think each person, aside from Steve, who was the founder, approached the opportunity with probably some amount of ambivalence or questioning what we'd heard, the popular perceptions of Reddit, and how much truth there was to it in the context of our own personal identities. And one of the things, I shared the example that prompted me to really take a keen interest in Reddit. There's also an aspect of the platform which is just core to every single one of the 45,000 communities on the site, and that is Reddit's centripetal object is the idea. And that idea has to be rendered in written form. And that is really, really powerful. And one of my favorite communities on the site where you see that manifested so deeply is Change My View. It's literally a community that is dedicated to inviting people with opposing viewpoints to challenge you, your perceptions, your assumptions about a given matter, whether it's the Electoral College or abortion, or your faith. And that is one of the most impressive and salient aspects of Reddit as a platform, because we're increasingly in a social media environment where everyone chooses their echo chamber and stays there.
That's great. Thank you for sharing. Thank you all. I want to shift gears a little bit. Reddit has been in the news a lot the last 2 years. Everything from executive change, CEO change, AMAs, and the press has this, I feel like this, again, love-hate story with Reddit as well. We had a media panel earlier. I didn't know if you tried to meet them backstage or anything. But what have you learned over the past couple of years at Reddit with all the changes, and yeah, that's what I was wondering. What have you learned in the past couple of years? And can we, if Reddit is the voice of the internet, I feel like there's a sense of responsibility that people have on Reddit to say, if you're our voice, or if you're our platform, then internally and externally reflect that. So whatever you learned over the past couple of years, with all this growth that we're projecting, that it's not going to be like that.
So, no, I know what you mean about the love-hate relationship in the press. We've all lived it, quite a bit. When I came back to Reddit on my first day, what I told everybody was, I'm going to make you proud to work at Reddit, and we're going to make the world proud that we exist in it. It was a time of frustration for us, because while we internally knew how wonderful Reddit is and all of the magical things that happen on Reddit, the stories that we've shared today, that story wasn't always getting told publicly, and that's something we've put a conscious effort in, is making sure that we are telling our story and making sure the world knows what's happening on Reddit, because there's a lot of very special things. And at the same time, what you're mentioning about Reddit in some ways being the voice of the internet, I do think we have a bit of an obligation, a moral obligation, to make sure that everybody's voices are heard and that one group isn't dominating the conversation. And that's actually something we've been putting a lot of effort into in the last year, is making sure that that Reddit's, what you see on Reddit is all-encompassing, and we don't allow troublemaker users, for example, to dominate the conversation. And that's as much a technology problem as it is a people problem internally. But it's something we put a lot of effort into, and I think the results over the last year speak for themselves.
Yeah, and I think just to underscore what Steve is saying, I mean, we're 140 people servicing over, now 250 million monthly active users. The size of the company is like laughable in consideration of everything of like where Reddit is and all of. I mean, we probably would all have a giant list of, 40 things that we should be doing and could be doing. And, as Caitlin's point, like, this is a marathon. We all signed up for long-term jobs. We have a lot of work to do, and there's a lot of things. There's 100 things we want to do from a product perspective, a corporate debt perspective, how we work with brands, how we build our teams. That we're just getting started.
I'd like to add the opportunity that we actually have this in a recruiting standpoint. I think, when I was choosing to join the company, a lot of people asked me, like, really, Reddit? And I think that the beautiful opportunity we have from a recruiting standpoint is that not just the growth and the amazing, opportunity, like, engineers, you want traffic? We got traffic. Like, it's no problem. just from like a brand perspective. But from this notion that we have been through a lot and we are here, there's a really powerful draw towards building something that is so unique and so different that it's almost even hard to describe. I remember when I was at Pixar and Brad Bird, there was this mythology around starting the new film, The Incredibles, and Brad Bird came and said, okay, this is a movie that we have never made before, unlike any other film we've ever made. Give me your misfits, give me your outcasts. And that lived on through Pixar's culture, and that like, if you want to create something truly new, truly innovative, something that the world has never seen before, you are going to want the people from the far, deep, dark corners of the world to come and build it for you because they are thinking unlike anyone else. And so we say all the time at Reddit, and my team will laugh, but every pot has its lid. We are not for everyone, and we don't want to be for everyone in terms of who we are and what we believe and what our cultural values are and our behaviors and our standards and our agreed upon measures of success with one another and how we choose to engage. So the opportunity to come and really be yourself, if that's what we believe for our platform, we believe that just as much for our employees. And so to be able to have that safe space to be an outcast, to be a misfit, is something that is deeply part of our DNA.
That's awesome. Zubair, you work in sales and brands and so forth. There's this saying we have in a lot in the diverse cultures is that we're the consumers, not the owners. But now you're on the opposite side of reaching those consumers, right? Yes. And how are you convincing the managers or other executives on your team to really focus on diverse communities and target those to work with Reddit? And what are some lessons you're learning with that challenge, that opportunity?
You know, I think everything that the panel here has said sort of speaks for itself about their receptivity to diversity. I don't have to push on that. But as far as educating the market, which is where our chief challenge is, we impress upon brands and the agencies that represent them the diversity of Reddit. Reddit represents a multiplicity of every person that's on the site. You know, if you represent an ethnic extraction and also a geographic space and a political affiliation, there are communities for each one of those facets of your being. And brands, as in, you know, I would say much of the popular press coverage about Reddit presumes that the Reddit community is in fact one monolith, and as I mentioned earlier, it's 45,000 active communities. So we spend a lot of time educating brands about that and encouraging them to understand and appreciate the depth that people will bring to the platform. And the fact that, you know, I shared Change My View earlier as an example community. What do brands care about? They care about driving changes in perceptions or driving attitudinal lift. And if they can, drive purchase behavior. On Reddit, we are a particularly effective space for the former, for driving brand awareness, for driving brand favorability, because people are in the mode of being honest as contributors to the platform, and by extension of trusting that what they're hearing from others on it are their honest points of view. And so when a brand comes to us and says, we want to work with you, we can point them towards communities that are huge evangelists of them, whether the brand is aware of it or not, and use those people as basically a word of mouth engine for the brand. So that's basically how we work. And we are a smallish team given, as Missy mentioned earlier, the relative size of the site, but you know, we're spending a lot of our time doing that.
It's great. Good to hear that Reddit is reaching out to diverse communities. I'm going to switch to Steve and talk about the VC industry a little bit. You work with YC. You went through YC, and now you do some investment. And how is important is it for you to be the example to support diverse communities, to support diverse entrepreneurs with your background, your experience? One of the co-founders from Asana, Justin, I did a fireside chat with him this morning from Asana, and not the pattern match. But we know the story is kind of cliche. It's like, I started coding when I was 10, you know, those type of things. And now, you know, you're millionaires, executives that run companies, and we're having a conversation about diversity. how important is it we get more diverse entrepreneurs and your role into that?
Sure. There's a couple, I think, dimensions to this question. As it relates to YC and investments, so I went through YC twice over the last 10 years. YC's actually been one of the leaders in this space. One of their founders, Jessica, has been a loud voice in diversity in tech. And YC, in the companies they funded in the last batch, 25% had a female co-founder, and 20% had a underrepresented minority co-founder. So they're making big strides, putting an active effort in there. As it relates to myself, I believe very much in giving people the opportunities. You know, I've been so fortunate to have grown up with computers, grown up with the internet, and have discovered my passion early on, but not everybody has had that advantage. I spend a fair amount of my time these days volunteering with organizations that teach people to code. The last year specifically, it's been with Hackbright, which is an organization in San Francisco that teaches women to be software engineers as like a second career. I love those sorts of organizations, both because it allows me to program, which I don't get to do at work anymore, and also because I believe that the ability to program is like having a superpower, and it doesn't require a lifetime of learning to achieve that. Especially when you come at it like a lot of folks do, and it's a second career, what's a career change, where they come in with a chip on their shoulder and they're ready to prove themselves and work really hard. It's a ton of fun working with those folks. It's a great recruiting advantage for us. And at the same time, we're, I think, making our industry a little bit better. I believe very much in Hackbright's mission, you know, change the ratio, and I'm very proud to be a part of it.
Great, thank you, thank you. I want to ask kind of one personal question directly related to Reddit. What's your favorite subreddit group? And if there was a subreddit group that you wish other people knew about, which one would it be?
You would say change
prep them for that question.
My favorite is probably Ask Historians. Ask Historians, yeah.
I like Black Ladies.
Black Ladies?
Yeah.
Reddit, subreddit.
Reddit, subreddit, Black Ladies. A lot of interesting conversations.
That's good to know. I mean, I wouldn't know about it.
There's black fellas, too.
Now, that one I should know about.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
They're talking about the bevel shaving system, whether they liked it or not, you know.
Okay, all right. I'm curious. Yeah, okay.
Well, you did not prep us for this question, so I'm going to go with what just like straight came to my head. r/dad jokes. So dad jokes, they're all like the worst jokes ever made, but I have a 2-year-old, and so I hit dad jokes at least once a day.
Got it, got it.
I want to pick two. I really love Black people Twitter. I just think it's so...
I got to cut you on that. The subreddit, Black people Twitter.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's like the Black Twitter on Reddit.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's better than Twitter. I said it. And
well, you have more than 140 characters.
Exactly.
Right?
You can have an actual conversation.
And you have
on
multiple conversations.
Yeah. And the second one that I love, just because of my background, I worked on a business intelligence product before I came to Reddit. Is Data is Beautiful. So
oh, yeah.
If you guys ever seen that thing, like it. If you're a data geek, you will love Data is Beautiful. They will take data and make the most fascinating charts and representations. I geek out over it. So.
Got it, Steve?
So I got a couple. Actually, I like Black people Twitter too.
Steve, I saw your excitement. You just changed a different person. You're like, I'm gonna talk about my favorite subreddit. This is my.
So I'm serious. Hey, it's good. It's good stuff. They generate culture faster than anybody else. That community on Reddit. I also really like the cultural zeitgeist communities, so around like TV shows. So right now,
Game of Thrones is good.
Westworld, I'm super into the show, and Reddit for like shows like Westworld and The Night Of and Game of Thrones and all that stuff. When those shows are happening, like we are like the center of the universe for all the like fan theories and all that junk, which I like totally get addicted to. So I love that too.
And if anyone doesn't have their Halloween costume yet, the subreddit Halloween, the best costumes I have ever seen. They're so good. And they're like DIY, like, oh, you could do this with your own closet right now.
Nice. I'm gonna make a slight confession. I'm a gamer, a mobile gamer, but just for one game.
Which one?
It's the Marvel Contest of Champions. It's like my getaway. I don't want to think about tech, I don't want to think about diversity. It's Wayne time.
Yeah.
There's a subreddit on Marvel Contest of Champions.
Yeah.
And that's my personal time. I'm on the subreddit, and we're learning about codes and cheats and best practices to get how to score gold. And so I'm a mobile gamer for that one game.
Okay.
And last question. And we touched on this at the beginning, but I want to hear it from the heart, right? Why is it important for you all to be here today? Like, we all here are focused on solutions around diversity, inclusion, and tech. Reddit is the front page of the internet, has its history, and to put it in perspective, there's some other companies that was already previously named, has 300 million users and about 3,000 staff. Reddit has less than 200 staff, 240 million users. So put it in perspective. So a small team, 240 million users, and planning to grow. You want to grow, you want to focus on diversity, you want to focus on inclusion, not just from a culture perspective, from a hiring perspective, but also from a customer perspective. Why is it important for you all to be here, and can we trust you with the responsibility?
I mean, I think as a company and as a site, diversity is an existential challenge for us. Every hire that I make and every person on my team, their feeling of inclusion or safety or the degree to which they feel comfortable on the team will beget the next experience or the next person, and whether or not we're able to bring the next person on, and whether they'll find a home once they're here. And you know, that's very clear to me. I'd say also as a personal matter, I didn't bring this up at any point in the past, but I'd say in this, you know, you talk about Nick, you know, I'm still getting to know Nick because he's all of 2 weeks in. You know, speaking for myself, I'd say every person in my position also has an opportunity to beget the next Zubair, so to say. I happen to be ethnically Syrian. And I remember actually the way that I started on the path of joining startups was outreaching to an entrepreneur who was the first of his kind, the first person I knew in the Syrian American community who had been funded by Sequoia. And I was like, you were like Jackie Robinson. Congratulations. And he said, come on in, I'd love to meet you. 15-person company, and he gave me an opportunity. And so, you know, these are, I'm sure, part of each of our personal legacies, and it's imperative that we perpetuate those.
Thank you. Melissa?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, I think for me, I think the thing that I really appreciate and what I've always said about working with Steve is, look, it's really fun to have a seat at the table to come up with solutions. And I think in terms of being yourself, I'm extraordinarily opinionated. I don't hold back. I probably should at times, but you know, Steve might laugh, but
I'm laughing.
You know, I can send him a video on white privilege, and we can have a conversation about it. We can engage. I mean, I can say this is important to me, and as a CEO, like, it's not just me as the black female on the executive team having the conversation. Like, he's super happy, like, to have that conversation and to say it's important, and you know, that to me is extraordinarily important. And you know, it's certainly something I've thought about as I looked at startups and thought about where I want to go after Google, because in my world, David was one of my execs. Like, he's, you know, I sort of, you know, looked at him and sort of thought, like, that's really fun. And sort of the role that he plays within Google is something for me that I've always, you know, that's what I have to live up to. Like, he plucked, you know, I was applied online, you know, worked at Google for 8 years, and now I'm here. I have the same responsibility that he had.
Yeah, I think that for each of us, there is a component of pay it forward. You know, each of us were given an opportunity by somebody who said, I see something in you. I see beyond what it is that I'm looking at. And so there's a deep sense of wanting to pay that forward times, you know, 100, and then some. From just like a really personal standpoint, I think the importance of diversity and inclusion is it just makes everything better. To think about, I mean, I look out in the audience and I see so many people from our own team, and they're fun, they're weird in their own wild, crazy ways, but each one of them brings something different to the table that I find deeply rewarding. So things are more interesting, conversations are more lively, we're challenging each other in ways and pushing our product in new dimensions that it hadn't before. But more than that, like, I mean, even just looking here, like, I've learned something from everyone. Like, this lady has taught me more than a thing or two since I've been there, and has really challenged the way I've approached things or thought about things. So from like a personal development standpoint, it's just better, and it's just a lot more fun. Can we have a little bit of fun too?
Sorry.
Well, from a personal perspective, I mean, the reason I come to events like this and the reason I think about it, it all goes back to what I said earlier, which is I made it out of PG County, Maryland. Pretty much all of my friends are still there. And you know, for me, it was all a dream. You know, this life, this opportunity is amazing, and I want to be the type of person who gives back and shows others who came from my situation that it's possible. And you know, I think what better opportunity to do it on a platform like Reddit that's huge. So I'm going to use the role as an executive on the Reddit team to really hopefully be an example and inspire others.
Great. Steve?
Sure. So I already mentioned earlier how we want our platform to be as diverse as possible. In order to do that, the company needs to be as diverse as possible as well. And that is true. That is a very real business need for us. But then there's also another aspect to it, which is we're a very small company, and one of the fun things about running your own company is you get to build it in whatever image you want, and that's what we're doing. And we get to build a company that we want to work at that reflects our values. And it's funny, when I look back about a year ago, things were very chaotic, and one of the first things we had to do was Missy and I basically had to go toe-to-toe with 100 million people and try to articulate our views on free speech. And that was really tough. And I couldn't have done it, without her and without her perspective. I remember at one time just thinking, this is crazy, what the hell am I doing? And at the other hand, I've never felt more alive. And I think when you have all of those different viewpoints and sets of talents and perspectives, you can do some really incredible things. And that makes work not work. It makes it very fulfilling. And that's why I'm happy to be here, and I think we're all happy to be here tackling these issues together.
Can I add one small thing? Sorry. More important, I think, than the earlier point I made is I actually don't know. I have a lot of blind spots. We all bring some amount of privilege into our roles. I'll give you the example that comes to mind. I've tried to set up a mentorship series for my team, and I scheduled a few speakers who had grown through different career ladders, business development, marketing, sales. And I checked in with a team member after I had done a couple of these and asked them, how do you feel about what you're seeing from this so far? And her feedback was, it's okay. What I really like to see is more colored women. And I was totally blind to that. And so the only way I'm going to learn what I'm not seeing is by continuing to be open and continuing to hire people who represent,
going to challenge you,
who are going to challenge my fundamental assumptions.
That's great. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you all. I have to ask this other question because it came up. There's two topics I want to cover, but I think I'm just going to do one because I heard white privilege twice. I didn't say it, you said it. But then also we talk about free speech and Reddit being the front page of the internet, the free speech and policies and there's this saying we also have in our communities about if the teams were more diverse, especially the engineering teams, then some of these problems wouldn't exist. But then there's the free speech, there's the engineering team, then there's like the product. You have addressed some of that over the past couple of years. What were the biggest challenges from a community perspective? Because I do know that it wasn't all seen well. People like, oh, Reddit is changing. So what was some of the challenges around from a community perspective, a policy perspective, and the keeping the free speech perspective and the voice of Reddit kind of the same? Like what do you learn from all of that? And how's that going forward?
I mean, I think I guess just as the policy person, I think the part that I find, I come from Google and sort of, a legal background, and I think especially as sort of a black female, I really think it's important to allow people to speak and to have a place where you can say things that are not within the status quo. I think we've done a much better job over the past, 12 months or, year and a half in terms of dealing with harassment and things of that nature. Like there are certain things that should not be tolerated. But I do firmly believe that disagreement and difference is okay. And I think as a platform in particular, we don't want to dictate to our users or the world sort of what's okay and what's not okay. That feels uncomfortable to me. We all have different perspectives. For us to try and do that would be extraordinarily painful and problematic. But I just think from from the policy and legal perspective, I just find it extraordinarily important to create a platform in which should you be attacked on the platform and should somebody come at you and say X, Y, and Z? No, especially like one of the biggest things we did was implement a blocking tool, which didn't exist a year and a half ago. And creating a product and sort of technical solutions around some of these issues, I think is extraordinarily helpful. And I think with credit to the team, we have prioritized that as being important, and not sort of and not sat back and sort of said like there's not much we can do, but thinking about it, how do we solve some of this at scale?
Great.
Yeah, one of the challenges we had when we start talking about free speech, it's an incredibly complex issue. And we had to spend a fair amount of time discussing internally just to articulate what our own viewpoints were, let alone how do we, how do we express that to the community. And through a lot of conversation, we basically found our viewpoint, which is we want Reddit to be as broad as possible. We also want Reddit to be as welcoming as possible. And we can't achieve that if some people are taking that away from others. And so while we allow viewpoints on Reddit that we don't agree with, sometimes vehemently disagree with, we do think it's important to not present a sanitized view of humanity. But at the same time, we need to make sure that everybody has a home on Reddit and that they feel safe and welcome in those places. And a lot of that comes from our policy decisions and our actions we take with regard to communities. And another chunk of that is technology work, where we've been actively investing in anti-abuse and anti-harassment, investing in our trust and safety team, which is the people side of the company that actually makes a lot of these decisions now. We've got a long way to go, but we've also come a long way. And so that gives me a lot of hope that we will continually make progress as we kind of learn and develop.
That's great. That's great. And on that note, I want to invite you all back next year and see how much progress has been made. Again, what lessons you have learned throughout this journey, and excited to see how Reddit, the front page of the internet, is doing. It's cool.
We'll do it.
All right. Okay. Great. I got a commitment. Melissa said.
See you next year.
All right. Cool.
Sorry, guys.
All right. Well, thank you all and for joining us. Thank you.
Thanks, Wayne. I'm very unsure about these seats in my legs.
All right, we are going to roll right into the next session and talk about women in leadership. And it's more than it's women in leadership, and it's a group of very diverse women. And there's a level of intersectionality that happens around diversity and inclusion that is extremely important, that I think is important to call out when we're doing a Women in Tech panel, that it's really, when you do a Women in Tech panel, it's key to do a Women in Tech panel that is diverse. And so I'm excited to have a conversation that goes deep into some of the personal stories of what it takes to be a leader in a woman leader in tech. What are those some of those directions that people can take? It's not all just going to the right school and getting shuttled in. There's a lot of really hard work that different women have, and women that have been in this space for a while have had unique struggles that fortunately they have kind of paved the way for some of the rest of us to, it's a little better. It's a little better than it was. It's not great yet, but it's a little better than it was. And while they're getting mic'd up, I just want to, I wrote a story of how we came about creating this conference. It's in the program. It's the second page of the program. 2 years ago, at about this time, I was in a really deep and dark spot as an executive in an engineering firm where I was doing amazing, incredible things on the outside with clients and with world-changing work. But inside, I was in a space that, inside the company, I was in a space that was not receptive to my leadership, was not built for me. It was a space that I, as one of 20 leaders in the company, was the only woman, and they weren't really ready for me to step up and to lead. They wanted me to be there and to be a diverse leader, but they didn't actually really want me to lead. And as a result, I was in a pretty dark place where I was like, why am I not thriving in this space? Why I've done so many amazing things in my life. Why is this not working for me? Why am I not really being able to show up as myself? And then I started reading different articles about diversity and inclusion and unconscious bias and what that does at a cultural level and at a personal level, and the microaggressions that happen day by day that can really eat away at your well-being. Michael Thomas yesterday did a talk about how that actually affects your physical body. It does. I had, after that job, I had to do a lot of massage and a lot of chiropractic and fracture work, and then I also did a lot of work in here because you have to go through this healing process to really overcome. And there are still times when I walk into a tech company, and I have that kind of PTSD. And so this is a real thing that a lot of us have to grapple with every day as we walk into the companies that we work for. So I'm really excited to bring to the stage 4 amazing women that have had their own processes of discovery and being able to kind of come outside of, overcome some of that really deep, dark things that can happen to you in your career. So please bring to the stage, please welcome to the stage, Heather Friedland from Glassdoor, Yumi Clark from Capital One, Anna Ariola from Samsung, and Jewel Parkinson from SAP. Awesome. Thank you all for being here. I'm excited to have this conversation. So let's start just by, who are you? How did you get where you are today? What do you do and how did you get where you are today? Anna.
I'll go first. Oh, okay, I'll go first. So I fell into this interesting opportunity a couple decades ago. Started off originally in animation. And then I'm an autodidact, self-taught myself, basically everything I know today, and now have basically led discussions at Stanford D-School and Berkeley Haas, but I lead a global team that's electrical, mechanical, industrial, UX designers as we build products for the future for the blended home. And I've had the fortuitous opportunity to work at Samsung now, who's amazing and has embraced me with their new initiative around diversity and inclusion as one of the few female global leaders that are leading this new drive inside of the company. Prior to that, I led my own 2 hardware startups. And before that, I was at Sony, where I was part of the lead design team for PlayStation 4, along with the Xperia platform. And before that, Theranos, and before that, Apple, and before that, Adobe, and then Macromedia. So it's been an interesting ride.
I'm Jewel Parkinson, and I'm responsible for human resources at SAP North America. And how I got there, I have a rather non-traditional career path, I would say, in that I've been with SAP for a number of years, almost 20. But it has never felt like I've been actually with the same organization, with the exception of its basic culture. So I started out interning. As an intern, I'm from the city of Philadelphia initially, and I had the opportunity to intern with a company called Inroads, and they basically provided an entree for me into corporate America at the time. I interned with the company Arco Chemical, subsequently worked for them full-time, And then in the late 90s, decided to make a move to technology, and I started with SAP. Throughout the past 19 years, I've had a number of opportunities within the company. It's never felt like one job, just more like an extension of multiple opportunities to learn different parts of the business, different parts of the world, and have the opportunity to network with different people. 2 years ago, I assumed my current responsibility across the US and Canada, and it's a blast. It's never a dull moment. So always learning, always growing, always being challenged.
We don't have to go in order, but Yumi, go.
Okay. Hello, my name is Yumi Clark, and I am the Vice President of New Product Development in the small business space at Capital One. I've been there for about a couple of years. How I got started in technology, actually I'm a liberal arts major. I started off majoring in rhetoric and East Asian studies, so totally outside of the realm of engineering and computer science. I got into tech because I speak Japanese fluently, and one of my first jobs after studying law in Japan was working in a Japanese game company that was trying to break into the US market. And so from there, I did translation. One thing led to another. I've taken a whole bunch of different tech jobs, ranging from PayPal, eBay, Adobe, Autodesk, a number of different startups. And through that, I've realized that I love, love, love new product development, and that's what I do today.
Awesome. I'm Heather Gordon-Friedland. I am the Chief Product Officer at Glassdoor, which is one of the world's largest and fastest growing job boards and career websites. I started in my career very early on while I was an undergrad. I was a communications major undergrad, so similar. I didn't come from an engineering background. But I started working at a startup, and this is before the internet industry was a thing and before it was an industry. And I got very excited about it, tried to do as much work for free or for pay that I could do related to the industry, and learned very quickly I needed to go hone in my skills by listening and learning alongside my engineers. And so in my startup days, learned on the job and then took coursework on the side in engineering college to try and enhance my skill set. And by the end of my senior year of school, we got acquired by Microsoft. And so I kind of took my skills and my team and the people I loved working with, and we all relocated to the West Coast. And we started working out of the Microsoft office in the Silicon Valley. And so I had a chance to work at MSN in the very early days when Hotmail was the world's largest email service provider, and had a chance to build calendaring and contacts and synchronization technologies that help people connect better online. I pivoted in the latter part of my career at Microsoft to start building teams around search. And so had a lot of great experience working on the Bing search engine that you know today, and wound up leaving for eBay. And so I also had a great run at eBay. I spent 6 years at eBay, where I ran the buying experience from a product perspective, then the selling experience, and then finally I landed at Glassdoor about a year ago. And I'm just really excited to be here to share it with you today. But one of the really great things that I love about Glassdoor is that we're building technology that enables people to better empower them with information. And so we launched a tool about a week ago that we think is going to help people with regard to gender pay issues. As we all know, there is a gender gap. And it's called Know Your Worth. It helps you have a personal salary calculation service where you can come in and get a sense of what you should be paid in the open job market today. So I'm excited to share that with all of you.
Awesome. I'm going to go off script because that drove me to think about something that comes up often, which is, as a woman in tech or as an underrepresented person in tech, often we find that we are alone in our organizations and in the role that we play, and end up feeling the need to advocate for others to be in that leadership position, to rise up with us. And there are some negative effects that studies show around a woman advocating for other women in a company, where it can actually negatively affect your salary, it can negatively affect your career trajectory. How do you grapple with that? Are you advocates for other women, and how do you deal with this other side of the kind of not so fun side of it maybe negatively impacting your career?
One of the things that we're trying to do is really address this systemically at a cultural level. we're looking at how do we adapt the culture where it becomes not only acceptable, but it becomes encouraged that everyone advocate for themselves. And what we found is that in order to do that, we want to be able to educate and enable, and then to really be in the position to role model individuals who come out and advocate. That's a positive thing. That's met with recognition. It's met with reward. So we're opening up, like we say, you have an open door policy. Well, we're expanding our culture to say we have an open door policy on self-advocacy. This is what it means. We want to be fully transparent in the case of salaries, what your salary range is. This is how you can position yourself. We're educating not only employees, women in particular, but also our hiring managers, our leaders, because oftentimes they don't have the level of competence around some of these issues, and they're tasked with making very important decisions relative to pay. So we've taken the approach of enablement, we're changing the culture, we're welcoming a culture of advocacy, and we're trying to empower individuals to be more accountable. And also providing support, because everyone doesn't get there at the same pace. So if you need additional support, then our organization is there to be able to provide it. So it's a change for sure, but we recognize that all people want to be empowered to champion themselves, their skills, and be able to advocate for themselves.
To build upon what you just said, from my perspective, it's looking at being an advocate for the individual candidates that are coming in. And a lot of cases, in particular my area of expertise, there's evidence that can be presented. There's portfolio work, there's projects, there's customer adaptation, understanding, appreciation, sale metric data. But really, it's working with our HR partner. And I think a lot of the historical management comes from a biased perspective that is, well, at my last company or at my last role, I hired X candidate, whether it be male or female, for this particular amount of salary and this amount of expertise, versus let's educate them on S-band, let's educate them on Radford ranking levels, where that sort of, I think, baseline resets everything. Now, I know Radford and S-band is kind of HR taboo. We're not supposed to be talking about that, but I think everyone needs to know this, because you can take your Radford and your S-band to any company in the world and know what you're worth, regardless of whatever gender you are. That's really important, but it starts with educating the managerial staff and the hiring staff to do that.
I'm in an interesting spot right now because we're going through year-end reviews at work. And I've been reading a lot of the current research that's out there. Most recently, there's been a Lean In study that came out that was, I think, co-published with McKinsey. And they talked about this, where the women that have asked are perceived to be more aggressive and actually 30% less liked. I think that was the quote as part of that. I see this as being one of those things where you think globally but act locally, because that ask and that request is a very personal issue. And then being able to ask that question, a couple of the women that actually work for me came up to me and says, I think if I've been doing a good job. I believe that I should get rated higher than normal. How do you feel about that, Yumi? And the conversation was one where we talked about her projects and talked about how well she was doing. And what she did was she gave herself an in by talking about all the different projects she was doing without asking necessarily, I know what she's asking me, but it wasn't the ask that was completely direct, because she knows that asking directly would be too aggressive in some cases, depending on the manager. I was okay with it, but the way she did it was actually really nicely done, and I haven't forgotten about it. And when I think about her, I'm like, you know what, that was actually a nice kind of best practice for me as I think about when I advocate for myself as well.
Do you all feel a responsibility to other women in tech to help them rise?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Especially as we sort of, move beyond what gender means. And for myself, it's educating, it's informing, it's mentoring. A big part of my career has been like going out to individuals and helping mentor them internally within my own organization. But I also take on a lot of external mentorship. And there was a speaker from 500 earlier today that she was talking about, if you come and approach me like, will you be my mentor? She's like, absolutely not. However, If you come to me with a question like, I'm struggling with this issue, I notice, Anna, that you've done X, Y, and Z, how did you do that? And then I'll be like, I'm happy to mentor you. I'm happy to provide you some of that time to help guide you, whether it's venture capital raising, whether it's product design, you know, and it's just guidance and sort of showing by leadership, I think.
I absolutely think it's a critical part of our roles to support women in technology. I think half of the support that I find that women reach out to me for is just understanding how they can help themselves, how they can build their own network, what they need to be doing, and they look to me for context. And so something that I found I've been able to really provide them with is the managerial perspective, or to help them think through a scenario that they're dealing with, and to just feel like there's a very comfortable open door where I'm not going to judge. This is a mentorship relationship, and that they can come asking for feedback. And for me as a manager, I find it hugely valuable because it helps me round out my thinking, and it helps me better understand the different situations that people are coming against, and I can be more open-minded and more aware and more proactive perhaps even in how I can reach out and make the environment feel really inclusive of all people, regardless of level, diversity, their background, their skills, their strengths, their experiences. Diversity and their experiences in the workplace happen in so many different ways, and I think you need to be kind of all-knowing and all open to all those different forms happening at the same time, and providing a workplace where people feel really comfortable bringing their best selves to work.
On that one, my thinking has really changed over the years. And before, I would strictly focus on like younger folks that are working, perhaps female, people of color. As I've gotten older, actually my thinking has really evolved, and I've been really thinking about the community, because you need to have allies, whether you're a minority or not, because it's not like I'm in this space all the time, even in my group, where I can call something out, and it's other people that can also call things out as well. So I equally mentor men or women, people of color or not, gender. I don't necessarily look at that, because the questions are coming from both sides of the aisle, and to be able to address that openly and honestly and describe how it feels to be an Asian woman and they've never experienced it is also, I think, an asset. And then also helping those people that are feeling like they're a little bit disadvantaged go through their process by the experiences I've had is also equally important.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. It makes me think about intersectionality, and that most of us on the panel have more than one kind of underrepresented group that we're representing, right? How much does that play a role in how you think about yourselves, and how does it play a role in how others see you as leaders?
I'm pretty complex. So I'm Mexican, I'm Swedish, I'm Danish, but I grew up in Japan. I actually see myself as probably more Japanese than American. And so that adds a whole nother level of complexity to what I am now. But it's being open and understanding like the cultural complexities that Yumi talked about. I mean, it's difficult. We've got, experience, we've got, what they're bringing to the table, but there's also the cultural aspect that is outside of whether or not you're a woman or a man or whatever. The cultural aspect is how we enable our chemistry. We were just having a conversation backstage about chemistry being really critical to a team. If you have bad chemistry within a team, that will destroy the entire team. Yep. And that's just kind of my thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think it plays a very big role, and actually I really embrace that. It's one where, I'm Black, I'm a female, I'm an executive at a multinational company of 80,000 employees, and I take that with a lot of pride and responsibility. And what I find in my role in particular is I like to be able to serve as a role model, an example. I'm constantly learning from the employees and our partners and our customers, and look to also provide insight for others that if this is what you aspire to do, or whatever you aspire to do, you can do it. And I think it's very important, particularly in organizations at the executive level, for people to be able to see themselves in others. And also, even if you aren't, physically someone else, that you have enough empathy and shared experience with others that they can come to you. So as an example, right now I'm sponsoring a colleague who is a 53-year-old white male. And I'm sponsoring him in terms of his next career step, because at times, sometimes he feels marginalized because a lot of the buzzwords sometimes in the organization is more around our earlier talents or our millennials. So being at the other end, or not even the other end, but another of the 5 generations we have in the workforce, he's also looking for advocacy. So, you know, I think it's just very important. You never know where the roads intersect, and you never know what individuals are looking for you for, you know, feedback that they can come to you in a trusted way.
And one more question along this path is, a lot of tech companies, actually when we first started our conference, as we were trying to engage tech companies, a lot of tech companies actually told us they weren't ready to talk about diversity, they were only focused on women. Do you think the conversation is changing, and do you see yourselves as part of maybe even the responsibility again of really broadening what diversity is and in your companies, and really making it more inclusive?
Building product, designing product these days, you have to look to the global market space. You have to get into the insights that may be regional from an ethnographic perspective. And myself as being one of the few global female executives in Samsung, I think we're taking that with pride. I think that we're looking at how do we expand market share, how do we move into new areas within the home. We call it the blended home. And we're doing this with tenacity. We're doing this with immense pride of opening it out of the opening it up outside of the traditional context of, you know, what the traditional television demographic of North America looks like. We're looking at Europe. So Seraph, one of our wonderful products that we launched in Europe first, designed with the Brobick brothers, is an amazing furniture-forward, lifestyle, very feminine product that is incredibly well received. You could see this inside of the MoMA Museum here in America. And that's my perspective, and we need a lot more of that as we move into the kitchen, as we move into the bathroom, as we move into the bedroom of future connected experiences, curated experiences that we want to have surrounding our lives. It's just very important. We have to have that femininity, that sort of that instinct to be able to design and create for, and not just leave it up to traditional demographics.
I have a follow-up. When I think about just diversity itself, this is going to sound kind of weird, but I don't really think of myself that way. And at work, and I think others see me that way, though. And so because of it, I've realized that kind of to what you were talking about, Jewel, that I feel like I do have to be a bit of a role model in that aspect. The conversation at work with us with regards to technology has really changed, and diversity has really changed. If you look at the types of people that are being hired, and you think about the differences that causes because of the types of people that are being hired now, causes misunderstandings and assumptions to be made. There's a new program at our work where we have, they're calling it Integral Learning Matters. It's a diversity program, in effect, to help with those conversations. And as an executive, what we're doing now is, from those learnings, we have a common language to address it when we see it. And so when you see, for example, the woman who is not talking, she may not feel comfortable talking, or she's holding back because women typically jump in when there's a little bit of a gap in the conversation. We notice that and we say, hey, she hasn't spoke. Are you comfortable in speaking right now? And would you like to say something? And we give her that opportunity because of the learnings that we had through this training program. And it's not that other people have not gone through different training programs, but it's that language that brings us together so that we can call each other on it, which is really cool. And the types of diversity programs that we have are at different levels at work. So not only do we have that, but we also have inclusion groups, so that sometimes you just need to have that conversation with a certain set of people. And that conversation is not meant to be exclusionary, but it's also to kind of form those kind of thoughts together to kind of understand it better, and then also to share those with others. And so we're doing a lot of these different types of programs right now.
Yeah, I think, when it comes to being more inclusive in the workplace, I think about the power of the platform that I represent as being a product leader. Like Glassdoor provides this amazing set of data by people that are average, just like us, where you can share what it's really like to work somewhere in an anonymous, safe way. And you can share your salary, you can talk about what it's really like to work on your team. It's incredibly empowering information. And you think about what that's like inside the culture of Glassdoor, it's very much similar to how we run ourselves as a company. And so transparency, having your voice be heard, being direct, being honest, these are part of our values. And it's definitely represented in the way we run our company. It's represented in who we are. And I try and remind myself that because it needs to be in how we build our product. And so if I hear or I see somebody in the room who I know has an opinion on a particular topic getting quiet, or if I know that there are certain personalities that tend to be quieter, sometimes they're women, sometimes they're men, I will call on them and I will say, do you have something you want to add to this conversation? Because one of my skills is EQ and perception, and so I can kind of read the room, and I'll try and draw that out from them because I want them to participate in ways that they're going to feel comfortable and empowered, even if they're not sure if that's their moment to do it. And so I try and be really in tune with the needs of the individual and knowing what they're capable of and bringing them into conversations so that they can contribute their piece. Sometimes I've also said, hey, let's take this conversation offline so we can do a little bit more homework about it, because I realize that sometimes people don't feel comfortable in the moment, but if they give themselves a chance to think about it and gather a little bit of that research behind the scenes, they'll come back with a well-groomed opinion. And sometimes people need a little bit of space to do that. And I think part of that is creating an inclusive environment and being really aware of the decisions you're making, how you're making them, and who you do you want to participate in that, and making that feel inclusive to the way they work.
Yeah, and one of the other aspects, just from a diversity and inclusion perspective, we're also looking at it from a technology standpoint and a product perspective. We have a campaign right now called Business Beyond Bias, and at the root of this is looking at, in particular, technology and how you can leverage machine learning in order to help root out and prevent and hopefully eradicate unconscious bias throughout what we call the talent life cycle. So if you look at the recruitment cycle, for example, oftentimes, I mean, we all know, we all may see this, that in certain job descriptions, the type of language that those job descriptions have are oftentimes gender biased, for example. So we're striving to have gender neutrality in job profiles and actually using technology that can pick out those words and give you alternative words that you can use. And what we've done in terms of a pilot is we've seen that those job profiles where we have made more gender neutral in terms of language, that we've seen an increase in the percentage in this instance of women who apply for those jobs by 25%. So that's just an example, and there's many other possibilities from a technology standpoint. We're using the latest and greatest, in this case machine learning, of course predictive analytics, where you can really start to understand where the bias takes place in the decision, and then provide the decision maker alternatives to make, hopefully a better, fair, equal decision.
Is that technology you're going to make available outside of SAP?
Absolutely, absolutely. And we're also working with our employee resource groups for their perspective in how we're developing that technology. So I think that's taking it to another level as well, to make sure that the individuals that are giving insight into the design, the user interface, are also individuals who are best informed as to how we should be shaping that.
Awesome. Can you give us, earlier when I was introducing you and kind of killing time before the panel, I talked a little bit about one of the obstacles that I overcame as an executive. I was in a place that was not inclusive, and what's great about it is the result is this, all of this that we've built. I left that position and I ended up really finding a space where I thrive, and I'm bringing people together to talk about and to create change. So out of these deep, dark places can be amazing results, amazing changes. Can you, each of you, talk about a time where you came up against a barrier in your career and how you overcame that?
Well, one thing, I'll just start off and be fully transparent, which is the way I normally operate. In terms of a barrier that I faced, was more of an internal challenge on myself. There's lots of external barriers for sure, but when I was pursuing this role that I'm currently in, initially I did not put my name in for it. I was very reluctant. I thought that I was not yet fully qualified to apply for the job. And then research will also tell you typically sometimes this is a gender dimension too, where women may feel they need 100% of, meet 100% of the job criteria in order to feel comfortable coming forward, whereas men oftentimes about 50, 60% of the criteria, and they have more of the internal fortitude to go forward for the job. So I actually found myself in that exact situation, and thankful for me how I was able to overcome that obstacle, because I would have missed the opportunity. I was ready, I was prepared, I had all the experience, I had the performance track record, I had the network, I had everything that you needed to be in the job. But there was still something within me that wasn't bringing me there. And I got over that obstacle, thankfully, with the help of other executive sponsors, people who were mentors and people who knew me and had, essentially given me the feedback, encouragement, and coaching to pursue the opportunity, and I thankfully eventually got it. But I consider that an obstacle because that was almost a self-imposed barrier that I had to overcome.
Don't you think that, I think for all of us up here, that those self-imposed barriers, we put them upon ourselves, but every step of our challenges throughout our professional careers, I think we've all faced them. And I know I was giving a talk earlier today in the solo stage, and I kind of approach each of these challenges, regardless whatever it is, whether it's personal, whether it's project, it's just embracing that fear. Like you said, not having sort of the initial go forward, just embrace that fear and be relentless, with tenacity and unwavering and grit, and that gets you through a lot. Actually, it's gotten me through a lot in my life and a lot in my career, a lot in my family. So, I mean, that's kind of my share out to everyone.
Okay. So my obstacle, I don't think that I got over it myself. It was when I had my second child and I went back to work and I was still leading a pretty big team. And so everybody expected that I was still kind of on the same path, which I was kind of. But when you first go back after maternity leave, I was just asleep at the wheel a lot of the time. It was just physically demanding to be in that spot. And how I overcame that obstacle was actually through my team. My manager was super, super supportive, and my team really leaned in to help me out because I had to get back into the swing of things. And oftentimes you'll hear a lot of advice. Don't take particularly for women, don't take yourself out before something happens. Just lean in, keep on going. I agree with that, but there's also consequences to that. And being able to understand those consequences, I didn't fully understand what that actually meant, I think. And now, whether it's somebody that's on maternity leave or has bereavement or has some kind of personal issue, my hope is that I have the ability to give them space and create a team where actually people are supporting them in the same way that I got supported. And I also noticed that when that actually happens, I actually still think about that manager for me, and in a heartbeat, I would do anything for that man. And those are the types of people I think that I strive to be. And I think in a career, looking for somebody that can support you as well is one of the key things about that whole work-life balance and thinking about the career. And I didn't really think about that before, but that's the obstacle that I overcame, and I want to give that opportunity for others and kind of pay it forward with everybody else that I see as well.
I'm reflecting and hearing so many great thoughts from all of you. The one that comes to mind for me is early on in my career, I mentioned I don't come from an engineering background. I think my own fear around that was a huge obstacle for me at first. Trying to figure out and hone in and understand what I would do to overcome that. I worked my butt off. Like, I just worked so hard. I tried to spend as much time as I could with engineers to learn from them, to absorb, like osmosis, like they were going to teach me. And through all of that hands-on learning and the amazing people I had a chance to kind of partner with and to learn from, what I realized was that actually my weaknesses turned into my strengths in those conversations. I looked at problems differently than them. I looked at it from the business perspective, from the user experience perspective, and I was really trying to hone in on, but what's actually important for us to deliver to a customer right now? And I kept bringing that back into the conversation. What they were able to problem solve around was, how is this thing going to be built? And I could keep countering that with, but what are we actually trying to achieve? And how do we do this in the best way possible together? And over the course of my career, that like EQ, that perception, that empathy for customers has turned into my strength. But way early on, I thought of that as a complete weakness. I didn't even realize that that was going to be my strength. And so perhaps it was a fear of failure that helped motivate me through it, but really trying to uncover and discover what I could bring to those conversations that would be highly valuable to what we're trying to solve as a business became that piece that was unlocked for me.
And when you think back to that time that you all shared, is there something that someone could have told you, or what would you have wished to tell yourself now? Actually, what would you tell yourself now to help get you through that, so that you can share that?
I don't know. For me, it's been trust my gut. Whenever throughout my career I've ever second-guessed myself, hands down, I was wrong in second-guessing myself. I think when it comes down to it, you've got phenomenal intuition, go with it. Chances are you're never going to second-guess yourself if you follow your intuition. You're only going to second-guess yourself if you don't. So for me, finally having confidence that my intuition was right, it took me a while to get there. But now I look back on it, and anytime I've got doubt in myself, I'm like, wait a second, I've never, ever, ever regretted following my intuition. So following your gut, that would be my advice.
And I would say embrace being uncomfortable, because that's when you really know that you're growing or that you're about to venture on a journey for growth. And initially, I didn't think about it that way. I feared being out of my comfort zone, but now I really embrace opportunities to feel a bit uncomfortable, because that signals to me that I'm growing. And it also signals to me that I have an opportunity to be successful, and if I fail, sometimes it's okay. I can rebound, and then I can learn from that as well.
I would say figure out how to have impact. So before, much like Heather, I was trying to do everything, and I was trying to be successful at everything. I think I can still be successful, but I have to figure out how to be successful, and making sure that what I do is choiceful and considerate, and know that that's what is going to make something even better.
I guess lastly for me, one of my very close friends and mentors from Apple and from Sony, he gave me some great advice when we were developing PlayStation, where we had some issues with the team, and how I handled that issue internally. And he was, this is probably, seems the scariest moment in your entire career, your entire profession, your entire life most likely. But as you stand on the edge of that cliff, that vista, where just a false move, the false wrong direction of the wind that could blow towards you, they'll push you to your death. Embrace the beautiful views of the vista. Breathe it in, take it in. And that comes back to you saying, embrace your fear. That's lived with me for the past 10 years so far. So that's something I love to share with everyone. And I share that out to my friends, close friends. That email, I kept it. It's in my deep within my Gmail account, and I forward it on to people. So that's my parting advice.
And why is this work on inclusion important? Why is inclusion important in tech? How does it affect tech? How does it affect innovation?
It's not just tech, and that's something I was thinking about. This conference should not be only about tech. I want to see the food service here. I want to see the fashion industry here. I want to see the automotive industry here. It really needs this. It's about bringing insight, building product, and balance, making things that we want in our lives that don't end up at the top of the e-waste pile every 2 years. And you can only sort of develop that insight by having the right chemistry and the right sort of balance of individuals on a given team, and inclusiveness and diversity is core and heart to that. Otherwise, we'll end up in the era of product design, the product experiences of 30, 40 years ago. That just cannot happen.
And I think it's very important because we are, from a business perspective, it's important because we are in business and the market is very competitive. And in order to differentiate ourselves, we have to come to market with the best products. And in order to have the best products, you do need diverse perspectives across all spectrums: thought, geography, ethnicity, gender, generational. All of those add to a level of creativity and thought leadership that result in the kind of innovation that we want our products to embody, we want our people to embody. And you can't really get those ideas out there unless you're in an inclusive work environment where people know that they can show up, they can be their authentic selves, and people are listening to them and empathize with their situation. And also, it's what our customers expect. Our customers expect it, and now they demand it. And so that's something that we should actually embrace as an organization as society evolves due to globalization, due to technology, due to changing demographics all around us. So this is an opportunity that we see in terms of a business imperative.
There's actually been recent research done that actually shows that if you have females in high-ranking functions of companies, you will see like overall a $42 million value added to the business. And so that diversity, having diversity, there's this study I'm quoting right now is a Standard & Poor's. If you look at the 1,500 companies in Standard & Poor's right now, and you actually assess them based on the companies that have females in high-ranking positions in the company, you see it in the business value that's created. So I think, net-net, when it comes to diversity, diversity is not only important for the day-to-day work and for the outcome of your products. I agree with all of that completely because that's representative of your customer base, but then it also shows up in your business. And the quality of what you produce is, I think, going to be overall better for the market.
All right, I want to ask for a few questions from the audience. Does anyone have a question?
Ask us anything. I think it's cultural based. I think like we have here, my perspective in North America, a very myopic North American centric view. And guess what? There's a whole other side of our planet that's out there. And I think that's something we haven't gotten to. And as we think about centralization of organizations, once companies were abroad and they had satellite representation in Europe and in Asia and Latin America and in North America, I've seen a trend over the past 15 years where they've centralized everything back to the Valley or to America, North America in particular. And I think we need to reverse that. I think that it's okay and we can build new markets, build new channels if we sort of fragment that out, and the conversation around culture is really important.
Yeah, and for those of you who didn't hear, the question was, what is the next step? Where do we go from here?
I think a piece of it is also around neurodiversity, and really as we look even beyond differently abled people, and for the past 25 years since the passage of the ADA, there's been a lot of discussion around people who may be physically disabled and how do we provide more equal access to opportunities in the workplace. And around the prospect of neurodiversity, really looking at those hidden talents and populations of people that are often underemployed, whether it's mental disabilities or in cases of depression, bipolar disorder, and autism as an example. So there's a number of different individuals who have tremendous strengths, gifts, that we want to take advantage of as well and give access to. So I think that's a part of the broader discussion. And then I think another next step is also being able to see the diversity be represented at all levels within an organization, particularly in the C-suite, in a more pervasive way than it is currently reflected across most industries.
I think I'm really interested in hearing the broader discussion. Oftentimes what happens is there's pockets of discussions that are happening, but no one outside of those discussions know that these discussions are there. And what I would really like to do is all of us, we've been talking about this for a long time, embrace those fears a little bit, share those stories with people. There's a lot of empathetic people that are out there too that are not of that particular group, whether it's gender or religion or any of those types of things. And connecting with people, because it's when that connection actually happens that things change. And I would love to see that just kind of spread either one by one or through policy, and it'd just be an amazing place that way.
I love the fact that your organization, Melinda, is called Change Catalyst, because I think, we all can be a catalyst for change in the world that we impact every day and the people around us. And so whether that's through storytelling, I think that's phenomenal. Like things I didn't talk about. I'm a mom with 2 young kids and I'm an executive on a tech startup. Like that's a big job and that can be a hard job some days. I try to talk about that. I'm not trying to hide it. I try and share it with my team because for somebody else out there, that story means something. Whether it means something today, tomorrow, the next day, I don't know. But I think we all can be the catalyst for change in the communities that we're in. And that is at work, that's at home, that's with your friends, it's with your communities. And you can start behaving and paying that forward and have open dialogues like this to help people realize that this is the way the future is going to be. Like we're going to move towards that future together. And so as you become leaders, or if you are in a leadership role right now, bring that forward, bring that home with you, and be that catalyst for change in the community you're in. That's the kind of impact that I think we can pass along by sharing stories like this.
Thank you for that question. We have a mic. Oh, back here.
Thank you for the great discussion. So in terms of branding and recruitment, what could a more old school, very large tech company do to attract women candidates for talent?
What industry?
Tech.
But in specifically what industry within tech?
Telecommunications.
Oh, okay, telco. Funny you mentioned that. I was just talking to a friend of mine that was also part of the Lesbians Who Tech trip to the Washington, D.C. movement to meet at the White House, and she's in telco. I think it's just, like if it's switches, if it's dealing with the electrical engineering side of telecommunications, if it's dealing with the DSP side, it's just trying to figure out what that sort of deep vertical is and going off, and it's about recruitment, I think, getting candidates early on. And raising them up and training them to basically be the next generation of leadership within your organization. I hate to use this analogy because it's a baseball analogy and I don't really like baseball, but we use this at Apple all the time. It's like you don't hire major league players, and I think this is true for the industry. You don't bring rock stars in because the rock stars will tend to disrupt and create negative culture. You bring the AAA, the AA minor league players that are really passionate and hungry, and you train them and you raise them up within the ranks, and you get them to be inspired and motivated and passionate about what they're working on. And the telecommunications industry is so awesome right now, especially on the hardware side, just to geek out on it. I think you can easily find amazing candidates and talent out there, but start early on, start at the undergrad level, or even as they're just entering the undergrad level. Go out there to the universities and do that roadshow.
I think you can create networking within your company for like minds to connect. And you can create momentum and you can create opportunities for people to network and mentor each other. And so I think some of it kind of starts at home. I've been involved in many women in tech organizations throughout my career, and we're beginning to become more and more active within Glassdoor right now. And I'm making phenomenal connections with women across the company. And I think that's really important for them to have a place to share. And so with regard to any kind of minority, diversity, inclusion effort, I think step one starts at home to create community for the people who are there already. Step two, I think having a really transparent work environment can be a challenge, but if you can embrace platforms or internal communication methods to do that, to be able to share stories, to be honest and open and direct, I think that does help as well, and it will slowly start to change a culture. If it's a very large company, though, I think another thing you can do, though, if you create these kind of communities within the company, is then network with companies outside who you would like to emulate or you would like to learn from, and create opportunities to kind of network across. And maybe that can help influence some of the cultural learnings and create a dialogue and a discussion for now, what do we do? Within your team, perhaps in partnership with an HR organization. So I think you can create momentum by coming to events like this, bringing that back with you, talking about what that means to others like you, and creating dialogue that feels fluid within the organization.
And last question.
Thank you. If we just look at Silicon Valley, Anita Borg Institute and other organizations have been working very hard to work with companies to help them diversify. The numbers are changing at a mercurial rate. I mean, it's snail's pace. It's just barely budging. So one of the things that people are looking at these days is, well, we have a white male culture who's running these companies. Why don't we engage the male allies? And I know that some people have talked about this a little bit at the conference in the last couple of days. So I'd love to hear from the panel, what are your thoughts about how we get more male allies? And once we've tapped into that, we've sort of got some kind of a methodology, how the heck do we accelerate it? Because I'd like to still see equality and really equality up and down companies in my lifetime. I was just at San Jose State a few weeks ago talking to a young student, a young female student, and she's heads up a club there, a science club, and one of the team members said to her, "Are you this bossy with your boyfriend?" Now imagine that young man goes into the workforce, he brings that attitude into the workforce, he becomes a manager, and once again, multiply that many times over, we've got these generations of young men who are still thinking the old way. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, go for it, Yumi.
So I've found that in my experience, the best way has been connecting on a problem and coming up with a mutual goal. And if there's a way that we can solve the problem together, that those people, regardless of whether they're male or female, have become my ally. And that's what I mean, like the empathy part is really important, because if you can establish that empathetic relationship, oftentimes there is a kind of broadening of that relationship, and they'll remember you for the different projects. Now the question is, how do you accelerate that? I think that's where, going into some of Heather's points that she was bringing up before, I think it can be a little bit institutionalized, meaning that if there are particular problems that need to be solved across the institution, you can start off with these little pockets, but you can bring them into the organizations in terms of the clubs that you might have or the networks that you might have in the organization. So you up-level the conversation then, and then it goes broader.
Yeah, one of the things that we also looked at is a program that we've instituted called Men Advocating Real Change. One of the things that we found is that many of our male colleagues want to be a part of the solution, and at times, while I may be generalizing here, have felt a bit excluded from some of the broader dialogue around diversity and, in some respects, inclusion. So a piece of it is really recognizing that this could be the view and being very explicit in terms of the role that men have to play, they must play, in order for us to advance and accelerate based on, whether it's demographic shifts happening in society, based on our own internal value system in terms of embracing differences and ensuring equality. They want to be a part of that solution. They also want to be invited to the table. And so that's what we're trying to do now, more consciously ensure that men are invited to the table on all topics, across all dimensions as well, so that they can be embraced in that way and also serve as role models as a part of the change.
Can I just mention one thing real quick? So we also have a Men as Allies program at work. The other thing that I've also seen, it's not a very enclosed conversation. So we also have coding camps for girls where parents, men and women, fathers and mothers, are bringing their children into work. And that's also another way of getting people to talk about those conversations as well.
One last thing I want to say. You talked about having a shared goal, a focused goal about this, making sure that they feel included. Well, I've seen that if you have an organization and you've instilled the OKR practice versus the KIP practice, that has a huge effect to it. But then also I take it to the individual level, whether you're a man or a woman or an individual contributor or a manager. I make everyone do a DISC assessment, so everyone has a proper framework and know how to communicate with one another, so there's no miscommunication. Because the problem is so often that I've seen outside of, I think, us women basically as men don't know how to properly communicate with this bro culture attitude. And if you have a DISC assessment, you have keywords, you know where your block bands are, and you can have a more effective communication. And then I encourage all of my team to share their DISCs with one another. So if I'm going to go meet with you, Yumi, I know exactly how to effectively communicate with you. That's super helpful, and it's a rather cheap solution. It's like $39 to do a DISC assessment online. So I highly encourage that.
Great. Thank you all for having that conversation. I feel like we could go on for a long time, and we're just getting started. I'm going to ask you all to stay on stage for a minute as we announce the Startup Showcase winners, which will just take a few minutes. So if you wouldn't mind, I'm going to bring Wayne up to the stage as well. But
Thanks for having us.
Thank you
Likewise.
so much.
Mic check, 1, 2, okay. Hello, everyone. Good evening. We're here. We did it.
We did it.
We came, we saw, we learned, we take back, we implement, we change the world. That's what we do.
And then we come back next year to talk about what we did,
Yes.
right?
Yes, yes. So earlier today and yesterday, we had a startup showcase with 5 companies pitching each day, so 10 companies total. It was something we implemented at this year's conference versus last year, because we all know that another solution to increasing diversity and inclusion in tech is creating more successful early stage entrepreneurs and allowing those, help contributing to allowing those early stage entrepreneurs have opportunities to pitch on stage, to connect with investors, to win cash, and to have successful products. So that's one of the reasons why we did it. And the first place prize.
This is all news to me because I've been on stage and they've been deliberating.
So the first place prize is $5,000. Second place is $3,000. Third place is $1,000. The top 3 startups gets free legal service for 6 months, free coaching sessions with Viz Capital, free coaching sessions with Comcast, NBC, Entrepreneur Engagement Team, and all 10 will get 1 month free co-working at Galvanize and Runway.
Also, in addition, the winning team will get one-on-one mentor sessions with the Capital One and Accenture teams as well, which we're really excited about having them sponsor the Startup Showcase. So, Catherine and Matthew, if you're here, thank you so much for your support.
Yes. So down to business. Third place. You ready? Junko. We don't have a big check or anything, so, you come up.
Stand there and then we'll do it.
Come on in, come on up, it's coming up. It's coming up, it's all good. I'll just let you know. Just let you know.
Thank you. And stay here so we can.
Yes,
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Second place, Literator. Be careful. Okay. I want to bring Elena to the stage. She's one of our volunteers and one of our team members who helped do a lot of work on this startup showcase and made it happen.
Yeah.
And we couldn't have the startup showcase without her. She made it happen. So, thank you. Yeah? Yeah.
And the winner of this year's Tech Inclusion is Lifted.
Congrats. Yeah. Yeah. He was like a non-spitting there. I can tell he has computer. He was like, well, no, wasn't me, but good job. So let's get a photo right quick of the winners, and then we'll make closing remarks and enjoy this happy hour. Cool. All right, cool. Yeah, see you in a minute. Yeah, cool. Awesome. Thank you. Checks will be on the way.
Yeah, every little bit does help. As a startup ourselves, every little bit does help.
Yeah. Bring it up. Bring the team up.
Yes. So we're a team of 4 full-time people, 3.5 until a month ago. Could I invite Salem and Susan to the stage, please? I know you're going to be in front of the camera for just a minute.
Yeah.
I know. We're all exhausted. And we could not have done it. The 4 of us could not have done it also with 3 very special volunteers, Brittany, Alina, Luce.
Come on up.
Luce, Chris.
And then Chris.
Come
on,
Yeah.
media.
Come on, Chris.
She's taking pictures for Twitter right now.
That's good. Come on to the front.
There's nobody
To the
else.
front.
You should probably be in
Is
the-
everybody? Oh, there we go.
So
There we go. All right, cool. Awesome. Yeah.
this team worked tirelessly for many, many months, and the amazing stories that I have heard from all of you coming up along the path as we walk back and forth has really fueled us and kept us going. And we do this because our hearts are in it, because this needs to happen. And we don't make a lot of money at it. Just so we're clear, the money's not there yet. And so I just want to thank this very special team for doing all the great work that you have done.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. And all right, thank you. Last little bit of business. Again, this event couldn't happen without our amazing sponsors. Last roll call, and please, we're pretty transparent, right? You know, this is about D&I, but we transparent. You know, we're real people. You know, try to keep it 100. When we call people and say, hey, you know, we have a conference we're doing, and we're talking about diversity and inclusion, there's a set of expectations that, okay, it's going to be this little small conference, or it may not be as good as other conferences, or, you know, it's the value is not the same where you see a conference charging $1,500. We packed the content. We have over 200 speakers. We had 2,000 people from the career fair. We had all of you all amazing people. And I know here that the value is there. So I encourage you, not because of trying to get exposure, relationships, or whatever, or but tweet to the brands, tweet to the sponsors, and tell them thank you, and encourage them to create change, but also encourage them to support the work that we all do in this space, because it's not just us, it's all of us. So the last roll call, Google for Entrepreneurs.
Can you all stand if you're from one of these companies? I would love to see and just applaud you at the end of this. If you hear a company, please stand up.
Google for Entrepreneurs, Salesforce, Capital One, Women Tech Makers, Asana, ThoughtWorks, Reddit, Twilio, Galvanize, Pinterest, Automatic, Facebook, Portland Development Commission, PayPal, Clover, Culture Amp, Airbnb, Walmart Labs, Snap Inc., Infosys, Credit Karma, Yelp, Zendesk, Nutanix, Innovation Hangar, Comcast, NBC Universal, Repertoire, Yahoo, Medium. Also some of our other sponsors, Autodesk, SVB, Silicon Valley Bank, Slack, Accenture, GitHub, Oracle, Pixar, Asana, Botsford Bakehouse, Switch, Kapor Center for Social Impact, Tech Boogie Media, some of my photographers, and Kind Bars. So thank you all, for real, thank you.
And if you have been a volunteer, would you please stand?
Yes.
Some red shirts.
Volunteers. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you all. So, I want you all to promise that this doesn't end here. This is just the beginning of change, right? We need to come back here a year from now. I wasn't kidding. We need to come back here a year from now and talk about all of the things that we have done together so that we can all learn from each other and keep movement forward, right? We all promise that?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes. All right. All right, we have a happy hour sponsored by Facebook. Enjoy, have a good time. See you next year.
Thank you.